Oh yeah.
Uh, yes, yes, yeah, definitely. I didn't. My question really didn't get answered
Oh,
though. Um,
Yeah, that was
and
upsetting.
they just. I don't like interrupting people. I probably have to get out of that habit if I'm going to be in a debate space. But yeah. So
I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. I have that problem myself with the all black everything panel. Sometimes I don't get my points in because I'm not aggressive enough.
Hmm.
well, that's what you get the alpha palm, homie. Hit the alpha palm.
Yeah. Embrace masculinity.
You
Take
know.
space. Man spread.
I wouldn't even be able to tell you what the hell masculinity is. I'm a
Oh
straight man.
man.
I have no idea. I have
You don't
no
know.
freaking idea.
What are you
Hey
It's
doing?
man.
me.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Okay, so no dewdrops of summer, not today, not yet. But my hair is really psycho today, so you can enjoy like just constant flyaways. Oh, hey there. Hey, Zach. We're back at it, Pog. Indeed. Yes, I'm going to jump on Prime K's open panel for a little bit. I don't know how long I could be on there. He did an Amazon Lily, if you were watching that. So it was an all women's stream. I was not in it, which is not like me being bitter by any means. I don't need to be invited to things. But I'm going to jump in the open panel because I think it was really important topics that they were talking about. They were talking about, okay, so the major topics that were discussed, that we're going to be discussing in Prime K's is, drumroll please. That's me giving you guys a drumroll with my desk. The drumroll is not the point of the topic. The point of the topic is, okay, the first one was about Jack Wright and what's her name? Sienna Mae Gomez. I don't know if any of you guys here. I don't really follow celebrity drama myself, so I researched it. Basically, she was caught on video assaulting him while he was passed out. He made a video coming out explaining that that was not the first time or the only time. It was a really common behavior that he really struggled with. She made a video coming out saying that he was lying. She did a lot of kind of, hey, Doobie, thanks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. She made a lot of video claims that were, thanks for the subscription. Very nice. I don't think you got the subscription sound, which is weird. That's why. Okay. So, yeah, I apologize. I usually have a fun subscription noise that you just completely got. It just stole. And it's not even my voice, so I can't even do it for you well. Which is sad. But yeah, basically with Sienna Mae, she was doing a lot of like really sexually inappropriate stuff. Seems like she was doing it for a long time. And then her video defending herself, she used a lot of like really common abuser language. Oh, you'll forgive me eventually. We'll see. It depends on how nice I am to you, right? If anyone knows Doobie, you guys should go check his channel out as well. Apparently there's so yeah, apparently with that, basically, she's claiming that they had like this kind of on and off relationship. That there was sometimes he was into like sexual things, sometimes he was kissing, touching, all that stuff, and then other times he wasn't, and so she was really confused. That's kind of her claims. But then she also does like kind of cringy claims that like serial abusers make towards their like victims of being like, well, if she didn't want it, then like if he didn't want it, why did he like stick around? Which is like never a good look. Just checking to make sure I'm not coming on. So yeah, that's super cringe. Doobie's an interesting conversationalist for Sue, very comfy exploring things. That's what I've understood. Doobie, I'll be interested. Maybe you and I can chat sometime. Apparently, we'll maybe have some similar views. I actually don't know your views on most things, so that would be interesting. I heard Doobie is a racist. I've also heard people imply that he is a racist. Obviously, I would probably want to explore that for myself, and I haven't spent a lot of time in his stuff. And then the second topic was about sex work. I don't know which topics we'll get to today. The second topic was about sex work. We were talking basically about, got some people in the comments defending you. You got this. The second topic was basically exploring, I'm trying to think about how the best way to describe this. It was exploring sex work, and it was exploring, I do need a chapstick emote because my lips are always very dry. It was exploring as to whether or not like sex work was harmful, if there was a situation where perhaps women were more privy to fall victim to lots of feelings for the people that they do sex work with, and that it therefore like damages their emotional bonding system. Kind of there was some implication in the question of like, do we basically just like use women for sex in the sex work industry until they're like used up and then we like toss them out, which was a really interesting conversation. It feels like they talked very little about sex work itself. They talked a lot about religion. I'm not really sure where that came in. They talked a lot about porn. I recently found out that the preference of porn for people who identify as women, at least on Pornhub statistics, is lesbian porn, which was surprising. I thought most straight women, well, I guess I shouldn't assume that they're straight women, but I assume most women prefer like gay porn. Like I know a lot of women that are into like yaoi, is that how you say it, and stuff like that. So yeah, I was very surprised to see that statistic. Not really sure if it's accurate because it's definitely like a self-report generated within Pornhub itself. So not sure how much I actually buy that. If you're wondering, I'm eating a fruit roll-up. Am I sponsored by Fruit Roll-Ups? No, I am not. But I should be because I'm promoting them right now. Doesn't this make you want to have a fruit roll-up right now? Do you think Christian programming in psychotherapy is a necessary factor or just a different method of therapy? I definitely don't think it's necessary. I think like you can absolutely have psychotherapy with no religious elements and be highly successful. I'm just not opposed to bringing in religious elements into psychotherapy. If that's outlined to clients before they like even apply for the therapy. So say you've got somebody and you're looking to them as a therapist and they list themselves as Christian. So they mention that they'll include spiritual elements. I have no problem with that. Or if the client themselves, if you just ask them, you're like, hey, just so you know, I often use religious stuff in my therapy. Is that something you're comfortable with? And then they can say yes or no. The problem is that in that situation, some clients, especially if you're dealing with clients of like social anxiety.
You got moved in Discord, so just unmute your shit and throw yourself on cam.
Okay. Oh, again, I'm getting started apparently. All right, let's go. Where's my Discord? There it is. Okay. I'm going to pop it out. I'm going to get you guys over there first.
Never mind.
Zealous said she was gonna come back. She just wasn't ready right this second.
All right, hold on.
Oh,
I'm getting
okay.
it.
Great. Well, all right. Hey, Kelly Marie in chat. We'd love to have you on sometime, right? And any other ladies, yeah,
Hold on.
Clearly, we're looking for more.
Yeah, I whispered that I will
Ladies,
go on.
please.
She had an interesting point when the Lily thing was going on.
No, not that. Look at me just struggling right now. I had it set up.
Computers,
And no, it's not
my
working.
computer's camera. Apparently, Discord doesn't want me to use my actual camera, so I guess I'm gonna have to use this.
Hold on. Still working
so,
on this.
Briss, your
Yo.
camera is like stretching you. I'm not
Gotta
sure
do
if you're aware
this.
of that.
Okay.
Your aspect ratio is all.
I
effed
got
up.
that.
I don't know why.
All right, we're almost
I
there.
prefer the stretch.
We're almost there.
It looks nice.
Okay.
I fixed
You guys
it.
can hear them.
Looks
How's their?
fine.
Can you guys?
Yeah,
Thank you for the
I have
presents.
no idea.
Can you guys tell me the audio? How does it sound? Do you want me to
Check
turn
out
their
your,
voices
your
up or
camera
me down?
settings. Something has to have changed there.
Hey, send me
Usually,
your favorite viewer.
Okay, and then to
They are quiet. Okay.
the panel.
And then
thank you all
hold
for
on.
being here.
I'm gonna
Thanks
get
for
them up.
stopping by. This is a brand new video. If my editor is making a video out of this, then this is a brand new one. If you're watching on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe. Right, hit that like button. Hit that well, not the comment button, but like comment something about someone. Hit that subscribe button. That part is very important. Also, even more important, is hitting that join button.
Nope,
and
it's
becoming a
not
member,
that.
and supporting the channel that way. It's a good way to
Turn
help
them
us
up
out.
slightly. Okay,
All
I'll
right.
turn them up more.
Thanks all for being here. We got a few
We're still
people.
working on trying to get you guys to
Briss.
see the
We
Discord.
got
I don't know why it's not
Eli.
coming up.
Oh, hey, Eli.
Not display.
Nice.
My
With a
camera
camera
works.
that actually fucking works. Oh wow, this is new. This is brand.
I had to
fucking new.
close OBS.
There we go.
No.
Okay, that might do it.
No.
Oh, and Briss is here with
Okay. Let's
Like a
try
human,
again.
like
I
instead of
literally
just,
have
you know,
caught
great.
Discord like a million times, and it's just not
and
working
we
today.
have,
Window. It's got to be a
Noodle is
window.
here. Thank you, Noodle. And who else we
Ha!
got?
Success.
No, not her. We have other people.
Got it.
We have Nick O'Teen. We have
Okay.
Ori. Hey, Ori. Thank you for coming back. And we have Jacobus. We have Mint Lemonade. And yes, true. We have Not So Erudite here. Thank you for coming back. Okay. So, lots of things were talked about on the last panel. None of you were here for that. But most of you were active in my chat. You had opinions, right? So we had a bunch of topics. One was on women harassing men. The other one was on like whether women can engage in sex work,
I'm the only woman
without being
right now.
traumatized.
Right, interesting.
And then that like splintered off into a bunch of different stuff. So any of all of that, if you want to talk about it, we'll start erudite. If you had thoughts on any of that, we'll give you a first dibs. Then anyone else can jump in.
Well, you gave me first dibs where I like just shoved something into my mouth. Um, okay, sure. Overall, I think the panel did a really good job discussing it. Which are we wanting to start with first? Is there a topic that you prefer, Prime?
Anything that interests you.
Okay. Maybe I'd actually like to go back to talking about Jack Wright and Sienna May Gomez. I think there's some things, especially around like the age of the individuals involved, that are maybe worth talking about again. Particularly in general, I'm concerned about like social media impacts on teens, and particularly like trial by media and witch hunts. I think in the Selena May Gomez, in a lot of situations that blow up more on social media than they do in the law of court, we get into really dicey situations where it's unclear like whose role is what, and so there's a lot of situations oftentimes where people are going to be painted as a complete victim or as a complete perpetrator, that don't entirely actually match up with what's going on. And so I'm concerned with having these young people particularly getting involved in situations like this, where they're getting brought into trial by media. They're slinging accusations, and rather than dealing with it in the traditional way that we would through the court system, it's getting dealt with broadly through Twitter, YouTube, video posts, stuff like that. And then you end up in a giant battle of he said, she said. And I think a lot of viewers get really, really impassioned about this, and it leads to oftentimes really dangerous situations, harassments from viewers, things like that, that I think anyone in social media needs to be mindful of. But you can't exactly expect teens to be aware of it. And I don't know what the solution is, but I am deeply concerned about it.
I think one of the first things we have to do is talk like normalize conversations about like what it actually means to become of like adult cognition, in terms of maybe some concept of like the psychosocial maturity ideas or something like that. Because if we start establishing like what it means to be like an adult in terms of cognition, we can probably have a better idea of like, are these people actually capable of functioning in these exact parameters? Like I feel like because if it's somebody like maybe like under 25, I'm just going to ballpark a figure, somebody like under 25, right? Maybe there are situations where we treat the people involved differently, or like we teach them different skills to like handle things. I'm not really sure like where the solution would begin, but at least I feel like establishing some kind of framework in the first place is a good step.
Anyone else? Jump on.
I mean,
Go ahead.
if you're trying to talk about like an actual like solution, which I think is really good. I think it is really good to talk about like you can entertain the back and forth of like he said, she said for all day. And I know Twitch loves that. Like Twitch loves like melodrama and stuff. But in terms of like actually achieving some kind of outcome or change, you need to probably look at things in that way. I don't know. Anybody else?
I don't know what I'm being asked.
Yeah, I'm just getting acclimated right now.
Yeah. So no, we were talking about that first topic during the last panel in terms of the Sienna Gomez and the Jack Wright situation, where the one was the woman was accused of being harassing the man. We don't have to maybe focus nearly on the facts of that case, because I don't know if most of you are even familiar with that. But the concept of men being harassed by women. I guess something that I didn't, I didn't really get to bring up in that panel is that, you know, this is a tough subject to talk about. I think because of certain members in the men rights movement making it toxic. That, yeah, this happens, right? Men do get insulted, right? And that's a worthy topic to bring up. But I think it's often brought up in opposition to women being harassed, right? Women.
Well, that's why I'm actually really glad that you asked this question, because it is important for feminists and just women in general to bring up these topics and to show people that it's not as it doesn't need to be a battle of the sexes sort of thing. Like, we are in a way like united by this, but we also need to acknowledge, like, yes, women, this doesn't happen to women more. There are different sociological factors that contribute to perpetration, or yeah, perpetration against each group. They're different. So,
Listen, somebody's got to stand up for the boys, okay?
well, I mean,
Somebody's got to do
okay,
it.
I had an anti-feminist arc like 20 2012, like right after high school. It was like before Gamergate. And it was because of these sort of topics. I mean, it sounds very like emotional and silly now, and I realized that a lot of it was based on like the ideas of hypocrisy that feminists had that either weren't there or like equal on kind of both sides. And it's silly to think that way, but it was because of topics like this where I saw that men like weren't getting recognized, and it was very frustrating to me.
Yeah. I think hearing men's accounts, like probably one of like the main things you do is like I think you're on to something there, like strip the gender out of it completely, or like the sex out of it completely, and just look at it as a matter of the phenomena that result in particular identifiable groups being targeted for either harassment or assault or etc. Because if you identify the groups, you don't have to like you can isolate the groups in terms of causal factors without being without like marrying that to some kind of narrative.
Yeah, you don't need to
Mhm,
marry
go
it
ahead.
to like genitalia or like a certain balance of sex hormones. Like that seems silly to me.
Yeah, so I think the fact that it's been opposed and opposition, it's like, well, it's yeah. So women, they might get raped, but so do men do, right? Like it's kind of a way to shut down women. Um, I think
So,
that's go ahead.
oh no, I was going. Sorry, if you were mid sentence, go ahead
No,
and
go ahead.
finish.
Finish.
Well, so I talk about these kinds of things like all the time on my platform. As a matter of fact, I'm doing a series right now where my viewers send me very misogynistic videos, and I kind of like tear through them. Um, so something that I always see happen, like especially to a lot of friends of mine, whenever a lot of my lady friends, whenever they talk about their situations of sexual assault and what have you, a lot of times what it's the MRA, the men's rights activists sort of movement just seems to interject only when the woman brings up like something that she has a traumatic experience that she has had. Whereas like, if you guys want to bring up these bring light to these issues, I'm all for that. Like that's great. That's fantastic. But it needs to happen more frequently. It needs to be more normalized in a sense of it's something that, just like women kind of get together or not even necessarily get together, they talk about it on their platforms and what have you. I think men need to do it just as much, and not just in reaction, like from a reactionary standpoint to uh a woman sharing, or someone who is AFAB sharing their experience. But that's what I see all the time. There's not enough talk about it in men's circles. And then, when we do talk about it in men's circles, it's, oh, what are you, a pussy? Like, what, you should have enjoyed it, shouldn't you? You never get any anyway. And that just creates more, that just creates more toxicity. And we just don't need that. Let's normalize men talking about these kinds of things in our own circles and stuff.
Yeah, I
Uh,
completely agree with what you're saying about that. But I also would like to point at the people that, and I do get that bad feeling when it's like we're talking about a real problem that we're facing, and then someone will try and be like, well, this happens to us, so I'm going to try and like sidetrack the problem that we're talking about.
Right,
But
exactly.
I can look at those people though and feel at least some form of sympathy, because I can understand that they
Oh,
probably
as
do
do
feel
I,
like
yeah.
they probably do feel like they're being stunted or they're being like neglected. So therefore they're like, why am I going to step out of my like worry about myself and worry about this person when I see an act of injustice being put against me? So I mean,
Right.
and I can know the benefits of doing that, but I also am not going to look at that individual and be like, I mean, I'm not going to really demonize them, because I understand like, hey, you're probably going through something rough. You probably see an injustice that's being afforded against you, so you're going to bring it up when you see that happen. But I completely agree with what you're saying about the steps to take care of that. Definitely should be talked about more in circles. Definitely should be destigmatized, all that. And but I just want to ask, what do you guys think would be the big reason why it's stigmatized so much? The two things that always come up to me are, one, either your masculinity is being challenged. If you were like assaulted by a woman, what kind of man are you at that point? Or two, is it that women, they see that men are so sexualized that men always want that favor? Like, it's never going to be assault because the man always wants it. I don't know what you think would be the big one that's causing it.
I think it's a little bit of both. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I talked a bunch earlier. You can go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I talk so much, but thank you.
Could I just ask a clarifying question really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that, Eli.
No,
so
no,
is
go
it the
ahead.
stigmatization about why people are like unwilling to have conversations about men being sexually assaulted and that sort of stuff, or
about men they're not coming out? Yeah, like men either seeing
why they won't come out. Gotcha.
Yeah, why they want to either mention it, or also on the side effect, like when I don't know, like some examples of, like, say a police officer gets called over some domestic abuse, and they automatically think that's the woman that's being abused or something like that. Like, not even thinking that, okay, maybe a man is being abused, that kind of stuff. Like, I think we need to try and work back and be like, okay, anyone can be abused in this situation. We shouldn't just automatically assume that's just the woman or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tricky because we have to like do this weird balance of the reality of that. Like, most of the major perpetrators of all forms of violent crime are men, but on the flip side, most of the major victims of all forms of violent crime are also men, right? So we have this really complicated conversation where it's like we've got men in the position of both perpetrator and victim, and then women almost dominantly, usually in the position of victim. Now, this isn't to say that obviously women can't sexually assault men. This is a case, I would say, with Selena Gomez. It seems to be decently clear cut. Selena Gomez. I always call her Selena Gomez. I'm gonna get like.
I'm sure she does.
I'm gonna get some liability. I'm gonna get a liability claim in the mail. Sienna Gomez. You know, when you watch the videos, like it's pretty clear cut, at least in the one video, that like something sus is super going on. But I think it's tricky to talk about because at least when I've engaged with, particularly like, I would say women who identify as feminist but usually use it as a like veil to be mostly misandrist, which I don't actually think is a good representation of all forms of feminism by any means. But there is definitely that body within feminism. They'll kind of try to be like, I get that you want to talk about men's mental health issues or men's sexual assault or domestic violence against men, but it doesn't matter. Men are mostly the perpetrators. And why are we going to talk about like the 10% of victims when 90% of the problem lays on just one gender? Not that I'm agreeing with any of this, but I'm kind of outlining resistance I personally have come up against a lot in these types of conversations.
I think one of the issues that I have, you guys were just talking about when, like with the Me Too movement and men interjecting and stuff. And of course, we can feel empathy and compassion, but most of the time, it's used to drown out women's voices as opposed to stand with them and elevate it. And that's a huge issue. And one of the other things that's here is lack of accountability. And I don't know, someone brought up they weren't sure how to like fix this type of culture. And I think it's really interesting that like most the like sexual assault and like bystander prevention programs aren't targeting men in sexual assault. So it's constantly around like the victim as opposed to the perpetrators. And I think it's something that we really need to expand on. And men need to start signing up and being involved in these type of educational classes, which are out there. You guys can actually go do this.
So I wanted to just answer Orai's question because he talked about like what are some of the primary sources of like where this comes from. A lot of it, if to my understanding, is that when men are in a situation where they've been maybe like assaulted or something, maybe even like Monka S or what have you, there are times when they feel that vulnerability, and it's dangerous for men to feel vulnerable because it can also compromise their like group, like male group standing. And I feel like some of those things are like some of the primary factors at play when we're talking about why they don't come forward or why it doesn't get talked about as much.
So
Well,
you
I
think
was
you would
saying
view
it's
that? Oh,
also like how we view women and like how women view themselves. Like as much as we're like pushing for equality, I think to a large extent, women view themselves as being like more innocent and less of a threat. So they allow themselves to do certain things towards men that they wouldn't accept from a man doing to them. And I think that like helps to perpetrate like domestic violence against men or like when women sexually assault men. A lot of things I don't even think and this kind of speaks to when we're talking about like a person's intentions versus being predatory. Like a lot of the things that women do, I think it is predatory, but it's not viewed that way because it's a woman doing it and she's just allowed to do that.
What do you mean by like what like I can you do you mind giving like an example if you don't mind? Like
Like
of women being predatory?
yeah, so like if you're like in a club and like a woman comes up to you, like she's allowed to touch you, she's allowed to do certain
Is
like
she?
cross your boundaries, quote unquote.
Yeah,
I
women
don't think
generally,
I
I
would
don't think
definitely
she
say
But
is.
it's more
I don't
acceptable.
think she is.
Well, I
She
think we're
is not
talking.
allowed to touch me unless I say she can. Otherwise, I will
yeah,
remove
but
her hand. No,
I think
yeah,
we're
yeah, yeah.
talking
That's the
no.
thing.
normatively, like
Let's think about
broadly.
that though. You would remove her hand, and then you've revoked the implied consent that she was feeling, right? Which is the problem here is that there's a
I
lot of
mean,
implied consent.
I feel like there's a lot of just in general, there's a lot of implied consent when you're in like a club setting from both men and women.
Yeah, it
There's
can
like this
be.
whole idea, like, oh yeah, we're in a club. Like
Okay, I
he's
was
here
just
to.
but you just asked me like for one example. What I'm saying in general, a woman can walk up to a guy she doesn't know and touch him, and then not be considered an assault. But if a man did the exact same thing to a woman in reverse, people would be like, "Oh, you just inappropriately touched her. You violated her boundaries."
When
Like that
does this
type of thing.
actually occur? When do you guys actually call this out as sexual assault against women in a club? Because I've never seen that happen.
Yeah,
I was going to
We
about to argue that
what
it
are
didn't
you
keep
happen.
talking
going
about?
back to the club thing. That's what
I've
that's what
never
we're
let's
saying.
seen
move
it.
Well,
off the
just in
club and
general,
try to
I've
go
never
with
had a dude
another.
call any of that out ever. So like this
Yeah.
That's
scenario
my
is just
point.
something.
That's my whole point.
Hold on. Let's try to pivot to a different example than the club, because I believe probably this does happen in certain areas, right? But like both sexes touch each other in the club
Yeah.
pretty regularly, and there's like a tit for
That's what I
tat that
was
goes on
thinking.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Can you think of a better
does
example,
ratio
Mint?
does
Sorry.
ratio matter?
Your mic is
You're
really
roboting.
flipping. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can think of one that's not sexual,
It
but
is.
have you ever like known this girl? Usually like this is more of a juvenile thing, but the girl that kind of hasn't really understood that even though she's a woman, like she still has some strength behind her punch, and she'll be joking around with a guy and she'll punch him really hard. She'll just go at it, and I also have noticed like that guys in that situation are really reluctant to say anything.
Well, I think again, a lot of this harkens back to for both men and women, harkens back to, patriarchy is, the patriarchy is the reason why men feel as though they cannot be vulnerable even around like, other men and even when or not even necessarily like men's safe spaces because I really don't see a lot of like, cis hetero male like necessarily like safe spaces for cis hetero men that are advertised as like, oh, this is a safe space for you to come out about this, that, and the other. So I think a large part of it is, us dismantling these patriarchal norms and getting men to feel more, comfortable. And I think that starts with, men understanding that, men having emotions is completely fine. I think that's like a big step in like the right direction to help, at the very least mitigate these problems. Just getting men to understand. Sorry, just getting men to understand that like, vulnerability is completely because I've never been the kind of man to like mince my emotions. If I'm sad, like everybody around me is gonna know I'm fucking sad. If I'm angry, everybody around me is gonna know I'm fucking angry, and et cetera, with each emotion that I have. But like I know that not every man is like me because I've just kind of grown up like, well, fuck standards, male standards and shit like that. Like I'm not gonna buy by that. I'm not gonna hold my emotions just for the approval of a group of people. Like,
So
it's been easier for me, but I would like to help that. I would like to get that to be easier for other men.
So-
there's something that we haven't really acknowledged there, right? So, like, a big question that I feel like we've been begging for a while now is why do people feel uncomfortable when their boundaries get crossed, right? So, a lot of the time, people can cross their boundaries, and like depending on the situation, you can just go, oh, no worries, it's okay. Like I know you didn't mean to, and that's all right. Generally speaking, when you're in like a social setting, say a club again, we use that example. If a man is coming onto a woman too strongly, the woman feels uncomfortable. Why? Because they know if that man wants it, generally speaking, they can take it, right? The only thing that's going to stop them is other people in the area, right? The average man probably can rape the average woman, right? And conversely, like I use myself as an example, right? I'm 6'3". Most of the time when I go into a club, I get my bum pinched, right? And it's usually by a woman. And do you know what? That doesn't threaten me. Do you know why? Because I'm 6'3", right? I'll fucking bury any woman that tries to assault me. It's not going to happen, right? That's why there is like a clear difference there. So, like saying that, like,
Really? What if we're
I
talking
like.
about
I
the
just want to say I
vampire
like the
from
flexes.
Resident
Like it
Evil?
was like
I'm not trying.
that was fun. I like that. No, I'm just bugging you. I'm just
I know.
bugging
I
you.
know. I'm not
But
trying
you
to.
I
don't.
got a real question for you.
No,
though.
you're very
don't have to
accurate
feel
in
set.
regards to hold on. So you're very accurate in regards to that threat level being very different for men and women, but you're also leaving out the fact that during these situations, especially when it comes to rape and assault, there are different types of responses. So men can actually freeze as well and have this stuff happen to them. So I think that's really important.
So
to bring up.
I'm moving on to this, right? So
Okay.
So
sorry.
Yes, I understand, right? And that can still make people uncomfortable. I understand that like a boundary is still being crossed there, but like you've got to acknowledge that there's specifically different inferences coming from these actions, right? And there's specifically like the parties receiving these actions are specifically different, right? That doesn't be like, right, women, you can just grope men as much as you like because, a man can beat you up at the end of the day. Obviously, we should be respectful of each other's boundaries. That's quite obvious. But the idea that a man crossing a woman's boundaries and a woman crossing a man's boundaries are backed up by the same consequences is wrong. These are like fundamentally different principles.
Yeah.
Well,
There's different
if you
levels of
just
threat and threat of harm.
yeah,
Your
but
mic is good now,
if you just use the pinch on the butt example, yeah. But if you get to like domestic violence, I think that same type of entitlement of the woman being able to cross the man boundaries, like we always tell our little boys, never hit a woman, never hit a woman. But how often do we tell women don't hit men? Like you almost never hear that.
Yeah.
Like
Obviously, we should,
I was.
This should also
But
be the case, right? Like, just because I can fucking like beat up most women, that doesn't mean I should, and that
What,
doesn't mean
what are all these
No,
really
that's not
weird?
what
What are
I'm
all these
saying.
really weird scenarios? Like, I don't know many people that are like, oh, you can go hit other people as a parent in general, and if they are, it's more of I actually tell my daughter she
Well,
can
the
defend
point
herself
here,
at
right?
any time.
The
Like,
reason why
what are these weird scenarios?
the reason why you
That's
give
not-
weird
no one said-
the reason why you give weird extreme scenarios is because if you're wanting to be consistent, when it's pulled to an extreme extent, it should be true the principle that you're vying for than for a smaller extent. So extremes are really helpful
Exactly,
in
but he's
figuring out what your
assuming- yeah, but
position
he's
is
assuming
to
what those
make sure that you're
extremes are.
consistent across the entire extent.
I think
right?
given the extreme, we all tell our little boys don't hit women, but no one tells their little girls don't hit men. How is that extreme?
Okay, sorry. Okay, I misheard that.
I mean, I just go by the whole idea of, and I get what you're saying about, we tell our little boys not to hit women, but we don't tell, our little girls the same thing. Like, I'm just like, because a lot of people that tend to be, anti-feminist will bring that up a lot of the time, and they'll say, well, can I hit a girl then? And I'm like, well, maybe you just shouldn't hit anybody. That's just my general response. Like, maybe we should just, embrace each other, kindness.
I think
Consensual embracing.
I think it
understand
comes
this.
back basically to what Sneaky said before, though, which is that there's a different level of duty of care for men because there is a different threat of harm, right? Men are capable of harming
The capacity
women
for
much more easily.
violence is like
Far
starkly
greater.
different in most cases, right? So like again, like it's not like a woman can't beat up a man or like they can't inflict like great harm on a man or anything like that. But specifically when we're talking about these sort of flirtatious scenarios where we're sort of like in this gray zone of consent, right, and not the extremes of like domestic abuse or anything like that. The stakes are very different for a woman than they are a man.
The issue I have with that, like I kind of alluded to a similar thing at the very beginning, of I think we have like this instinctive and somewhat logical like response that a woman being forcibly penetrated by a man is, we kind of know that that is really terrifying,
Mm-hmm.
in a way that a woman forcing herself on a man just isn't. But going so far as to say that this relates to a duty of care is where I have the issue. I don't see like the direct connection there.
Well, like I say, right, so generally speaking, we shouldn't be crossing each other's boundaries. But inevitably, this is going to happen, right? We're going to cross each other's boundaries. The issue lies in how far we overstep them and how far we perceive that overstep based on the worst case outcome of that overstep, right? So again, I'm going to have to, right? If I'm a single person, I have to flirt with women, right? I have to like try and get their attention somehow, right? I have to engage with them in some manner or another, right? And I may overstep the boundaries, right? Even unintentionally. I'm a good guy, right? I never raped anyone. I have no intent to rape anyone. But the point is that I have to engage in these things, and I have to I may overstep these boundaries sometimes. Everybody may overstep these boundaries sometimes. You know, even a woman can do it. But the fundamental difference is if I overstep this boundary, even in very good spirit, it's much, much scarier, right? The stakes are much, much higher. And thus the duty of care is more important, right?
But you would agree that the punishment for a man sexually assaulting a woman should be the same as the punishment for a woman who sexually assaults a man,
oh, yeah,
right?
Yeah, I mean, they both commit the same crime. Yeah.
For like cases, that is.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but that's just part of the problem, though, is that it's hard to have a like case between a man and a woman in these same crimes because they're intrinsically different scenarios because of the different duty of care.
See, debate, man, but isn't that just any interaction at that point then with a man and a woman?
Well,
not just overstepping boundaries. Just me interacting with a woman is scarier because I can do more harm.
Yeah, I guess so. But like in most cases, like for example, like this is true of like other scenarios, like for example,
where violence is concerned, anyway.
Yeah, but like I think more specifically when it comes down to sort of like trying to garner the attention of someone, or like trying to engage in some sort of like sexual activity with someone, it's like scarier, right? Like if you're getting a heated debate over like taxes, it's very unlikely that the man's gonna like start throwing punches at the woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. Is the man a libertarian? I'm kidding.
We have to.
Yeah, then he's being.
Don't hurt me.
We have to figure out how to navigate this with the line of, first of all, the likelihood of stranger assault to anyone is extremely low, but particularly to women. Almost all cases of violence against women typically happens to people by people that they know. And so we have to like do this duty. I understand men saying there's a level of duty care and stuff like that because there is this necessary tension when any woman interacts with any man of being like, there's a decent probability that he's going to be more physically powerful than me, right? Unless I have some sort of like weapon that is going to like tip the scales in my favor, right? That he doesn't have. But then we also run into really tricky things where boundaries aren't clear, right? The idea of like, well, we shouldn't overstep anyone's boundaries. That's a good idea, and I like at a general broad, I'd be like, of course I agree with that. The problem that we get into in these like really ambiguous sexual relationships, particularly in relationships where they're your first time meeting, you've known each other for 2 hours, is that boundaries are incredibly unclear. They vary between different people. There are absolutely women or people who are more often pursued that are going to say things like, chase me, push me harder. I want it to be a little bit romantic. I like the tension. I don't want to tell you explicitly what I want. I want you to guess and be right. There's
Don't
that.
give up.
And then there's other people on the other side who've had really oftentimes negative experience that are like, I don't want any of that shit. Don't come at me if I don't ask. I'm going to give you explicit consent when I want to. Otherwise, kind of fuck off, right? And there's everything in between those two. And so, like, obviously, respecting each other's boundaries is a good idea, but then how do you manage that when especially let's say you're in a club, right? You're both intoxicated, so your impulse control is down the toilet. Your ability to read the social setting, down the toilet, by and large, right? And both of you are like drunk, right? And you don't know this person very well. You don't know their history. You don't know if this woman has sexual assault history. You don't know if the man has sexual assault history. And so I'm definitely for these conversations, but I think they don't like I don't know if society's ready even yet to give practical solutions, but it's not a practical solution for these vague situations that come up, particularly with sexual, like the sexual emancipation and the amount of sexual freedom we have within our culture, which I'm for. But there's issues that come up with it because before, when we go like way back to super traditional relationships, consent was given basically around marriage, and there was like some creepy shit going on with like if you're married, it's just always implied consent at all times, which is problematic. But there was a lot less stranger engagement, right? You can read somebody better if you've been in a relationship with them for 3 months, if you're not drunk. And there's a massive amount of sexual assaults that are reported where both the victim and the perpetrator are drunk. And we don't know how to deal with these situations at all as a society or even how to talk about them.
That's what I mean. Like we're gonna cross these boundaries, right? It's inevitable because you can't just know the other person's boundaries, right? You have to cross the boundary to find out where that boundary is in the first place, right? And then that person's response to it may be like, "You're a rapist, get your hands off me," or it might be like, "Hey, this is making me a little bit uncomfortable. You can like slow down or like go in another direction or blah blah blah." And like
I have a
we get this very
proposal.
sort of we get this like very one-sided sort of depiction of these things, right? Like somebody may cross a boundary, may innocently do so, and then be labeled a rapist, sexual assault, blah blah blah. They claim of like, well, I thought she was into it, or I thought he was into it. Could be legitimate, right? It is possible to misread these things, and thus we like the gray zone is grayer than initially thought,
Yeah.
right? And it's very hard to sort of determine what is just in these cases.
And in that case, it's actually both the victim and the perpetrator's perspectives that they might feel, I thought they were into it, and the victim might legitimately feel, I wasn't into it, I froze, and I felt like I was assaulted, right?
Mhm.
Both of those things can be true at the same time, and we don't know how to deal with that, right? At all. That's why when we see these like social media narratives, going back to like again the original topic, these social media narratives, it's just black or white, bad or good, nothing in between, pure holy victim or pure evil bad perpetrator, and nothing in between. And often it's never as clear cut as that. In certain cases, obviously like with abuse and stuff like that, it's clear cut, but majority of cases it's not.
I mean, black and white thinking is like a disease. It's a blight on humanity, and it seems to have gotten worse somehow. I don't know when that started or why. My only proposal, and like this is a joke, but I genuinely can't think of anything else, would be a formalized etiquette book. Everybody, when they're growing up, gets a pamphlet of formalized etiquette on like how to convey
standardize
their
society. You're trying to
Yes.
standardize society. It's not gonna work.
That's the only way that I can think of.
It's not gonna. You can't
It's
standardize society.
it's very
Like,
complicated. I'm not gonna like say that I know how to do this.
I mean, it's not often you get to use this correctly, but this is very 1984. There we go. I did it, boys. All right, I did it.
Oh boy.
No, it's just a
I
list
think
of
it's more like
suggestions.
1894. Okay, give it some
Right.
credit.
Yeah, I mean,
Sounds
I
like
don't
a good
know.
idea to
Could I
me.
just
Wait.
ask a
So-
question to Sneaky
By all
Debate
means.
Man on something that he said earlier?
Yeah, go ahead.
Where you said like you walk into a club or something and girls pinch your ass, but you're 6'3", so you can defend yourself. So that's kind of okay. But then later you then said, but I do want to treat all sexual assault between women and men the same. So is it okay to punch women's ass in clubs, or is that
Well,
bad?
like my specific point is that like it's not okay to do so, but this like the threat of doing so, or like the worst implied action of doing so, is like something that I could deal with, right? It's like not actually that big of a problem to me. Whereas to somebody much smaller, obviously it is. So like a lot.
Sure.
Yeah, well, yeah,
So
but I had,
like-
I
like-
had
like
six
in the
questions.
case-
Can I just
with-
take that one step further for you?
So in
Which is,
in the case
let's
with
say,
crime, that we look at the outcome of the crime, right? Like the intent of the crime, and the outcome of that crime is like I'm fine with it because it doesn't really bother me. Whereas the other way around, the outcome of it is well, it's not really okay because it does quite bother them.
so are you saying it shouldn't be punished the same way, or it shouldn't be looked at the same way? What's the point in bringing this up?
Well, I mean,
I think what he was trying to say, if you don't mind me interjecting, I think what he was trying to say is that while he does not necessarily feel threatened by, the majority of women that may try to assault him because of his stature, it should still the sexual assault and the way in which we look at it, should be looked at the same, regardless of it's still assault, is what I think he's trying to say. It's like even though, is that
Yeah.
like Did I?
Yeah,
Okay.
like I said, like I feel like stealing like $1 from a billionaire should be very different than stealing $1 from a homeless man, right?
But
Like
it's
they're both
still
still
theft.
stealing.
Well, you're
Yeah.
saying it's
I
not
mean,
the
right?
same.
What I'm saying, they're both still stealing, so they're the same in that respect. But like, obviously, the effect of your crime there is vastly different.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's better
The impact on the
to
victim is
So
different.
raping
it's
men isn't a
better
big
to-
deal.
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying.
So I'm
No,
I just want to ask.
It's the
first, so
equivalent
better-
of stealing $1 from a billionaire, according to you.
Wait.
No.
What? No.
No, it's
That's-
it's a
just
matter
not as
of it's
bad.
a matter of extent, right? So like if you
Yeah.
know Sabrina pinches Sneaky Debate Man's butt in a club, it's not that big of a deal, specifically in that situation, even though it's bad because the negative outcome that can come of it is relatively low on the victim, right? But if
Yes.
like Gina Carano walked up and pinched like what's his name, Galifianakis, whatever.
I don't know.
Galifianakis's butt in a club and was like persistent and stuff. We could get into weird scenarios there, right? Because Gina Carano is a woman, but is much bigger and stronger than Andy Galifianakis.
That guy.
Give up.
That guy,
But-
right?
so
and so it's
can
a
I just
matter
ask
of
one
extent,
question?
generally speaking, not applied to every scenario and across the human species, which is a sexually dimorphic species. One sex tends to be bigger and larger and stronger, and the other is not, right? So, but let's hear the duelists, your extent, the new thing you were going to raise. Let's get on to that.
I just have one question, and I'd like Sneaky Debate Man to answer this instead of somebody else answering it for him. Actually, but
was a good answer,
my
though. I agree with that
question
answer.
is just so if there's a woman who's open carrying, pinching her butt is equivocally the same as pinching like a 6'3" man's butt, right? Because it can't lead to anything. Like she has the ability to defend herself there. That's a lesser crime.
Yeah, definitely. I would. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, if you're gonna pinch somebody who's like much bigger than you, like, yeah, clearly the outcome is not the same there.
So
I mean, like,
Yeah,
now we're getting
this is
into
the
like
but this
really
is the problem
weird
with. But yeah, but this is the problem with
situation.
having these type of conversations is that it's not the fact that you assaulted someone is well this person was bigger, so the assault really didn't matter that much. Like this is the whole reason we have this conversation of when women assaulting men not being taken seriously, because it's like, oh, she was smaller than you, she
No.
wasn't as strong as you, so
that doesn't
what?
mean
It's
that,
not that
again,
big. It's not as big of a deal as if you
No,
assaulted her.
I do think it's not as big of a deal, but that doesn't mean to say it's still not like bad, right? It should still not be engaged in.
If
Yeah,
you
but-
understand when you say it that way, you give a lot of lenience to other people making different arguments, and it doesn't help your argument in any way. It doesn't help your argument to say all sexual assault is bad. But guys, okay, let me tell you about this one form of sexual assault. Okay, if you do it on a guy or something, it's bad. Yeah, obviously that's what I'm saying. But I mean, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know what I mean? Like it's not quite as bad. It doesn't lead to the same
I think it's
results,
perfectly
so-
reasonable to say that this thing is bad, but some forms of it are worse than others. I think it's a completely normal and reasonable things to say.
Yeah, but
long as you don't
if you were
backtrack
talking about different things, I would agree with you. But if
Yeah,
we're
they are
going to
different
run
things.
down if we're going to go down the rabbit hole of a woman can pinch a man's butt and a man can pinch a woman's butt, and we need to treat these things differently in society, we're always going to have this like huge like sexist patriarchal, because we're holding up that ideology that one is a lesser thing where they're both doing the exact same thing to the other person.
Physical
think
capability
it's-
doesn't make people lesser or worse on a human level. That's not real.
Exactly.
Also, fundamentally, our legal system is founded on a principle that's similar to this. In
Yeah,
most cases,
escalation of force is one of them.
escalation of force, and also, most things are tried, at least in the United States, is tried based on intent, which is basically like, oh, did you mean to do this or did you mean to do this? If you meant to do one thing versus the other thing, your crime is fundamentally different when the exact same result came about. So
I want to say
No, that's not. No, I'm talking about if no, that's not anything what I said. If the woman had the same intent and did something to a man, and the man had the exact same intent and did it to the woman, you're saying it should be treated differently. That's what I'm saying. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't think that's what he's saying at all. I think he's saying that like
He's saying one is not as bad as the other.
So he's drawing this
well-
weird line where he's saying, let's treat them the same, but hey, we all know these are different. Which
we
is
do.
it's just
We do know they're different.
Then why are we treating them the same?
Yeah,
Well,
why
we're
are we
not
treating them the same?
Because it's still the act. Because the action is still a crime. Like it's still you still
yeah.
could. It's still
Well,
bad.
should it be a crime?
Well,
Yeah,
hold on,
should it be a
right,
crime?
right. So I'll clarify, right? The same is in yes, they fall under the same category, yes,
Okay.
but the degree in which to which they are bad is clearly different.
Okay, so if you got to decide what the punishments for these things are, or if these were even crimes in the first place, would you divvy out the punishments for these two things equally, or would you stand by your these are very different things? They should
Right,
probably be punished.
again, it would
differently?
depend on the outcome of these like crimes and like the intent of the perpetrator.
Oh well, let's just say it has a completely neutral outcome across the board.
Yeah, then yeah, if it's
So
completely
that you
neutral
can.
across the board, then yeah. But like that's not how it is because like we exist.
Yes.
What can I say? We live in a society.
Yes, in what way? Yes to what?
I mean, so the outcome of pinching a woman's club in some bar, she's probably going to be really quite afraid of you, right? Unless she's into it, right? And the outcome of pinching a man's bum in a club is, well, they're probably going to be okay with it, right? So clearly,
But what if the man isn't? What if the man isn't okay with it? That's the whole.
I think the term that nobody has said yet that everybody's really looking for is power dynamic. I think that's
Well,
what's
no,
going
you're
on
looking
here.
for toxic masculinity here. This is like a feminist.
No, it's power
talking point
dynamics,
where it's
right.
kind of like, you have to be okay with like a woman pinching your ass.
I didn't say you have to be
No,
okay
I
with
think
it.
Yeah,
it's
okay, hold on.
just-
What is with all these weird words being put in
I never
people's
said
mouths,
that.
right? This whole
I never said
conversation
that.
is about a matter of extents, right? The reason it's different, generally, but not always, as we gave the example of specifically, Andy and Gina versus Sneaky and Random Girl, is because what happens is different, right? So we treat it differently when it happens differently, when it will necessarily happen differently between two different people because of a difference in power. Right?
And you keep saying, oh, you think it's okay when this happens. No, I repeatedly keep saying both cases are bad. One is just worse than the other.
Yeah.
Okay, but one
Absolutely.
isn't worse than the other.
Okay, but in the eye of the law versus you've got law, and he's I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm pretty sure I've explicitly heard Sneaky Debate Man say multiple times that in the eye of the law, he thinks they're both crimes, and you should treat them both as equal crimes. What he's
But
saying,
that's the-
but there, wait.
Yeah, but he
There's a
doesn't want
wait. There's a difference though between the law and social like evaluation and social shaming.
Normativity.
Like there's absolutely a difference between these things, and it's
Okay, but the
you're
issue
allowed
is
to be
the
different
people
here and
doing
the
these
same
things
here.
are people. No, but the people who decide these laws and the people who decide the punishment, they're people. So you have people carrying these same type of mindsets, and this is why when the police get called out to an assault and the woman's the perpetrator, did she really hit you? We won't take it seriously. But when a woman calls the police on a man, he gets taken to jail because the people.
But this has nothing to do with the law.
laws
This
hold
has
these
nothing to do with the law.
biases.
This has
Wait,
nothing
can
to
I
do
ask
with
a
the law.
You're
This
actually
has
kind
to
of
do.
making the argument. You're making the argument for Sneaky
This
because
is-
what you're
this has
alluding
gone
to.
down-
Hang on. One second. What you're alluding to is that there's a structural like gender inequality kind of like in our society, right? Like as somebody else mentioned earlier, we tend to like view like these like gender norms and attributes as being something like just kind of like built in and inherent in men because of the physical prowess of men, et cetera, but this kind of ignores like the gender inequality. What you're referring to in that situation of the police is that there is a culture of like gender. There's a structural like even if it's like a loose like abstract structure, there's still like a superstructure of this culture surrounding like men and women. And his example, like you're inadvertently making his point, because in his point in the club, this is also what we see. We see the super like the cultural like superstructure being an influence on the evaluations of the situations, right? So I think it's great that you made the police example, but you should realize that you're actually just arguing for Sneaky's point.
No, that's no. That's the
This
point.
is-
The point I made from the beginning is that we treat it differently, but we shouldn't. So I know I wasn't making his point. I was just showing how we treat it
culturally,
differently.
right? So culturally, we treat it differently, but as a goal, we don't try to treat it differently under the law because they are largely the same. Even though there are different things like the culture surrounding the inequality and that the evaluation of these things is different, they are still in abstract the same act.
Yeah, but
Can I
don't
wait,
like
Duelist, can I ask you,
alternate-
Duelist?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? And Noodle and Lemonade, because I think you guys are on similar viewpoints here. If we take the example that you guys are talking about, where Sneaky's like, he's a really tall man, he gets his ass pinched, and then a woman gets her ass pinched by a man. If we just look at the outcomes of those two scenarios, which one do you think leads to a more negative outcome?
More often.
More often. Yeah, on average, when that happens, which one leads to a more negative outcome?
in today's current society?
In general. You can say shirt
Well,
today.
Well, so
This
the difference here is that I would be advocating for a society in which the outcome would be neutral. Like the outcome for both parties would be bad.
In
I
this
would
world,
be
is it also?
advocating for that kind of society.
No.
Where it is
We'll
just
already
as
say it's
bad.
bad. We're already in the agreement that it's bad. I'm just asking
Okay.
which one leads to more negative outcomes. That's all I'm
Yeah.
asking.
I'm advocating for a society in which they would lead to the same amount of outcomes.
Okay, so you're telling me you would live in a society where men and women are equally as powerful? Is that the side, like they're all like physically exactly the same?
Let's feminize all the men.
See,
Okay.
I feel like that's the only way
hold
you're
on,
going to
hold
get
on,
this.
hold on. I'm sorry to
I
interrupt,
don't
Jay.
think
the win.
I
Can
don't
you elaborate on what you
it's very easy. I'm sorry, but I reject the idea that it's very easy to lead from pinching a girl's ass in a club to rape.
I'm not
I
saying
see
we're
those
not-
as like
Whoa.
completely
We don't.
out of connected.
Where did the
things.
goalposts go? What the fuck?
So we're just talking about the act of this. The amount of scaredness that they can
Mhm.
have from the other person should be this. It should be based on their physical ability.
Are you going to be more scared? Are you going to be more scared if a tiny? Are you going to be more scared if a 5-foot woman pinches your ass or a 7-foot man pinches your ass? Which one's going to make you more scared?
I don't think it's fair
So
to.
is the act of scaring
let's let
someone
him
the
answer
reason
the
why
question.
something
Let him
is
answer.
illegal?
I have no idea.
You don't have any idea which one's going to be more scary because that's dishonest.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the. I'm sorry,
Your mic's
but
messed up.
Kind of depends on
No,
the
no,
context.
No, come on.
Look,
If
we
that's
don't need
the
to.
only
don't-
context that I have,
You're
then
not.
obviously
You guys can
the
fix
7
this
foot man would be
disagreement with
more
just some
scary,
really
but-
precise language, right? So, like, all you'd have to say, for example, is there is a correlation between fear and trauma, right? And you could say that there is a certain amount of fear that is its own trauma, but then you could also say that sexual assault is traumatic regardless of fear. Like, you don't actually have to fear for your life, because essentially what you're saying is if a woman's not in fear for her life, she's somehow less of a victim. Like what you're saying is,
I'm just giving that as an example. I'm just using it as like a marker that we could look at.
No, he's making a really good point. I wanted to say the same thing.
Yeah, so this is why, like, we started this initial conversation off on why men don't want to bring this up, because just the way this conversation has been going, we laugh at it, that we would take it just as seriously that a man would feel violated to the same extent that a woman would be violated if a man pinched her. This whole conversation that we're having, we're saying that they're not equal. So this is why when a man brings it up in a forum or wherever the case may be, and the reason why he wouldn't want to bring it up, because it's not as serious as if it happened to a woman.
Okay, so the problem here though is that you guys are saying that Sneaky is that guy on the forum saying if a guy gets his ass touched by a girl and he doesn't like it or whatever, he's a pussy. Sneaky didn't say that, right? Sneaky had a much more reasonable take than that.
I'll bite the bullet. I'll bite the bullet, right? Yes, I
I
think
don't
if you're a
Sneaky would
dude,
have.
I'll bite the bullet, right? I'll bite the bullet, right? I'm chewing the bullet. I'm eating a whole bowl of bullets.
Don't
right?
do this to us, Sneaky.
Sorry, I'm not-
We're gonna get stuck on this for so long.
I like
His actual opinion. He was just afraid to say it earlier.
This is such a bad conversation.
Chill out. I'm not gonna say that like men are pussies for like not liking getting like abused or whatever. Right? I'm not gonna say that. Don't worry. Right, but yes, I will bite the bullet and say yes. I think as a man, you have less to fear and less to be traumatized about if you get like touched inappropriately than a woman, right? Generally speaking, okay. That doesn't mean, and I'll say this very explicitly, right? Doesn't mean it's okay. Doesn't mean you should be afraid to talk about it. All right. That doesn't mean that we can't change things.
But that exact line of thinking is why people wouldn't want to talk about it,
because
you have
there are worse things.
line of
Because there are
thinking.
worse. I'm sorry, there are worse things. Thus, I can't admit that this was bad. What the fuck kind of logic is
why
that?
Why
is it?
It's okay. So wait,
That's
no.
a weird thing to say. Don't you get that?
Sorry,
It's
what?
like saying
I didn't hear
it's
that.
like starting something off by saying like, "Hey, you know what? Women would be better in the kitchen, and they'd be way happier in there, and it'd be great if they don't have jobs." But I'm not saying that that's a good thing, and I'm not saying I advocate for that, and I'm not saying that should be the way that we do things in society. It's just a very sneaky thing. Like once you've already
If I say it's
said,
better, if I say
once
it's
you've
better, then I
already
am
said
saying it'd
those
be a good thing.
things first, you can't say, "But I don't know, we shouldn't do anything about it."
Sorry, what? So again, right? So I don't know how you've like managed to construe this, right? This thing is bad. There are varying extents as to which this is bad. Generally, women are on the worst side of these extents, and men are on the better side of these extents, right? But this thing is bad. We acknowledge this thing is bad. People should not do the thing that is bad, and people should not be afraid to talk about bad experiences.
That's irrelevant from a case-to-case basis, though.
Biting the bullet.
Okay. Let me ask a question. Let me ask a quick question. Okay. So for all the men in chat, what is the first thing? If let's say you're walking in the club, right? Let's go back to what Sigi said, right? And a woman like walks up and pinches you on your butt. What is the first thing that goes through your mind? Be honest.
Nice.
Exactly.
Okay. Next.
If a woman randomly grabs my genitals, I'm going to be very fucking upset about that. So
that's fair.
I'm going to feel
nice.
extremely uncomfortable and violated from that.
You're allowed to be. You're allowed to be, and you're allowed to express your discomfort.
Are you thinking when she grabs your ass or grabs your genitals or whatever? Are you thinking, today I might get hurt?
I'm thinking my personal space is being violated.
I just did get hurt.
There we go, right? There we go,
and
right?
Emotionally.
You've just admitted the varying degrees you're thinking, right? This makes me uncomfortable. I feel like very unpleasant in this situation. The woman is thinking, this man's gonna rape me. I might die tonight.
But I think the same thing.
No,
if you
you
had
gotta speak
fucking
for yourself on that, bro. You
like
can't
the
just-
mountain comes up and does it to me.
You've
or you have like a
inadvertently
5-foot
bitten the
girl.
bullet. You're like chewing the bullet, and you don't even realize you got bits of bullet in your teeth, and you haven't fucking come to that conclusion yet.
Yeah, I actually totally disagree though. Like, here's the thing: I recognize that a woman can experience more fear and therefore more trauma proportional to the fear. The threat of violence is the true source of that. But outside of that, I don't think that having testosterone makes you like less inclined to feel like have it like. Sorry, my connection dropped there for half a second. Sorry, I don't think that having testosterone makes it so that you're necessarily like less likely to feel victimized because someone's violated your boundaries. And I think we're just probably now. It might have something to do with the fact that we're conditioned, and I'm going to sound cliche, but a little bit from toxic masculinity for belittling our own emotions. Because the truth is, it probably would make most men feel really like angry that they're being disrespected, and they would probably be like programmed to laugh it off.
Yeah, that's fine, man. That's bad.
Not gonna
right?
lie, the thing about the toxic masculinity and like not coping with emotions, I kind of said that earlier.
Yeah, that's bad, right? Like, if you're uncomfortable by this and you feel like, hey, I really did enjoy this, it like traumatized me to some degree, do you know what? That's fine, man, all right? Somebody pushed your boundaries, you didn't like that. That's okay, right? You should talk about that. You should be encouraged to talk about that. And women should not cross men's boundaries in those cases, all right? But when you're walking home at night and you see a woman walking on the same side of the street as you behind you, you're not scared for your life, okay? And there's a very good reason for that.
Shouldn't be scared for their life either.
Yes, but they are, right? Maybe they shouldn't be, but they are.
Well, can I ask why? Can I ask why should? Can I hold on 1 second. Can I ask why shouldn't they be? This isn't like a get you. I just want to get where you're coming from. Why shouldn't they be afraid for their lives?
Because, okay, well, for a start, the chances of something happening is incredibly low. Okay, just from like, the idea of like a man going behind, and when you take these odds, it's the same reason why we don't look at black people and we go, well, he's a thief. I don't want to leave my bicycle around this black guy right here because I know that there's a statistically higher chance of this black guy stealing my bicycle than a white guy. I don't like the idea that I have to look at the gender of someone and their skin color when I'm walking down the street, or defend a girl looking at the gender and skin color of someone looking down the street and being like, are they more likely to commit a crime against me? That's just not the way that you should treat individuals on an individual level. Yes.
Okay, but like, can I ask you? Are you? I'm not trying to get racist here, but are you white by chance? Okay, so but see, that's the thing. That's like a privilege that a lot of white men have to view the world in that way. Unfortunately, and this might ruffle the feathers of a lot of people in chat, of a lot of people listening to this right now, but marginalized groups that are non-white do not have that luxury, because whenever we have taken, whenever we have gone, oh, well, this one might not hurt me, guess what? We end up getting hurt. And that's just how it is. I'm sorry, but that's how a lot of things happen for a lot of people.
But these are the kinds of things that you need to
pack of guys and treat it like a guy treats a pack of girls. Like, it's 12. Imagine it's 2 a.m. You're making a shortcut across the park. there's 5 people, and it's either a group of 5 girls or 5 guys, and they're walking up on you in hoodies. I'm not saying the girls aren't gonna be scary, because you're gonna be like, why are they all wearing hoodies? Maybe it's cold.
I have one basic question for.
Sorry, can I just follow up my the question I asked before, really quick? Hold on, I had a line of questioning I wanted to go down. Can I just finish it? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So probability is the reason why you say that women shouldn't be afraid at night.
I'm saying the
just
statistical
answer.
chance
Probability,
is
right?
low enough that
the what
there
chance?
isn't the
Statistical.
the probability is low enough that
Probability.
they shouldn't be afraid.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the problem there though is that like we aren't like machines, right? We're not governed by probability. That's not how we make all of our decisions. Like if we were machines governed by probability, maybe this like weird thing would happen where we'd have like that ecological fallacy or whatever, and we would be more afraid of black people, and women would be more afraid of men, or blah blah blah, and this that and the other sort of thing. But it's like human beings just don't work like that.
Yeah,
that's
why I'm
exactly
trying
how
to
they work.
advocate. That's why I'm trying to advocate for people to act a little bit more like that. For people to be like, if 99.99% of men aren't rapists, maybe I shouldn't treat every single man at night on the street as a rapist. Like that's just the behavior that I'm advocating.
It's a really bad framing.
Okay, but like that's just not how people work. That's just not how people work. Sorry, people are governed by fear.
They said the exact same about black people, and we managed to integrate them into society in most places around the world without too many issues. Okay?
I mean, ask a black person if they feel super integrated late at night walking down an alley. Do black people here, do you guys feel like that's actually been accurately done? Because I don't know. I just don't feel like that's an accurate thing to say at all.
I think you all know what he's meaning to say. I think we should move on.
I don't actually
agree. Let's move on. This is getting boring.
All right, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to point out.
Here's why
well, firstly,
here's why that's not true, right?
Oh, but hold on, Eli. Yeah, I want to Eli the truth. Like, don't move on. If you guys have something to say on this, then don't move on.
Okay, so like I as a black man living in modern day America, I don't feel that this has been integrated very well. I really don't. Like the other day, I had I will never forget this, and I don't give a fuck if they hear me. Really, I've had and my fiance remembers this. A couple months ago, I had my downstairs neighbors lock their car door when I was near it. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I live in the same building as you. What the fuck? If I was going to steal from you, I would have done it a long fucking time ago.
Do you think that's a good thing or
this
a bad
has not
thing?
been integrated.
And he's arguing that people shouldn't do that.
Hang on.
So just hold on.
Literally, just do you think that's a good thing?
I'm a black person here, so we're going to listen to them, and then white people can go on afterwards. Truth. Go ahead afterwards.
Oh, okay.
No. Eli, finish your point, and then Truth can go, and then white people can go afterwards.
But and this is something I don't think a lot of the people in here that are fighting against me and Sneaky's point here is, again, power dynamics in these situations. Yeah, you don't want people to think that way. Well, guess what? We think of ways in which we can protect ourselves and prolong our existence, prolong our lives. And if that means that I have to take a little bit of precaution, like it's not even necessarily that I'm, that the woman who's like crossing the street when she sees a man coming her way is necessarily even like, doing anything negative to that man. She's just, I'm getting out of your way, like just in case, because the one time you don't, like, it could be that time that you end up getting assaulted. It's not necessarily that it's all men, but it's just that it's enough. It's not that it's all white people. It's enough white people. Sorry if that makes a few people uncomfortable, but it's just how things work right now.
So Eli, so what you're saying is this is the same reason why women shouldn't wear short skirts.
Guys.
Wait, what?
Truth.
Bruh.
So,
Modest is hottest.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Beautifully said, by the way. Beautifully said. Totally agree. And and just as a comparison, right? Like, because I heard it like, oh, that's like saying that. It's like, first of all, don't do that. Like, unless you're black, don't say that's like something black. Like, that is so uncomfortable every time I hear that. But anyway,
it's so fucking uncomfortable.
You don't have the perspective to even say that. So it's just like, it's not that you don't have an opinion, but you're not black. So like, you think a black person wants to hear you say that for them? Like, probably not.
Exactly.
But,
wait, what are you talking? What are you referring to?
When someone said like, telling a woman that she's allowed to cross the street because she fears for her life is like, imagine crossing your street because you fear a black person. And I love the way Neil flipped it on the other side. Like, well, no, it's honestly, black people might avoid white people for that same reason. So like, if we're being honest, if we're being honest, like the number one persecutor and oppressor of black people has been white people. Last time I checked, there was no black KKK. Like people just live in this weird fantasy where like it's mostly created by the media, where it's like, oh, the big bad black man out to get you. But the reality for most black people is like, we remember our mom telling us at a young age to watch out, because so I don't even want to get into it. And so the reality is 90% of violent crime is committed by men. 90% of violent crime. And the that shows that the few times women are committing violent crime, they're almost always outliers, and they're rarely committing it to themselves. They're usually doing it to their boyfriend or something.
And
So
who
it's
are
like,
90% of violent crime victims?
If I could
Men.
actually,
Men.
if I could, okay,
So-
and so,
hold on.
what's your point?
It's perpetrated by other men, though.
I guarantee
Yeah,
if you look up,
I agree.
I guarantee if you look up certain statistics on like sexual assault and with who's the victim in the majority of the cases, you're gonna find women are more often than not the victim of men. I guarantee if you talk to the women in your life and you have a real heart to heart, not an inquiry, but a heart to heart, they'll tell you about all kinds of. I've heard fucking. I think almost every single woman I've ever had a deep conversation with on the subject has told me at least one or multiple instances of their sexual assault or just weirdness, or even a boss being really perverted, or just, having to deal with stuff that they're not even like, the moment almost demands them become something else so they can survive it. They don't even get to live in their own skin, because now they have to be on defense mode when the predator comes in and show him not to fuck with her. Or just
Sure.
shit like that. Men have never had to
I
think.
just want to.
I could add,
I don't know why you're defending
something
this
that's
so
the point.
much.
when you say
If I could
like,
have one more,
There's an
so
idea
when you
that
say like,
duelists put
oh, why
forward.
would a woman run across the street? It's like, what if she had just literally got sexually assaulted the next day? Like if something were to go down, what was she supposed to do? Anyway, I'm not gonna ramble too much. And so
I think the important point is just
I
the
have one more
statistics
thing.
don't matter.
White people,
hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold on.
White people turn. Sorry.
Thank you,
Go
thank you.
ahead,
All right.
Bryce.
Now,
Well, I'm
so
a
what I was
quarter
gonna say-
Nigerian.
No,
Does that mean I get to go
Hold on a
before
sec.
them?
No, that doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
right.
unlucky. That's unlucky.
Yeah, it is unlucky. So there's something that duelist said that I'm really interested in. You said there's a probability of something happening, right? So I'm really interested. When you say that there's a lower probability of something happening to women, what do you think that means? Like, what does the probability mean to you?
Basically, what I'm saying is that the probability of something happening is so low that you shouldn't persecute this like class of people. That you
But
shouldn't.
what do you mean by probability? Could you?
Okay, so
you
let's
explain
say if you had a 1% chance of being raped, fuck yeah, you cross the street. Okay, if that's what the stats are, a 1% chance, a 1 in 100. So you walk home every night, you get raped 3 to 4 times a year. God damn, yes, you fucking cross the street when you see a guy. Okay,
That's not really how probability works, just so you know. That's kind of an inaccurate interpretation of statistics, but I'll let you keep going.
a little bit.
No, very, but it's okay. You keep going.
No, if you're talking about on a national level, you've got hundreds of millions of sample size, and you're okay. So it will distribute reasonably equally along the probability. But the point is, like, if you've got a really, really low chance, like let's say like you could do this your entire life, and like 99% of women who do this their entire life will never encounter a sexual assault, then I think it's probably a bad idea to persecute people in this way.
I think we should give Erudite a chance to talk, and maybe she can explain the probability to you.
I mean, I don't know if the probability like part matters as much. I just want to be clear that like whenever we bring statistics into like more lay conversations, a lot of people don't know how to properly interpret like p-values and stuff like that, which is fine. It's fucking obnoxious to try to interpret them anyways. I just want to be clear that like the 1 in 100 isn't actually how the probability works out, right? Because that, like, when people hear that, they're like, holy shit, if I walk home every single night, that means one night out of 100, and I have 365 days, right? They said doing the math, they're like, I could get raped like three times a year. And it's like, that's not actually what's happening, though, by stranger rape, right? So
doesn't it mean that 50% of people will have encountered that in the 1 in 100? like 50% of the time you do that. Like I only know probabilities from like drop rates in video games. So if I have like a 1 in 100 drop rate, I know that 50% of people, when they kill this boss 100 times, they're going to receive it on drop rate, and then like 60% will get it like 2 times drop rate or something like that. And like those are the only statistical calculations I've seen there. If I'm using a percentage wrong in a different way when you're talking about it in a different way, then yeah, fine. But you understand the point that I'm trying to make. Like, if there's a real danger here, which I don't believe there is, like a real danger, a
where I
real
wanted to
threat
go
to
with that
most people, I
question,
think the fear is
what
far more than
constitutes
the actual
real?
reality.
So that's what really I'm really glad that we went this far. What I just want to nail down on the head is what constitutes real. Like at what degree? Like where's the threshold for you when something becomes real versus unreal?
That is a very complicated and nuanced question, which I'm not going to be able to give a quick answer to. But you
Right, so
know,
it's
if the
arbitrary.
majority of people
Essentially,
will
I'm going to
experience it
assume what you
during
mean
their
is arbitrary.
lifetime, probably that's around about the point where I would go for that. And I do the same for like races of people. And you know, there are 2 black people on here that really didn't like me using like the black and white thing. So in the future, I'm from the UK, okay? I will say, look, there's a Protestant walking down an Irish street, okay? Now, he's looking a little shady. Should we call the police on him? There's a higher chance that this Protestant in this area might do some crime rates. You guys were arguing for, yes, of course you should
Wait,
cross the
no,
street.
no,
So
we
Of
no,
course
weren't.
this
you
is
should do
Wait,
that.
wait, hold on,
you
hold on.
rambled
We
up
We
for a
should
lot.
weren't.
persecute them in a
No,
certain way.
let me
You
respond to
literally
that really
just
quick.
shifted.
Wait, can I just?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Well, you just started rambling and kind of went off on a tangent.
Okay.
I just want you to know. So I think what you're doing is setting like an arbitrary threshold because, like you said, you don't. You said there's complicated nuance, and I think if I pressed you on the complications or the nuance, you wouldn't. You'd probably be evasive, or you'd probably go on a different tangent, and that's okay.
No,
Like I'm not going to try
I'll
to
give you
press
an
you on
answer.
any of that. But I just want you to understand. So I had a glance. I looked this up really quick because I think research is good rather than just kind of talking out of our ass. So it seems like, according to Rain, recent research suggests that every 68 seconds, well, how does it? How do you
What?
mean? Does it
That's
mean
a useless statistic.
How is that a useless statistic? In what
What?
sense?
Why is that?
My internet
Could you
cut out. Could I
expand on
hear
that?
the statistic again?
Yeah,
Sorry.
mine cut out too.
Sure. Every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted.
I don't think that's very useful either.
Yeah, it's a useless
Like,
statistic.
how are you going to
so?
incorporate that? What if it's once every 300 seconds, 900 seconds? Nobody here knows what that really means.
I think
Like
when you inferred,
what do you-
okay, but the easy way, okay, so if you want to understand interpreting that statistic, like as much as that's kind of like something that's supposed to like shock you, right? It's supposed to awe you because it's in terms of like actual like applicability, it's just meant to demonstrate that this is something that happens on a very frequent basis. If we look at, if we measure that against there being like 350 million people, that's still like an alarming rate for something to happen like that scale, right? If you look at crimes of like look at the frequency of other crimes, you can measure it against the frequency of other crimes to generate an idea that this is something that happens on a really, really regular basis. Yes, that is something meant to evoke a reaction because it's pretty serious.
There are
Well, I think we all agree that it's
1,270 sexual
serious.
assaults a day in the US. So there's like 400,000, between 4 and 500,000 sexual assaults a year in the US.
Yeah,
That sounds about right.
463,634 of age 12 or older.
Because even pinching somebody's butt is sexual assault, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's not rapes. That's any type of sexual assault.
No, because it would be reported sexual assaults. It would be reported sexual assaults. It's probably much
this
much
is
bigger
from the
than that,
Department
right?
of Justice. Yeah,
Right,
it's from the Department
which
of
actually backs his point up a lot more, right? Like,
Okay,
that's
and
only the
then we don't-
reported ones. There are probably lots more unreported. So it's probably even higher.
Yes, but okay.
Well, can I answer for you, Nicholas? I
there's
think
nothing
his
we can
point
do with
is
those
more.
numbers.
I think his point is more that not that women shouldn't be worried about sexual assault, is that women ought not be more worried about it than men, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, and
yeah.
What does that mean, though?
You
What
should
does
be
that
more
actually
worried
mean?
about it
Like
coming from men when you're
saying
walking
that,
down
like,
the street. at night.
you shouldn't be more worried. Like, what does I don't know. What does that mean for a person's daily life? Right?
women
Like, how do you incorporate that? Like, find your local man, ask him how worried he is today about being assaulted, right? And then like calibrate from there. Like I don't. What's the point?
Exactly.
I mean, but
People don't work like
Sneaky already
that.
told us how to incorporate that.
Weren't like half of this chat already like saying like, oh well, I don't know why she's crossing the street because it's such a low probability that like she's gonna get assaulted. And I think that's why Sneaky brought up the statistic of just how many like sexual assaults, like how frequent it actually does happen.
But sexual assault is
Unless
very
I misheard
broad.
something.
I'm
Yeah,
taking credit.
it's just a very broad
Well, as
statement, and it's got nothing to do with like the on the street, like while you're walking home, like analogy, right? Like we can't just
Wait.
Can I maybe recap
all of
us and
these
redirect
things.
us to something maybe more productive? So
Yeah.
I think everyone can
Porn,
probably
please.
agree, okay, that generally there is more threat for a woman than for a man when she is approached, especially by strangers, right? If she's approached by a stranger, there's necessarily a tension of saying, he could fuck me up, unless she has some sort of weapon or some other way. Or she's like one of those like really rare, unique women who are like super like black belt and like jujitsu and stuff. She's super confident about it, right? The average woman is going to be intimidated, right? Which means that sexual assault for women is a very serious issue because there is necessarily this strength disparity. And so the question that we have to ask ourselves is, first of all, as society, what do we do about that? And then when we're talking specifically about men who experience sexual assault, how do we both validate that without dismissing the legitimate threat that women experience from men around sexual crimes?
Well,
Yeah, I mean
question.
specifically, what I was fighting back against is the idea of crossing the street when you see a man walking across the street from you when you're a
Why?
woman.
Right, but now we want to talk about
why?
what we
Because
can do as a
I
society.
cross the street at night when I see anybody.
If I get
to
any
be
kind of
honest.
vibe from anybody, I agree. I cross the street.
I mean, like, who cares if they cross the street? Like, here's the thing: we need to
why a man over a
normalize
woman?
women doing safety actions. We also need to normalize women being like palatably assertive, right? It's actually good to train women how to keep themselves safe because the threat risk is higher for them. We should absolutely be doing that. So if women want to cross the road every single fucking time, if there's a dog, a cat, a rat, whatever, let them do it. It doesn't fucking matter. But
to be clear, it's the potential risk, not the not the race or not the what do you call it? The
Sorry,
people don't think with statistics, right?
So like this conversation, and I've been waiting for it to actually happen, but it still hasn't done it, right? Like, why are we fucking worried about like men in bushes jumping out and women when most of these fucking assaults are by the men in their lives, right?
Yeah.
It's like that's where the danger is at. Like you guys keep talking about like, what happens? A woman crossed the street when I was like, whatever, right? I think it's a bit more interesting when you throw race into that, but whatever. But still, like we didn't do that. But sure, well, let's move that aside. But still, these assaults, right? They happen to men they know, either men that they met casually for like maybe some sort of casual hookup, or it could be a family member, it could be like a domestic partner, it could be all those things. That's where these assaults are happening the most.
64%.
Sure, there is.
God damn
there
it,
is definitely. Exactly. There's definitely people who it happens randomly. These things do occur, right? But mostly it's acquaintances. It's acquaintances or loved ones. So, like, why aren't we talking about that? Like, that's where the actual danger is. How do we mitigate that?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why I
it's a
said the
conversation about
statistics of
culture
just
and
like
things like that.
how
You need to
many
shift
sexual
this
assaults
entire-
happen
you
doesn't
need
matter that
shift-
much.
yeah.
But what I think I could actually get people to move on is the idea, if you're saying yes, it's okay to cross the street based on gender, are you also saying that it's okay to cross the street based on like age of somebody or ethnicity? Or
I feel like we should
perceived
just move on
ethnicity?
from
I
that
really
topic.
want to move on from
I
crossing the
just
street.
wanna
We've
ask
already
If we
said
can.
everything there is to say about that right now.
You can say
I think
yes or no.
anybody has
If somebody
freedom to
farts
cross
and
the
it
street.
smells
I mean,
weird,
hold
you
on,
can
hold on.
cross the
Let's just
street.
say-
Hold on, yes.
You can always
People
put your
have the
personal
freedom
safety
to cross the
first.
street for whatever reason.
No. Do they have the freedom? Should they?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Should
but
I
so let's
cross- okay, yeah.
be clear
Okay, that's
here, right?
fine.
Nobody
Yeah, we can
does
move
Look,
on.
if
any
I
of
thought
these
somebody
things
was
for
gonna
these
mess
super
me up,
blanket
I'd cross the
reasons, right?
street.
Women don't.
So
That's fine.
the thing is,
Women
you'll
don't-
never know the intent or reason why somebody does something. So like even it's like let's say I'm walking, if we're using the walking crossing the street shit. If I'm walking and I see a white guy and he crosses the street, could he possibly have crossed the street because he saw a black man that he probably thought was intimidating? Yeah, but could he also cross the street because he needed to get across the street? Like we will never know. So it's really just we're asking ourselves we're asking ourselves and we're talking about this like extreme hypothetical that none of us really would ever really know the answer to. And that's why I just say, I kind of agree with, I think she's the only woman on here. I kind of agree with, if they
also
feel
Dr.
safe.
K.
There's Dr. K too.
Oh, Dr. K? Okay, sorry. I agree with these two people, if, or I don't know if Dr. K said it, but I do know that she said it. If that's what makes them feel safe, let them do it. But at the end of the day, we'll never know because we're not inside that person's head.
Well, trust me, I don't want to.
Another
I don't
thing
want
that
to
I do
open
wanna
up
point
the
out because-
hornet's
Dr.
nest.
K?
Yeah, I don't want to open.
Dr. K?
I don't want to open up the hornet's nest of talking about this issue from the trans perspective because it would be an absolute fucking shitstorm. And so I'm
how about we
mostly just
go to
staying
the
quiet
idea,
right now.
We can go to the subject of what does society do? What kind of changes can where does the conversation go in terms of either adjustments, cultural shifts, actual action? Because I think you can literally spend the entirety of this podcast trying to explain away why somebody doesn't need to do this, why somebody doesn't need to do that. This statistic doesn't matter, et cetera, et cetera. You're not gonna, because people are not gonna be objective and good faith. So the better conversation is actually hinted at by Erudite. What actions can we take to achieve better outcomes? Direct actions, conversations.
I have one thing.
Let's hear it.
That could. Well, I think that we definitely need to obviously give more education when it comes to consent, right? Because a lot of sexual assault is younger men who they overstep their boundaries a little bit more. They don't really understand that, or somebody said earlier, sometimes women can what's it called when you freeze, right? And you haven't said no, but they freeze, and the man, especially if they're drunk and if they're younger, doesn't even know that she is, she doesn't really want to have sex because she hasn't said no. So there definitely needs to be more education around that. And one practical tip, and this only comes to kissing, but I think that especially on a first date, I think it's good to say to actually ask, may I kiss you, or can I kiss you, or something along those lines.
That's good
now, of
common
course,
sense.
just because you're kissing doesn't mean necessarily want to have sex. So, but it's still a good starting point. And I remember I was always petrified when I was really younger to initiate just the kissing step on a date, because I thought the man was supposed to be super confident and go in for the kiss and just know she wants it. And then sometimes they don't, and you don't know. And I learned to actually start asking, may I kiss you? And it has worked really well. And it's never ruined the mood or anything either.
So a really good action that's
if anything,
a really
it increases the mood.
So that's still a really good action to take. But I do think that it's worth noting that sometimes consent can be more complicated than just saying can I explicitly requesting it, right? And I think a really crucial thing is to teach men more often than not, but teach everybody how to appropriately read the situation and not just assume, right? Because you can have nonverbal communication that can indicate something, and you can
disagree.
have how so?
Big disagree. I disagree on all of this. We must teach consent, right? I think this is cringe, right?
No,
I think
it's
this
okay.
I think this is way too much of a gray area with way too many coercive elements and factors and situations and power dynamics for the average person to make the ethical decision on the spot about fucking consent, right? I think this is fucking cringe, right? I said this earlier. We're gonna cross each other's fucking boundaries, right? It's gonna fucking happen.
Sure. No, I'm not saying it's you can't be error.
It's gonna happen whether you want it or not.
Let's finish.
We're gonna cross each
If you let me finish,
hold on.
If you let me finish,
Let me
why this is
interject
a
really
good
quick,
take.
and then you can finish. If you let me interject really quick. So obviously, you're not going to have completely error-free situations. As you said, these things will happen, but you can still teach people on appropriately reading body language and looking for actual cues, right? If we have conversations about what cues to look for, and specifically nonverbal communication, this can it can have a positive effect on outcomes.
So enthusiastic consent as harm reduction, basically.
No. This just sounds like pickup artist stuff, right? If she's
no, it's literally the opposite of pickup artist. It's literally trying to address the fact that pickup artists peddle a whole bunch of bullshit.
I totally agree with Sneaky. Actually pretty so you don't ever have to cross anyone's boundaries ever, ever, and it's not hard to avoid it. Also, let's imagine you're mute. No, seriously, because this is important. I think people sometimes forget the world is bigger than them. Like, let's imagine you're mute, and
I
the
didn't get to
person
finish
you're
my
with,
point. I'd really like to.
person can't speak sign language. There is a way using body language to ask. You can ask for a kiss without asking for a kiss. You can just do a kiss expression, not like looking ridiculous, but you can do the motion and make eye contact and read the I forgot who said it. You can read the body language, and if you sense hesitation or fear, you can literally make a face that is a question mark. Like, there are people who can't
There
talk.
are
Oh boy.
people who can't do
I don't
that.
like this at all.
I'm
Okay,
gonna-
I want to hear Spoon's response, but Ariel Day. No. I want to stop. I want to hear Spoon, and then I want to hear Ariel Day. Because this is interesting. Ariel Day, a lot of kissing faces are gonna be made at you, right? You're gonna make a lot of questioning faces. Do I want this? Right? Like, yeah. All right. So we'll be reading your face. Let's go to.
Mysterious.
You know
Yeah,
what
again,
I
right?
do? Oh
Again,
my
right? That's a dumb take because people will
No,
always
no, that's
misread
not
it.
a dumb
Okay,
take. You
let me finish, Chris. Shut the
You're
fuck up.
saying how much is not a
Chris, shut the
dumb
fuck up. Chris.
No, go ahead.
No.
All right.
All right, again, right? People are always going to misread these things. It's a gray area, right? We keep saying, well, it's a gray area, it's complex, right? And then we go ahead and, on the flip side of that, expect people to just be like, bam, I made the ethical decision on the spot, and everybody agrees with me. Fuck yeah, I'm like Gigabrain ethics Chad, right? It's not going to happen. It's not going to fucking happen, right? These are the two things that need to fucking happen, okay? Women are often considered as what? Women, not just people, right? We got to understand the female mind, the perception of the female, right?
You're
They're
never gonna get it.
right, but they're just people, right? They're just people, right? And we often see them as women rather than people, and we treat them as like there's like some sort of like special courting ritual that we have to engage in and gotta do all these things, right? Do you know what? Yes, I will try and kiss a woman, right? And if she says no, I'll say, my bad, all right? I misread the situation, right? And
Sure,
this person needs
that
this person
is
needs
the
to
ideal
understand, right? That
situation.
this person needs to understand that I'm not a threat because we're equal, and society fundamentally needs to see men and women as equal. The idea that I would use my like greater stature to sort of impose something on her should be like out of the question, right? The fact
No,
that what I
you
just
made this complete argument earlier.
yes,
and
I
because of your
know. Let
stature-
me get to it. I'm literally just about to say this. All right, just let me finish the point. Right, I understand these things exist. Right, I understand these things exist. Right, but they shouldn't exist. We need to move past these things. Currently, they do, and I'm describing a situation which we're currently in. What the prescription is, these things need not to exist. Right, we need to see women as equals, genuinely.
No,
I'm just
I
curious.
no,
You have
you were
shadow play?
arguing.
No,
You were
hang on,
arguing
wait,
against me
one
the
second,
whole time at the beginning of this conversation.
I
'Cause
just
I was
want to
saying that
know,
they
do you have
shouldn't
shadow play?
exist,
Because
and
I
you were
would
saying
really
that they
like to hear a
should.
recording of me. I would really like to hear a recording of me saying it was specifically women, because I just said to teach reading nonverbal language and cues, which is
Fact.
something that can be explicitly free of gender. So on top of that, I think that this idea of like we need to treat everybody
We
as
see
like
men.
equal
We see again.
equality.
We
Like this
see
is an
men as
obvious
men
thing.
as
Like
well.
we want to adjust culture to be more equal and view everybody as people. Like look at people as people. Like no matter like what other characteristic or what other group memberships they have, and generally speaking, we want to look at them as being a member of the group people, right? Like this is kind of like a non-point. Like you can still they're not mutually exclusive. You can still teach people to have better non-verbal communication and better ability to read cues. And also like another thing I just thought of as you were talking was like handling rejection, like how men handle rejection. Like these are still things that we can improve. We can improve how we educate people, right? Like there's no reason to try to take this particular vector that you're taking.
Okay, I'm going to jump in now. It's my turn. Okay, so I think one thing that you're kind of overlooking, Truth or Chris, I'm not sure what you prefer, is teaching people nonverbals is great, but you kind of said we don't have to fuck up. We don't have to cross boundaries, but that's an unrealistic perspective of society, right? First of all, let's talk about people on autism spectrum. They struggle a lot with implicit body language. So if they're in a situation where somebody's like mute or something like that, and then you're like trying to use like clear body language, like there's a good chance that they won't. I've talked to lots of people with autism. In fact, my like father has autism, so I absolutely understand that for these individuals.
I have autism. I have Asperger's.
Yeah, so you should probably know that, to be honest, You can't always read
No,
it. And boundaries are inevitably going to be crossed in society. So what we need to do is have better systems and better conversations about how to deal with boundaries that are crossed, how to manage situations to try to reduce harm as much as possible, but also realize that things are going to get fucked up sometimes. And how do we step back? Because we're not talking about like the psycho predators who are like purposely trying to harm people. Obviously not. Because like holy shit, let's stop talking about streets and like bushes and stuff like that. Like we're talking about real human life interactions where it's like there's absolutely times I've fucked up. I've been in clubs like back when I was single and stuff where I like went to go and try to kiss somebody and they're like whoa not interested, right? And I go like, oh sorry, I fucked up, right? I just misread, right? And I'm quite good at reading body language. It happens. So what we need to do as a society is figure out how do you deal with that? How do you actually address it?
This is the take. That's the correct take. Yes.
Wait, hold on. And to build
let
on
Shadow
that,
Truth respond. Those on him.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so no, so I agree with most of what you said, but the whole, ironically, for the parts in which we disagree are because of my autism. I know more than anyone, at least on the stage, most likely, how difficult it can be to read signs, and because of that, put an extra effort to read signs, and that's how I know it's doable. It's definitely doable. It's literally just. And also, I say that if you fail to learn that skill, you will not function in society. So to some degree, like it's almost a necessary skill to be a functioning member of society. You have to be able to, if you can't tell when someone doesn't want to kiss you, okay, like that's actually really deep to like the inability to escape your own persona and your own perspective and see and empathize with another person. Because that's really all it is like when we talk about nonverbal skills, we're talking about developing your emotional intelligence and your empathy. So I don't. That's why I think it's better to like encourage to that direction where it's like you don't need words to be able to see somebody. Like you should be present with them. Like they're telling you.
Sometimes you do though. Sometimes it is
The
you
thing
don't know.
is,
As Erudite said, she is very good at nonverbal communication, and even she accidentally didn't
but that's
know
not the point.
at one point.
So the thing is, you can listen. This is literally like it seems like somebody is making like a boogeyman because I don't remember myself. I remember myself specifically saying you can never be error free. This is not about being error free. You want to be error reduction, or sorry, like error reductive. Like you are going to have situations where this happens. It's absolutely going to be the case. We're all going to experience it. We're all going to be caught up in our own emotional and situation and our own bias because of how cognition works. Like it's inevitable. It's going to happen, but that doesn't mean that we can't actually take steps to be better. Because clearly, our culture, as it stands, needs improvement.
And
I
grace,
agree with
and
that
grace.
prescription.
I think there's a great way to improve upon this that is actually like not the cringiest thing in the world to teach to people, and that most probably not people on the right would be okay with, but I think it's a way that we can move culture in a society in a way that would actually help with this, which is just making it more generally acceptable for women to be the pursuers as opposed to just the receivers of everything. Okay, now if the power dynamics were set a little bit more balanced, where it was okay for a woman to pursue a guy in the same way that it is for a guy to pursue a woman, both genders would get an equal opportunity to like experience what each people go through, experience what it means to be like approaching a guy and trying to get them to kiss you and not 100% sure knowing whether they want to kiss you back, and the guy knows the exact same thing. We're all going through the same system, because at the moment there are just girls who they do lock up because they don't know what to do. They don't know what to say, but they don't. They can't empathize with the other side. But in experiencing in experiencing what it means to actually chase somebody, then you can empathize a little bit more with the other side, so you can learn the tools that you need.
So
to
maybe they
communicate with
forget
the
about their manipulation of consent that
Okay,
way.
but here's the thing, right? Our standard for performance can't be perfection, right? Like my problem truth is that the standard that you're setting for success is perfection, which means never fucking up. And what I'm saying is that's not a healthy thing to teach people or advocate for, right? Because
that's the part I agree with you on. No, that's sorry. So I didn't get. I got cut off. That's the part I agreed on, is that there needs to be room for error and what have you.
Okay.
But to the females approaching thing, I think that's never going to happen. They've done studies on like lesbian dating apps. they've done studies on like lesbian dating apps or like or lesbian searching on this website called Bumble, where literally even if they're talking to men or women, the women make the first move. And women, there's literally articles about it. Women are fed up with how none of them are willing to make the first move, and it's like very annoying.
Sure, and you think that's an innate biological fact of women rather than a society led thing?
No, definitely.
Definitely biological.
Would we hold on? Would we argue that this isn't already happening at least to some extent? Like I would imagine, like 20 years ago, it probably never would have happened. That maybe 30 years ago,
I
a
approach
woman
men
would have approached a man
all the time.
Now it happens. Like it's uncommon, but it's getting more common, right? We have erudite right here.
I think it's a society-led thing. I think that if you move society more and more in this direction, more and more women will do this, and when more and more women do this, it will solve a lot of the problems that are caused.
there's no-
But it seems like we're already doing that.
I'm confused though.
There would still be boundaries being.
What is the point of getting on a website? Hold on. What is the point of getting on a website where the sole point of the website, like if you know what Bumble is, the sole point of Bumble is that women are not, they cannot be messaged by men. They can only message men first. And
oh my God.
So if you're on the site, how are you going to say that the person operating on the site is legitimately scared of social backlash for messaging the man that she matches with when that's the whole point of being on the site?
Also, this is super skewed already because women just never swipe on men.
Hold on. I know you got. And also, why would you experience the same phenomenon in lesbian situations? Like you're kind of reaching now. You're just
okay.
reaching.
So first of all, like provide us an article like where we can actually look at this and maybe make some more conclusions. Also, like this idea, like women approaching men. So I like. I've talked about this before. I think it's actually quite interesting discussion, but. When I was discussing this with a woman, and she mentioned how, like the social consequences for women approaching men are just not the same, right? The like rejection could include like assumptions about their character, right? That they are this type of woman for displaying some sort of sexual attraction, right? Because as was said on the previous panel, like sex is done to women, right? Not something that they go for, and it's a problem otherwise. It's not quite equal for the how society views it and the social backlash to a woman doing that, right? So I think we should change that. I would love to be have a more equitable way of doing this. It would be great as a man because it fucking sucks. I mean, to approach all women, right? I get that, and I definitely want to hear what you have to say on this erudite. Like if you said you're a type of person who approaches, that's amazing. What are your experiences?
I've never been slut shamed. I've only, even when I experienced rejection from men, it was always extremely kind and extremely polite and very warm. We could argue, right? Some people, when I've talked to this, are like, yeah, but it might be pretty privilege. What it might be, because pretty privilege, not that I mean like I'm so beautiful, but right, like when you're young and a certain age of a female and your face is decently symmetrical, you usually have pretty privilege, and you could throw the race card into that as well, and it just escalates that, right? And so obviously, I might be at the high end of women's experiencing with rejection from men. The only time I've ever potentially been worried about slut shaming has been when I was in a very, very conservative Christian environment. And in that setting, I just said, fuck you guys. I don't give a fuck, right? I think normalizing women pursuing men is the best method of harm reduction. I think it's actually a way to empower women and put them on equal footing, to address women as the pursuers and the pursued. It also allows women to determine the setting that they're approaching in, right? Because women don't usually want to be approached in like dark bus terminals while they're waiting for their bus and can't really escape. That's not great. But if we normalize
that's
women
what I've been
approaching,
doing wrong the entire time.
I told you, Prime. Bus terminals are the least sexy. It's the fruit aisle in the grocery store, right? But women can decide, I'm going to approach a man in a public setting, so that if he does happen to like react really weirdly, which would be unlikely, but like say he does like get like really like creepy, where he's like not just like yes, but like yes, right? she has the safety of a public setting. So like I am very aggressively for normalizing women pursuing men. Anyone who's brought up like major social consequences, I genuinely am dubious about, because like I said, I've broadly pursued men in large part because like I'm on a giant debate paddle with only men. I'm like a decently like aggressive female anyways. And so you would think if anyone is going to receive negative response, it would be like maybe a more aggressive female. But I haven't really had any. It's been like overwhelmingly positive and warm. Whereas I find a lot of men, the rejections that they experience, sometimes they're nice, sometimes they're just vague and confusing, where a woman's like, I don't know, maybe later, but not right now, and like they don't really know what that means. Or women can get really, really vitriolic and nasty, and that sucks for guys to be like rejected, not just rejected, but like fucking shut down, right? And it reduces all of these potential risks, and it keeps women safer, which is like the best of all worlds in my position.
I don't think women understand consent the same way that you think they do. Like, I think it's a problem that both men and women face, is that they don't understand consent.
Yep.
And one way to that, like, when we talk about rapes, the majority of rapes are not violent rapes that just happen behind a bus stop. The majority of which are manipulation and kind of getting someone drunk in the hope, or and whatnot. And I think this is kind of faced on both sides, and I think there's kind of a precedent for men to always be horny, in a sense. Like, men must always want sex is like something that's kind of been ingrained in our culture a little bit, and it's kind of created. I don't know. I'm just speaking from personal experience, so
Right.
if anybody wants to just be like,
I
just want to clarify one
I can
thing.
say that there was a culture, like, what my dad would have grown up with, and he's in his like 60s or so now, that the correct way to pursue a woman probably these days would be seen as like sexual assault, like a lot of the time in the past, like the correct way to like
Right.
pursue like the
Like
thing that
bringing them
always
out to a
stands
party
by
or
me,
something.
that I hear advice from a lot of old people, people over the ages of 60, 80, and I've worked with quite a few of them, is generally like, no doesn't always mean no, right? Like, you can't stop after the first no. I mean, like, come on, you've got to play the game. Like, eventually you could turn any no into a yes. And that was just the kind of culture that used to be brought up, and that's now mostly erased. But there is still like a little bit of that left in some men, in some parts even of the West.
But
I
the
just wanna-
converse also exists in women.
Erudite, finish your point, and then I want to
Yeah.
go back.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, just to clarify, the majority of rapes, from what I've looked at, like forensic data, the majority of rapes is actually where both perpetrator and victim are quite intoxicated, and we basically have murky areas of consent. Lots of cases where the man feels like consent was given, but he was drunk, right? So it's like, does he remember well? Was he reading it properly? And the woman feels afterwards, usually the day after, that she didn't give consent, but it's kind of like, again, these murky waters. That's actually, just so we know, for like rape statistics, that is the most common form of sexual assaults that we're looking at, and which is why I would agree with you. Consent is definitely a huge issue in our culture because we can't talk about it intelligently half the time.
But I don't think men know that when they're actually
It's
being
cool. It's
raped
cool.
like
I don't
that.
have anything specific to respond.
Okay, Radifin.
I mean, sorry, that's rude of me to cut in, but I was just saying, I don't think a lot of men understand when they're actually being raped. I'm gonna bank on personal experience here. A female in my life was threatening to kill themselves if I didn't have sex with them, and at the time, I was not aware that was rape, and I was just thinking, oh well, that's like a kind of gotcha for sex, but I never reeled in that was really, really bad and really toxic behavior. And it's very common to ask a guy and say, oh, and they tell stories about, oh well, I wasn't really that horny, but she was kind of feeling bad that night, and she told me that it was this or that, and it makes me realize that men are kind of we've been told to sexualize women in this way, and the fact that when they do want sex and we don't, it's seen as like, you must want sex. We're instructed that we must want sex and that we must be the person who is pushing pushing for sex, when a lot of times a lot of people don't. And that's where I actually agree with you at some in certain areas.
this is a scolding hot take that maybe some people are ready for and some others, right? Women also uphold the patriarchy, right? Women also
Yes,
enforce gender
yes.
stereotypes, right? It's all part of the patriarchy. Like women have their role, men have their role. It just so happens to be that men are on top in this case, but like that they also do. They contribute to it. They have this image of femininity, or like what it means to be a woman in their head, just as much as men have the image of masculinity and what it means to be a man in their head, right? And like this change comes from both sides, right? Women need to stop, well, like I say, acting like women, start acting like people, and men need to stop acting like men. It's just start acting like people.
Are we defining all engenderment as patriarchy?
Well,
No,
not
no,
necessarily.
no.
But,
But
like,
we're talking about when it actually interferes with consent in the way that it does.
I
Like,
think falling back on the patriarchy trope when it comes to consent actually muddies the water more than it helps clarify. And I'm not saying necessarily that patriarchy isn't contributing to this, but I think like patriarchy has become such a like ambiguous, vague term at this point, and we use it for like most things that it
Right.
doesn't mean much. And so like I understand what you're saying, but I think like I'm really big about education and like and educating people in an effective way. That's like one of my biggest passions because I'm a mental health educator, right? And so when we use these really vague, ambiguous terms, like the whole problem that like consent is an issue is because of like patriarchy. When you tell that, I can tell you as somebody who's worked with a lot of like 15-year-olds who are the people we need to be talking to consent, because most sexual assault also happens between very young adults when they first enter college age, like 19 to 21. So we've got to be educating them when we still have them in public education, like 15 to 16. And the thing is, you tell a 15-year-old that like the reason why they like think this about sex and this about women is the patriarchy, they don't fucking understand, and they don't care because
Right.
Gen Zers are just like, fuck everything, right? And they don't care. So you have to be like more precise in your language when you're talking about like what the actual
Yeah,
issues of
no.
consent are. Because I agree with what you're
I'll-
saying, but I
I'll
just
be
want
more
to clarify the
specific
language.
I'll be more specific in toxic masculinity, and the fact that toxic masculinity gives a sort of representation of men as a lot more negative than a lot of us on the individual level are. As far as this is concerned, and yeah, no, I agree with you. I think education is super important. I'm just going to say that education is super important. I think that it's pretty regularized, and even now that we're talking about it, it's still really normalized to get somebody drunk in better hopes to hook up with them. Like that's a common trick I still see, and it's like people know people like kind of been hinted on that it sucks, but like they're still doing it, and I see it in younger generations. Actually, I'm 18. What am I talking about? Why am I acting like I'm fucking old?
Yeah, I think
No,
when it
my
comes
friends
to
do this shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
think
yeah.
the drinking like happens on both sides. Like people when they actually want to go out and engage in sex, like they'll also like get drunk themselves. But like as far as men and the consent thing, I think that men still like in our society today, and I don't know if it's toxic, but there's this perception that the man has to be the initiator, the man has to be the approacher, the man has to be the one who goes in for the kiss. Like all these things, the man has the responsibility to do. So a lot of times women will say, well, men are always out looking for sex. But the truth is, if they don't, then they won't get it because the women aren't approaching men. Women aren't offering sex because they're waiting for the man to come get it. So men are in this like position. Well, if they don't go out like looking for sex, then they just won't have it. Like they won't get it. Whereas the woman, she cannot go out looking for sex, and men are going to approach her at the grocery store, at the bus station terminal, whatever the case may be. So there's this like imbalance of not understanding, I guess, the opposite side.
Maybe this is just like my own specific like anecdotal situation, but I've actually found that I've been more I've actually done it more when I'm not looking for it, if that makes any sense. Or maybe that's just me. Maybe this is my specific
Some people
situation.
get that. That's never been my case.
Like
I don't know.
I've
Some guys get that. That's never been
the
my
majority.
case. No, I'm out there hunting, man. It was, like, or when I'm not, I'm
that
like the results are the same.
The majority of the time, like, and this is coming from someone who lives with their partner and everything. Like the majority of the time, like both in this relationship and like in other relationships as well, it's usually happened when I'm like, I mean, yeah, I'm like down for it because I'm me. Like as a person with ADHD, I'm like extremely. Like,
Are you over
I'm
6 feet tall?
No, I am not. I am actually kind of short. I'm 5'4".
Ouch.
I'm 5'4". I'm not gonna lie. I'm 5'4".
You invited
but,
him to this panel?
but like, fuck you. Anyways,
I'm being Paul. I'm sorry, little boy. Like, were your parents? If you have to. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
So, but like, I've just seen. I've just like, because like I'm a very like, being ADHD, I'm a very hypersexual person, and I'm not going to say like, oh, it's because I'm a man and because of like patriarchy. No, it's because like this is who I am as a person. It's like I'm always down, but like usually in the majority of encounters that I've been in, it's happened when, like, dare I say, least expected it, if that makes any sort of sense. Like or at least I don't have to put in as much effort necessarily to get it, if that makes any sort of sense.
Do you feel like you compromise yourself when you're on the prowl?
What'd you say?
I said, would you think that's the experience of most men?
No, that's why I said like that's why I said I don't know if it's just my like anecdotal, just my experience. I'm just saying like just with me in general, like and what I've experienced in my life, it has happened usually when I have like least expected it. And like it has happened when I have like pursued it, but I found it like it happens more when I put in the least amount of effort typically for me.
Yeah, I mean that makes perfect sense, right? Because like a lot of the time you give off the wrong energy, when you're questing.
Right. Yeah.
And so
yeah,
if you
give off the
stumble
wrong
into the
energy.
right, if you stumble into like the right gal and you're just doing things like being yourself, that's going to be more attractive. Assuming yourself is attractive, but that still relies on you falling into the right girl. So, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think I catch what you're putting down. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like I think that's like that. Like, a lot of guys say they get way more female attention after they start dating too. It's because they're not trying, right? Girls can
too,
see that
yeah,
you're trying a lot of the time, and it
Prime's
turns
shaking
them
his
off.
head.
I would be lying if I said my partner did not worry about that a lot.
Yeah, so I think it's like a combination of things, right? It's like most of the time you're not going to find a girl that is going to be into you unless you're questing. But if you're questing and you haven't figured out how to detach that energy from yourself, you're going to turn people off.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Whoever else was talking.
Oh, I've said what I needed to say.
I think Mint wanted to say something too. I don't want to like fully cut him off.
Oh no, I said I was going to say. I was just saying how just the onus is on men to initiate the relationship, the first kiss, the sex, just that type of thing.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting conversation. Like, like maybe this is me being like wrong-brained or whatever here, but I feel like a more interesting, more impactful conversation isn't about like the odd case where men get sexually assaulted or raped in these like muddy waters. I feel like a much bigger pressing issue in our society is where does the onus on men begin and end, normatively, not how it should be, but how it is in our society for pursuing women, for engaging in sexual activities and being the progenitors of receiving consent.
I don't think that's very interesting because I think everybody knows like men pretty much are like the only pursuers in society at the moment, especially like in the West and stuff. I don't know much about the East, but I don't think it should be that way. I think the more interesting conversation is, hey, this is how it is at the moment. Maybe we should do something about this.
But we seem to be in flux right now, right? I think we already agreed on that, is that more women are beginning pursuit, or do you not think that that's happening?
I do think that that's happening, but I think that that's one of the main talking points that should be brought up every time like people talk about consent. I think that's the best way of dealing with a lot of these issues.
Well, I don't know that men's responsibility will change everything around consent, but I agree with you that it will get rid of some of the powered charge that exists currently. So okay, cool. Let's go with the prescriptions then. So we agree on the normative element, but so do we think that it's moving too slow? Because if we agree it's happening, right? That women are beginning to engage in pursuit more. Like, what do we do? Do we all agree actually that women should be pursuing more? That would make a better world?
I do think that like women pursuing would make a lot of men happier. Even like the men that are like, oh, I'm a macho man, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna make the first move. I think that if women were to start pursuing them, like they would start to feel different and be like, oh, well, this is kind of nice, because it's nice to be wanted and it's nice to know that for once someone is pursuing you. And also, I wanted to add something else to the conversation, if I may. I've been kind of like thinking.
I want to ask you something before you do that. Because we have someone in chat who's challenged me, and I'm not. And you're literally the only person here who cannot sell this, Eli. what happened now? You said your height, right? You said your height, and we all like teased you, right? For it, right?
Hey, I said short
Jumped
king.
in, right?
I'm all.
Yeah,
I also said short king.
Okay,
Me get the point.
You said a lot,
yeah,
actually.
he was.
I
He was.
guess you said a lot, actually.
Spoon was the roughest
I
there.
was straight in there.
Fucking solidarity, man.
Spoon was the roughest there. But okay, but anyway, that happened. Ignore my light. But anyway, in your experiences, right?
Yeah.
What has made you feel the worst? Is it guys teasing you for this, or is it women rejecting you, or maybe saying things like that to you because of your height?
Actually, I would say typically what ends up happening is I don't ever try to like go after women that are like taller than me by a substantial amount. And that's mainly because like it's just like I mean it's like I feel like for both men and women, it's just kind of awkward when there's like a huge height difference between the two of you. Like even if you're like a short woman getting with a really tall dude, I would imagine like it's still probably kind of like, you know, awkward. It's like, you know, that's not your boyfriend or your girlfriend. That is your son or daughter at that point. So like, but really the majority of, and I mean that as a joke, but like the majority of the time in my life, typically it's been like dudes that have like made fun of me for my height. Because like I've always gone like my fiance, like I'm 5'4". My fiance is like 5'1". Oh, I'm sorry, 5'1" and a half before she wakes up and kills me. So like, you know, I've typically always gone after women that are like around my height. Like the first the first serious relationship I ever had was like with a girl that was like literally 2 inches taller than me, and that was my first like serious relationship. But it's usually I've never had like my height be like I've been rejected from my height once, one time, and that was in high school. So that didn't even really count. But other times it's just been dudes that have made fun of my height, never really women.
Well,
Okay.
but do you think you
Pam.
like alleviated that by not approaching women who were like
Yeah.
you say you don't approach the women, so like you say you never had that experience, you never been rejected for it, but you already like effectively eliminated that possibility by only going for women around your height in the
Yeah,
first place.
All men do
it
that.
seems
All
like
men make
maybe,
women
it's
who are
hold on,
shorter.
It seems like it's already built in, right? Like
Yeah, like I
the
mean, but I feel like
discrimination
that's
is already like you're saying that men are the ones who tease you. Fair enough, right?
yeah.
But it seems like you already know. Don't even bother because like society says. You aren't good enough, right? Like women
Well,
in their
not even
dating
that. It's
profile will
just
put like their height requirements, right?
that is that I believe
Pretty rare.
I believe anybody having like something as stupid as like a height requirement is like I think that's stupid. But however, and I argue with somebody about this. I actually argued with a woman about this, and I was like, and I still hold the same viewpoint. I think it's pretty stupid to discriminate solely based off of height. But like height alone has not ever stopped me from pursuing somebody. If I think you're attractive, I don't care if you're a skyscraper. I'm gonna hit you up. Like
You
it
just
is
said you
never.
didn't. You said the opposite just now.
No. I'm
Do you
saying
not find
like,
tall women attractive?
huh? No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
You
saying.
you said before that you wouldn't you don't approach women with a
No.
height discrepancy.
Like it's not like something that's like again like how do I say this? If she's like super taller than me, I probably might not.
What about
But
5'7"?
5'7", literally, like I said, like I'm 5'4". Like I've been with women that have been 5'7". I've been with women that have been 5'6", 5'7", 5'8". I've been with women that have been taller than me. As a matter of fact, the majority of women who I've been with have been taller than me.
Okay. I'm just a little confused.
I'm going to push
because
back
every-
on you. I'm going to
Did I-
support Prime here a little bit. Okay, there's some
Did
really
I- okay.
depressing
Oh,
statistics about
Erudite,
women
please.
dating shorter men. And the reality is that only
Okay.
in 3% of relationships are women actually taller than the man. And as a woman,
I believe that.
I would say that I imagine not many women told you that they rejected you for your height, but most women never say that. Most people don't
Is that
honestly
okay?
tell you
Okay.
why they reject you, right? Even like when I've been rejected, the reason I get, I'm pretty sure is not the reason, right? They'll be like, oh, like it's just not the time or all these things. Like they try to make it nice, but the reality is I'm like, yeah, you probably just don't find me very attractive. Like if I was like a 9 to you, you probably would be game. And so I think like the fact that women have these requirements, the fact that you probably would never even bother with a 6-foot woman, and like to be honest, when I talk with girls, I'm a female who's also dated broadly men that are my height or shorter, and there's often oftentimes questions of like, well, like, doesn't it kind of suck? You can't wear heels. Like, there's ubiquitous, from my
can't?
experience. Yeah, who wants
Yeah,
to
they don't
fucking
like
wear
wearing
heels
heels.
anyways?
It was a status
It's
thing, right?
like, and here's the
yeah.
thing, I'll fucking wear heels if I want to because I don't care that much about height. But I'm gonna be honest, I actually think most women do. Like, women like the idea. They're like, I know it's bad, but I just like want somebody who's bigger who can like wrap their arms around me. And I'm like, damn, if we said that about like any other immutable body characteristic, even an immutable one, like weight, everyone would fucking throw you at the wall. But it's okay
Right,
when we do it about
honestly, yeah.
short men, which is terrible.
Right, which is
I think the stats
I'm gonna
even
drop
worse
a hot
than
take.
that.
It's
I'm gonna drop a
very
hot take real
rare
quick.
to find like a woman who's a sub who
I'm
would
gonna
also want like a shorter man. That's just very rare, and
I'm
unfortunately, like,
gonna
a lot of women.
I'm gonna drop a slightly what some people might view a slight hot take, but rejecting someone but both men and women solely based off of something like height is body shaming. But like I've said, or maybe I
that's
didn't say,
not body shaming.
Yeah, I don't
that
agree.
is body shaming. How the fuck is it
It's
not?
totally
Can
body
you-
shaming.
It's definitely
Your
body
body's not
shaming.
good enough for me. It's too short, motherfucker.
Your body's too big for me.
It is 100%. It's been normalized.
Yeah,
It's been
it
normalized in our
is.
society.
No,
It's
that
been
is
normalized.
not. That is not body shaming.
Yes.
Body
How is
shaming.
it not body shaming? How is it not body shaming?
Just okay. Them rejecting you is just saying I don't want you as a partner. Body shaming would be if they made fun of you or called you, short man or whatever the case would be. If they actually like shamed you, but just someone you're not entitled to someone finding you attractive based on your body characteristics.
True.
I said solely based. I said rejecting.
I don't find I don't find you attractive.
Man, we're gonna get into
because-
such messy territory now. Oh no.
This is like I don't find you attractive because you have a big nose.
I got
I'm
my
not going to
third
make
hot
fun
take
of
tonight.
you. I'm not going to call you names, but that's why I don't find you
my nose
attractive.
I got another hot
No,
take.
I'm sensitive about my
Sneaky,
nose.
is it the one I think it is?
Okay, before we get on to like what this might be, I just want to make one clarification. I think it's only 3% of women have ever dated a guy that is shorter than them. But
Yeah.
Not that anybody asked.
That's wild.
I want to say
I must have dated all of them, man.
every guy I date
Yeah,
is
true.
shorter than me. It's a universal truth.
That's wild, man.
How tall
How
are you?
tall are you? I'm just
Me?
curious.
What, me?
Yeah. Erudite.
5'7".
5'7". Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
I was asking Dr.
I
K.
dated someone
How tall are you?
Did you think I was gonna be
Um,
taller because of how like big
yeah,
my
yeah.
brain is? Just
And-
kidding.
and- exactly.
6'1", and
It's
I
up in the
love
air.
wearing heels.
Let's go
Yeah.
to Spoon. You got a hot take? Go ahead. Burn up the panel.
All right. Firstly, I'm 6'3", all right, so I'm Giga Chan. Copenhagen. Just kidding.
We're dating, huh?
Just kidding. Right. That is body shaming. Okay, right? That is body shaming. But by extension of this logic of like, oh, you shouldn't not want to date somebody because of their height, you're just saying, right? You're not allowed to like have a type. Right? I wouldn't date somebody because they got a really fucking ugly face, right? Oh, you're body shaming, right? They can't change how their face looks. Why are you body shaming them? Well, yeah, they got a fucking ugly face, man. They're fucking ugly. I'm a Giga Chad, right? I'm gonna date some ugly hoe. Fuck that shit, right? Yes, well, you're allowed to have a type, right? You're allowed to say, yes, I prefer tall people. Yes, I prefer short people. Yes, I prefer
Just
people
don't
with this
phrase
kind
it
of
like
face.
that.
It's just shitty. That's the thing. You can. But then if we stick with immutable traits, you can go into really dangerous territory like fucking race. And like I'm saying, you can say that, but it's kind of fucking shitty. And again,
that's
you
why I
can
say-
say whatever the fuck you want. You can have like whatever preference, but it's still kind of body shaming to be like,
And that's
he's
why-
just 5'4", so I'm not going to be interested in him
And that's
because
why-
that's what
and
makes
that's
a
why-
good husband.
And this
but
is
I
kind of the
think
argument that I
Sneaky's
got
description
into.
of this was exactly wrong because if you're body shaming, you're calling someone ugly because of that. If you're denying them, you just have a preference, okay? If you're saying, nah, I don't want to go with no ugly ass 5 foot motherfucker, right? Like now you're body shaming, okay? If you say, no, I don't date short people, now that's a preference. Like these are the two
No,
differences.
hold on,
like
hold
if you're
on, hold on,
actively
hold on.
calling someone
Let me-
ugly
let
because
me-
of an immutable trait, then you're body shaming them. If you're just saying you don't want to date, if you're just saying you have a preference for the people that you date or are attracted to, then you're not body shaming.
Yes,
anymore.
correct.
Let me go a little bit deeper.
Really,
Let me go a little bit deeper. What I'm saying, and again, I've argued with people this in the past. Like my problem with this is when people literally they'll like, because everybody has like some, not necessarily like a checklist that they go down, but we do have like a general sort of like ballpark that we like to hit when we are I heard that, when we are looking around, and when we're, I say questing, like someone said earlier. But like when someone is checking, when you are like talking to someone or you're, like on a date with somebody and they have checked almost every single one of your boxes, but then all of a sudden you're like, nah, too tall or nah, too short. That's shallow and that's body shaming. Like you just
I agree
like
with shallow.
Shallow, maybe,
you can't
but not
you
shame.
can't
You
sit
didn't
there.
shame them. In order for it to be body shaming, you actually have to shame them.
I feel like
If you're
that's
not
shaming
shaming
somebody.
them.
Like I would like. Yeah, never mind.
So do we? Okay, I'm
I
just curious. This is
understand
obviously this is
preference,
the
'cause
place where it gets the weirdest. Do we lend the same credence to skin color? So is it
Yeah.
just shallow?
Yes, depends on the
100%.
reason. Wait,
Yeah,
it depends on the reason why they're doing it, of course.
Yeah.
Would you say that just because someone's naturally more attracted to a different colored skin, are they being like, is that a negative thing? I would say it's only negative if the reasons behind it are like based behind some form of racism or like feeling of like, oh, they are this color, therefore they're lesser than me. Or they have these stereotypes associated with them. Just the fact that they find one attractive does not mean it's necessarily a bad thing.
This is the correct way we're going, right? So being shallow is not necessarily bad, all right?
Yes.
Be shallow, right? You like to have a type. You
Well,
like to find things ugly.
yeah, you can have a type like
right. So like the meta, right? And whoever the fuck spoke
The
was going
meta.
in the right direction of this, right? It's why we develop these preferences, like where this comes from, right? Like black
Right,
people,
yeah.
generally speaking, are considered like one of the most unattractive races, right? If you like look at people like saying like, oh yes, I find this race more attractive, this race less attractive, black people are generally considered less attractive. Is that because black people are like genetically less attractive? No. It's because like the society we've
It's the white
constructed.
society, yeah.
Yes, exactly. It sees like black people as like outliers and shit like that, right? They're like less attractive. So having these preferences is fine because do you know what? We live in a society. Okay, you are a product of society, but we need to be critical and analytical of where these preferences come from. All right, being a little shallow is fine because you're just a human being, right? But we need to understand where this comes from.
Can we agree that being shallow is bad, but like
Wouldn't you think that
acceptable?
black people were like attractive because of a systemic reason? Is that what you're saying?
There's probably
I mean, kind of.
because of systemic problems that might a lot of people
Like
find black people less
like the fact
attractive.
is-
Isn't because they're actually
white
unattractive. It's because of
supremacy.
other
Like, even-
reasons.
White
like, even
supremacy,
if-
baby.
Wait,
Like,
so
even
what?
if-
Wait.
Hold on.
So why can't people be just less attracted to somebody because of their skin color because they're less attracted to that? Why does it have to be because of a systemic reason?
No. Like I said,
Oh,
you can.
because
You can, but what is the reason
Can I
you feel like
explain?
that?
Can I explain? So here's the thing, like when you look at America, and not even just America, maybe you could probably say like you probably spread this like worldwide, like you probably spread this like the Europe you can probably spread this like Europe and shit, right? Like white has been propped up so much as like this standard of beauty especially in America. And like, okay, you can be attracted to like, predominantly attracted to people with a lighter skin shade or like a darker skin shade or maybe something like in the middle. Like I know people, I remember I know people who I had a friend, or I do have a friend from college who is specifically attracted to what she calls caramel colored men. Like she likes them not too light and also not too dark. But I understand where and I wanted to piggyback off of what Sneaky was saying, and that is that like we have to understand where these things come from. And like I've caught myself as an adult doing this. Prime, do not bring up the all black everything. The first time I came on when y'all railed me for shit like this, all right? But I'm a dive into this territory real quick, and that is that like one thing I caught myself doing was, deprogramming myself from thinking that just every single white woman is attractive. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there are a lot of attractive white women, just like there are a lot of attractive black women, what have you. But I found myself saying, is she actually attractive? Or is she just white? And I, as a man in American society, have been coded to view all white women as attractive. Is she really attractive, or is she just a basic white woman? And that's what I've had to like deprogram within myself.
Yeah, it's white supremacy, right? And
Yeah,
like, I
yeah,
mean, like
literally.
we're taking like a very like supreme example here, extreme example here. Like,
Well, I just want to be clear.
drawing it
I'm not
back to
saying
height.
that does. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Drawing it back
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
height, right? We do have, and I mean, this might be a hyperbolic way of putting it, height supremacy, right? Taller people are
White
viewed as
people?
more attractive, right? We think.
And just better, right? And they're just
Right.
better.
Like even taller women are viewed as attractive. Are you
No,
kidding me?
I
Wonder
wouldn't
Woman?
say it's the
Wonder
same
Woman
for
is not
women.
under 6 foot, but she is gorgeous. Okay?
No, I
Like,
wouldn't say it's the same standard for women that taller is more attractive.
Definitely
I wouldn't
not.
say that.
So there's different camps, right? So like if you look at models, right? Models are viewed as like beautiful in like an amorphous kind of like confusing sort of way where it's like you wouldn't necessarily want to date them, but it's like, look at this like painting or whatever. But then most people are interested in like, your 5'2" big booby goth GF sub mommy type thing. You know what I mean?
That was pretty specific.
He's but no,
Got
he,
tight.
wait, no, he has a point. He has a point.
I mean, just imbuing a bunch
He has
of
a point.
things.
He actually does have a point.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
Yeah,
not
so
my
I-
type, by the way.
Not gonna say I'm
really hard.
from experience.
Yes, I think
it's
people
super
can have
duper
these
hard to know with
preferences.
these things.
Yeah, I
Because
think people can have these preferences, but the problem is in the society that we live in nowadays with cancel culture and everything, people are so like hypercritical of things that in today's society you can't say, like, if you're a white person and you say, well, I don't like black skin, it's automatically attributed to you that you're a racist. Or if you say, oh, well, I don't like big girls, you're automatically body shaming. Like, you're not allowed to express your preferences openly, I guess.
Well, then we go back to what
That's
Sneaky said. Why do we feel? Why do we think and feel these things? Like,
Yeah,
why do
so-
you think? Why do we think
But
that?
that's
Like,
not,
what,
yeah.
So okay,
Yeah, so
okay.
it-
So we've
in-
agreed. We've agreed it's not like racist, and we've agreed that it's not body shaming. But are these things white supremacist, fat phobic, and then even at go extension transphobic? Like,
I
is
think
your
the problem-
can your attraction be these things?
I think a problem is when you exclude, is when you purposely I've seen this a lot of time, especially like on TikTok for some really weird reason. Black men, a lot of black men on TikTok, especially in like their mid-30s or whatever, think that they can get a platform, and then all of a sudden that means they can just sit here and say, you know what, I really don't like black women, but it'll be shit like it'll be really stupid shit. Like, and I'm pretty sure people have heard this before. Like, white women will black women will get shat on for being black women, but then other women will get praise for being as black as possible, as close as they can to being black without actually having like the skin tone, and it's really fucking weird. So my thing is, you can have a preference, but and I think a lot of people agree with me on this. The problem is when you purposely exclude. That, I think, is the problem. Purposely saying, I'm not going to date fat women. I'm not going to, or fat men or fat women. I'm not going to date black men or black women or white women or white men. And like, I find this problem with black men as well, with black people as well. That'll say, I'm specifically not dating white people. And then,
Can
then
I
they sit
ask
there
a
and be like,
can I ask a really specific question that maybe like
Go
so
ahead.
what about there's an example, like I grew up with a lot of Asian kids growing up, and so a lot of like Asian women especially have a very like niche idea. It's like, I will only date an Asian man, and it's not even an attraction thing. But so does this count as this exclusionary sort of thing as well, do you think?
I mean, I would say, yeah. Like, it's if you're saying that you're limiting yourself to like a smaller like dating, like specifically, I am only going to date like a black, white, or Asian person. I don't think that's good. I can't get on board with that.
It's kind of the
Maybe
premeditation.
it's a whole lot of thing, but I just can't
kind
get
of
on
the
board with it. Sorry.
premeditation of it.
But Monty, but what if a guy says, I will only date a woman with a big booty. I won't date a woman with a small butt.
Okay, here's the thing, right? You can have a lot of
How
preferences.
is that-
Hold
how
on.
is that so
You can
realistic?
have a lot of
I would tell-
preferences. You can have a lot of preferences. You just have to be realized that sometimes your preferences are pretty shallow and shitty. Especially if they
Right.
are a racial reason, then you're just kind of racist, right?
No,
if
but
you're just
why
like,
are you saying race in
hold
this
on.
category?
If sometimes people just end up not dating within a race because they just end up not dating within a race. They generally seem to prefer certain other looks, and there's no racial intention behind it. Other people don't date races because they say, I don't like this about this race. I mean, that's obviously kind
Literally,
of fucking
yeah.
racist. That's
Like-
problematic. But if you narrow your preferences, you can, and you can be kind of shitty for it, and you're going to have less options, which is the trade-off kind of for being shitty. I think it's kind of a natural trade-off, actually. Sorry, Monty.
Sorry, and like, I just want to answer the big booty thing, because I used to be like that from the opposite side. I only wanted to date women with big titties, and like, did I end up with one like that? Yes, but that's not the point here. The thing is, I would say I would respond to that guy, and I would say, I mean, you gotta be realistic. Like, yeah, you want to say like, I'm only gonna date one with a big booty, but I'm just telling you right now, there's gonna be that one person who is flat as a board that's gonna walk through the room, that's gonna walk through the door, and your pants are gonna instantly drop. That's just how it goes. Like, as soon as you tempt fate, as soon as you make promises, as soon as you tempt fate, fate is the universe is gonna be like, all right,
answering the
this
question.
dude in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I
That's
really.
not answering. But that's not answering the question.
I would just say that's you gotta lower with that.
No,
It's
I'm
like too
saying,
specific. You gotta lower your standards.
I'm saying, do you treat it with the same like critical like examination of a guy who says, because this is a person's body, this is a characteristic of their body. So why you treat the person different who says, I'll only date this women with a big butt, from the man who says, I'll only date a dark skinned woman?
Because like oftentimes I don't know, I just don't see it like in the same light. It's like, yeah, whatever, sure, you only date a woman with a big butt, sure. But then it's like, also, what does he qualify as like what does he view as like a big butt? Because I can almost guarantee you my idea of a big butt and his idea of a big butt are two completely different butts.
And you
know
say the same thing about your idea of dark
like
skin is different from my idea of dark
right there.
skin.
I mean,
Like,
I
really
really
make that argument.
I really like this standard though. This idea that it's like it's not about your fuck. It's not attraction that makes you, let's say, just say bigoted or whatever, or shaming or whatever. It's a premeditative exclusion that takes out all of the like the minutia of an individual reaction, right? So it's different to say, yeah, I'd never date a black bitch or whatever, right? Versus, I'm using that language because that's language I've heard. That's all I'm saying. Versus like, I generally don't find darker skinned people that attractive, but I'm open to it. Like a conversation that happened all the time when I was growing up was like, I'm not really into black women, but like Rihanna's all right. You know what I mean? Sort of, which is like, I still think that's towing the line. But it's
that's weird because like you're picking like your standard for like what you view attractive, and that's actually very common though with a lot of men who typically don't date black women, is that the black women that they say that they would date are like what are considered to be the cream of the crop, like
White face.
Or
they have white
But
face.
Monty, everyone does that.
Well,
Even black men who say they won't date white women will still look at someone like Angelina Jolie or I don't know, like and be like, oh, I would make an exception for her. Like,
right?
Everyone does this.
But I don't like it though. Like I don't think that's like when you say something like it's got to be like. Sorry.
Why don't you like that?
Why don't I like that? Okay, yeah, I was getting to it. So like the problem is you're limiting yourself to like what is portrayed as like
my
the
choice.
cream of the crop.
I can limit myself. That doesn't mean
yeah,
I'm
can.
racist. It doesn't mean I'm
can, but
it might be. That's the point. It might be, or it might not be. It just depends on if you've premeditated this mint. That's all. I think that's all we're saying.
No, premeditation. No, I can premeditate that I only want to date a woman with a big butt. It's like I can premeditate that I only want to date a woman who's dark skinned. Premeditation is not the factor.
It's just incredibly shallow.
It's the reason behind it, right? If you say I only want to date women with big butts because of X, Y, Z. First of all, I'd just like be again. I'd be like, that's pretty shallow. Women can fucking work out and build a bigger butt. Like the glute is a very changeable muscle, right? If you're saying I don't want to date black women because why? Like what's back there? And if it's just like in general, I prefer certain characteristics that tend to be more European. Okay, whatever. It's kind of shallow. It's kind of shitty. But if you're like, I don't date black women because I'm worried about the culture that they're going to bring into my home. Okay, that's making a very stereotypical assessment about a black woman before you've even fucking met her, right? That's the thing where we're like, that's not great.
And then again,
can I just ask Eric a real quick question? From what you said before, where the other example where they're not being blatantly racist, it's just they naturally like more European-looking people for just natural reasons, not because they're racist. You said that makes them shallow and a shitty person, making it like a bad thing. Is it bad just because I realize that I have a preference and I want to maximize that preference? Why does that make me a bad person?
Here's the thing, right? Is we get really moral when we say bad person, and I guess I should clarify.
We said shitty.
I said shitty, yeah. But here's the thing. Again, we're moralizing it. I think it is kind of shitty to be shallow, but people are shitty all the fucking time. I'm a little bit shitty sometimes.
But why does that make you a bad
acceptable.
person? I don't. When you say someone's a shitty, if they're being shitty, are they being a bad person? There?
No, obviously not. Everyone's shitty sometimes.
Yes, you're saying it's a bad thing, though.
It can be a bad action, but not a bad person.
Sure.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. So they're not a bad person. They're doing something that's bad. They shouldn't do that thing, is what you're saying, though. Correct?
Ideally, they can.
It would be better.
It would be better if they didn't.
It would be better for who?
I would say broadly societally would be better. We'd probably have better relationships. We'd probably have deeper relationships if everyone was a little bit less shallow, because whether or not she's got a fat ass isn't going to determine whether or not you want to be with her for the rest of your life. It's going to be, first of all, relationships are built, not found. And so the reality is like, yeah, it's a little bit shitty to be kind of shallow, but we're all a little bit shitty, especially when we're young and we're as like attractive as we're possibly going to be. We're particularly like shallow and vain. But is it make you a bad person? No, it's just a preference. I'm just saying it narrows your limits. It narrows your like dating options, and you're likely to end up with somebody that you don't like as much because you limited your
No, I
potential
don't think
partners
that's
to
fair.
physical
Yeah,
characteristics.
especially if it's
but
yeah, especially if it's
attractiveness
like
is a
No, he's
physical.
massive
not
part
wrong.
of
I
a
used to talk to my
relationship,
niggas all
and
the
to
time
deny
about
that
that.
is just like obscene, really.
Wait,
You
say
Really?
that.
can't
Say it
deny
again.
that attractiveness is a massive part of a relationship.
I mean,
Yeah, but
not
like,
for
there's
long
many
term.
different ways
No,
in which you can
not
find
long
someone
term. Yeah.
Not for
attractive.
long term.
What
It
you
absolutely,
said
like,
was,
of course, attraction is important for relationship,
yeah.
but it
Like,
doesn't make the relationship last long term. And attraction
right.
can vary between
Yeah,
lots of
but you
people.
don't
If
get
you're
the
a low
relationship if
libido
you're not
person,
attracted to
a
them.
low sex drive person, what you find
You don't have to get
attractive.
specific.
Okay, but sexuality is so like it's so ambiguous. You could be like somebody who's pansexual or
Well,
demisexual. You're only attracted to people if
No,
you have an
no,
emotional
I mean,
connection to
guys,
them.
I feel like
What were you
everybody.
going to say about the low
Oh
libido
boy.
person? I was
you're winning the
curious.
point. Don't get specific.
If
What were you-
you're like low libido or low sexuality, probably the things that attract you to a person are oftentimes going to be a lot less visual. They might be a lot more personality related, because oftentimes if you have low libido or something like that, you're not looking for sex. And oftentimes aesthetic and stuff like that really is somewhat about sexuality, right? That's all I'm kind of saying.
Yeah,
I
but
feel
can
like that's like the minority, though.
Yeah, can I at least expand
Maybe.
on that? I
Wait,
I
hold
agree
on.
with what you're saying that people being less
I
shallow will lead to most likely better relationships. I completely agree. But looking at an individual, if someone has a very high libido and like appearance is very important to them, I don't know if I'm calling them making a shitty action by trying to maximize their happiness. If they think that they'll be the most happy with someone that has a bigger ass versus someone that doesn't, I don't think that's a negative thing for them to pursue necessarily.
Okay, that might just be your aversion to like labeling things as negative, though. I don't have an issue with labeling things negative, because to me, everyone does negative things all the time, and it doesn't become this moral thing to me. The thing that's
Yeah,
moral
like,
is more around like racism and stuff like that.
I feel like we can all broadly agree that like if people were less concerned with looks, things would be easier.
Of course.
Well, there's
I agree.
less
Yeah, I think that's all we're
xenophobia.
getting
say
to,
something?
basically.
When did this ever become a
I
thing
think if people
where
were less
people
concerned
like
with looks,
decided
they'll
to
be
get
more
with somebody
concerned with
whether or
something else.
not like how big their ass was? Like that's something crazy to me.
Sorry, what?
What?
When did somebody decide whether or not to get somebody, like deciding whether or not to get with somebody because of how big their ass was? That's
I mean,
so weird.
hot or
Like
not,
when somebody-
too hot to handle is a great example of individuals who only get with people because they have a fine ass. Like that's literally
it's
the
a
premise of
point of
tons of
attraction, right?
reality dating shows.
Hey man,
I like that ass to be juicy.
I'm
I
about.
mean, it's just
I'm
like
about
people
the
saying
most.
that, hey, I like redheads, or I like big boobs, or I like tall. Like they're all just body characteristics. I don't see why we're like trying to treat these things like differently. I don't understand it.
Dr.
no,
Kelly,
I don't
Dr.
think we
Kelly,
are.
want to say something?
Nah, it's all good. I've been talked over enough. It's good. Carry on.
I
Role
mean,
reversal.
But before we continue though, guys and gals, right? If you're enjoying this content, hit that follow button. If you're in case you just wandered in, and watching all this, hit that follow button right now. We do this all the time. Don't want you to miss out on all the content. We have plenty for you here. We do it 6 nights a week. So hit that follow button right now and make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. Also support the channel, support this content. So that we can continue on doing all this. Subs to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Consider supporting this content, all the things that we do. We do a lot of it, so much. And so if you want to see that continue on to the future, help out the channel. Sub to the channel, all right? And you will get our emotes, exclamation emotes in chat. For our emotes, if I can type that out right, I'll get it out. But those are the emotes you get. And also consider joining for our ad view viewing, or the sub-only parts of our Discord, right? We have all that stuff for you, and you'll just be investing in this community that gives so much back. So consider something to the channel. Consider if you got a resub, use a resub. If you have an Amazon Prime /Prime Gaming, use that here as well. That's a big help, and a big turn on. Hit us up with bits. All right, bits are a great way of supporting, or gift subs, right? All that are a great way to support this community, to help us out, right? Like, so if you like this content, if you like having it here on a regular basis,
help us out. Help us keep it here by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs, so I can keep providing you this level of content. But I need your help to make that happen. Thank you.
Prime is
Eric,
kind of shallow that people giving
wait,
gift subs turns you on.
but I just
Can
want
I
to clear one more
respond?
thing up that Erudite said. I just want to clear one thing that Erudite said that maybe misunderstood what I was saying. I am okay with people doing bad actions, but I would never say an action is, you make it sound like that action is always bad 100% of the time. I think there's sometimes where what you would say someone being shallow is shitty, and sometimes them being shallow is just maximizing their happiness. That action in that moment is not a bad action.
Okay, I think we just like fundamentally disagree, but I don't think bad is a super big deal. To be honest, like I think people are bad all the time, and it's not the end of the world. So it's fair that we just kind of fundamentally disagree there. There's not much to argue there.
It's like
I
what we
just
call the
wanted
negative
to go
salience.
back to what we were talking about just before we went on this tangent, where Nicotine asked a question about sorry, I can't remember exactly what your question was, but I made a little response to it, which was about like the narrative for consent talks. If people don't want to go back to that, that's okay. But I
So
had
like normative and the new prescriptions for like, is it good enough? The rate at which society is increasing with women approaching men, and if it's not good enough, how fast it's increasing right now. What ought we do? Yeah, to get
exactly.
women to
So
approach
so my response to that was going to be that our current consent culture that we talk about actually counteracts that progress, because I think a lot of the progress that we've made in consent culture reinforces men being the aggressors and avoids normalization of women being the aggressors. So I think that in a way that could, like, the way that we're currently looking at consent culture and talking about it on media and stuff can actually have a retroactive effect where it will end up with less female aggressors, because that is what people are growing up with in today's society. That could be completely off.
Only in so much that it has a chilling effect on a bit of everyone, but like I don't know, it seems like you're kind of extrapolating some weird stuff here.
I think it's actually a really good point, and not something that I would have thought of or agreed with you on until now. But I think hold on, I don't think you'll totally disagree, Dr. K. But I think though that the solution to that is not to stop the consent talk, but it's to add additional like encouragement for women to be more what's the word, erudite? What's the training that you advocate for women?
Palatable assertiveness.
Assertive. Yeah. So I think it would maybe be good to try and encourage women in like things like palative assertiveness training to counteract that. Because I don't think the answer is to throw away consent talk, because I think you're right that it will slow it down because it disproportionately encourages men to be more responsible. But yeah, I think maybe it'd be good to just add an additional encouragement for women to counteract the consent.
Yeah, I also think it would be a cool thing to do to just add more women to the examples of them sexually aggressing onto men, and then the men not knowing what to do about that as well.
I think that creates a
that would normalize it. I think that kind of normalization would probably be a healthy thing to do, as opposed to and I mean, like, I come at this from, in the UK we had a big movement for men are affected by domestic abuse as well. And I think that the results of that movement, I'd have to look it all up and stuff, but the general knowledge that I know of this was that it wasn't very effective, just because it was too ingrown that men just don't report sexual assault and men just don't report domestic violence. I think it was the statistic that was given out in the propaganda thing about 10-15 years ago is 1 in 10 men report it, and it hasn't got much better since then. So I think that actually bringing these things up in the examples can help towards a more equal society.
I worry that this causes a new tertiary problem if we start trying to bring up women assaulting men, especially in conversations about men assaulting women, because then it makes women feel underlined and undermined in their narrative a
And
lot.
that's
Like that's
why,
the effect that
and
it
that's
seems
why
to
we
have.
make it, and that's why we make male spaces more susceptible or more receptive to having these talks. Because I can't tell you how many times where, you know, someone, where even a woman, like, especially, and this happened to me a lot in high school, where like, actually, you know what? I'll give an anecdotal example. It was one time where back when I lived with some really shitty roommates. Um, for some weird reason, my friend and his dad were always really centered on women. They acted as though like the only things in life were beer, women, and I guess sports, football. And I was not like that. I was very into like reading and being creative and all of the kind of stuff. And as a result, they made fun of me a lot for it and said, "Well, you'll never get any women." Well, look at me now. They're not married. I'm about to be. So suck it. Anyways,
with your petite, big titted white woman, is that what you're talking about?
hell yeah, 100%. So, anyways, what it ended up happening was we had some friends over, and then like the fourth grade children we weren't, but they wanted to play my roommate wanted to play Truth or Dare because he used Truth or Dare to get very close to women. I was kind of sitting there like, okay, sure. And there was one woman who I was not attracted to, and they dared her to touch me in a way that I did not want to be touched. And, technically, because of the fact that I did not consent to it, that was assault. But it was like peer pressure, and him and his dad kind of like, shadow me for not accepting it and not being, more open to it. I'm like, no, fuck you. Like I didn't consent to that. I said I didn't want that, but yet you said that I like never get any action, but I was completely fine where I was in my room doing my things, just hanging out with people when I wanted to, and being open and giving my consent when I gave my consent. So like I think these conversations we wouldn't undermine women if us as dudes, stop putting sex on a pedestal for one thing. Stop doing that shit, okay? You get it when you get it, and you kind of just don't when you don't, or what have you. And that maybe that's a conversation for another time. But that's one thing I think we need to stop doing is us men need to stop putting sex on such a fucking pedestal. And two, being more open to having these conversations with our bros, with our dudes. We need to be more open with having these conversations, and these conversations need to penetrate male. I don't mean it that way, but penetrate male spaces more.
But I think
That's it.
one of the issues I have with that is if we're talking like in that example, there was also a woman who assaulted you, and if you're only having these conversations in male spaces, and it's not okay to talk about these conversations in women's spaces because you're overshadowing women's.
No. That's not what was happening. What was happening was I was specifically telling them as men. I was trying to confide within them and try to get them to realize that, hey, I did not feel comfortable, and stop trying to put me in spaces in situations where I am uncomfortable, and then not listening to me when I'm coming to you and I'm explaining to you that I was very uncomfortable in that situation. I squared things away with her, and I told her, hey, look, like, don't. I was not comfortable. Please don't do that. And she apologized. That was fine. We understood each other. But for some weird reason, me and my roommates were not on the same page, and they called me, pussy and all this other kind of stuff. And like, that's why, the we just need to have these conversations, more openly in male circles and male spaces.
You gotta force them. You gotta force these conversations. Though.
I do.
For example,
open
for example, right?
everywhere.
How many of you guys, right? How many of you love your friends, right? Your closest friends. How many love your friends, right? I think it's quite easy for me to say, yeah, I love my friends, right? How many of you ever told your friends that you love them? Like, told them, like, man, I love you.
Every time I leave call, baby.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, this is good. It's important, right? We gotta do this shit, man. Like these active steps to be like, yeah, man, I love you. I'm like, I've been friends with you for like fucking like decades. Of course, I fucking love you, man. You're like, one of the closest people to me in my life. And like, people don't do that. People see that as like a weird. Like, they feel weird to tell oh, it's weird that I love my friends. That's not weird. Girls do this shit all the time. Girls will be like crying when they hang up the phone after talking about like nothing. It's fucking like the difference is so stark.
As a matter of fact, like a big red flag for me is if I look at you like as a heterosexual man and I say, yo, you would get tons of women, you're attractive, you're like, yo, bro, you sexy. If I say that and like I'm clearly trying to like uplift my dude, and you look at me and you go, hey yo, that's gay. Even though I was like,
I would think that
I wouldn't say it's gay,
even
but I
though I
wouldn't
was
mean
clearly, even though I was clearly trying to hype you up, I was
You
clearly, I was
called him
clearly trying to gas you up. Like, I feel like that's a red flag. Like,
What's funny too, right, is if you said that in like a genuine tone, I feel like you're 9 million times more likely to be called gay than if you said it in kind of like a jesty sort of like a gay manner. You know
I
what I
think I
mean?
would
because then
respond
it's gonna
with.
be a
I think
joke.
if one of my friends told me that, and I would say gay, I would be like, "Ha, gay," but I wouldn't really mean it. I would sincerely, I'd be quite like flaccid.
So,
But
like,
we're
I'm
just so
talking about,
that's
I'm
my
not
point.
gonna
Is like
lie. There are some
like
words
guys
that
are
are
so
off-limits. You
uncomfortable with
can't call your
sincerity.
boys. I mean, sexy.
yeah,
We'll get
Yeah,
you.
you need to work on that for the fucking.
No. I mean, like I said, my friends like we're very close, and like we know that it's sincere. And we're quite happy being sincere with each other. Like we've ascended to like post irony at this point. You know, it's like you can say it because they know it's a joke.
yeah, like,
I
like if
just
you say
wanted to
gay like
respond
as a joke,
to
but if you're
nicotine.
like, yo, bro, stay away from me, I'm like,
Oh yeah, that's
bro,
cringe. That's super
that's
cringe.
probably
Yeah.
the first comment. That's probably the first compliment you've gotten in like 3 years. Calm down. Like, come on
That's
now.
that said, gentlemen, if there's a man in your life, a friend, a father, an uncle, a brother, a son, nephew, whatever, who is sending up red flags, please shut that shit down immediately.
Oh yeah,
Thank
definitely.
you.
Yeah. We have to be active in this shit. We got to be like really active in this shit, man. You know,
That
hug your dad.
that's
and
a. I
tell your
think.
friends
I
about
think.
it.
I think Dr. K brings up actually.
Calling
I
your boy
think.
sexy. Don't call your boy sexy.
I think Dr. K brings
Don't
up
do
a
that.
really important point though,
Do it.
in that she's kind of outlining like it brings us to this point that Prime had mentioned like I don't know, fucking like 2 hours ago, about like domestic violence within like an actual home sphere where a lot of people that you're maybe friends with, maybe not, you know, I don't know your friends, but there's a lot of interpartner violence, and most violence that women experience is from their partnerships. And so like how do men, I don't think women can address this very well, right? We can take safety precautions, we can teach women about red flags, but fundamentally there has to be some sort of shift where we're catching this, I think, within male spheres to reduce it. I don't know how else to handle it, because I think like equipping women to keep themselves safe, to watch for
the
red
best way
flags,
to
to stay
handle
away
it.
from it is a good way. But is there a way as well for like men to be able to have conversations with each other where you're actually catching some of these potential behaviors within each other and calling it out? Like what does it look like? Like what's a yellow flag for it that you might see in your friend that you could potentially address, right? Because you never want to be the guy who's friends with that guy who gets charged with like beating up his wife, right?
Yeah,
Like that's a bad
It's the
look.
Gillette
What
advert.
did you miss?
It's the Gillette advert.
Do preventative medicine, but for toxic masculinity, right? But yeah, go off, my friend.
Yeah, it's
I
like the Gillette
agree.
advert, right? You just got to be like, whoa, like why are you doing that? Like,
Yeah.
stop! Like that's weird, man. Like why have you been so weird about this? Why are you calling her a bitch because she rejected you, man? She's just not into it. That's fine. Like you don't need to be
And if
weird
this
about
is
that.
repeated behavior, feel free to escalate, honestly.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like
I
if
completely
you
agree.
see if you like, I will check my friends on shit all, like they know I'm the wet blanket. I will check them on shit all the time. Like if I hear you saying some misogynistic dumb shit, like if I hear any of my friends, people that I know, saying some misogynistic dumb shit, I'm gonna say, stop doing that shit, because I'm trusting you to be a friend to me. I'm trusting when I have you in one of my circles, one of my inner circles. That means I trust you. I don't trust people that say, hurtful, misogynistic, dumb shit. I X those people out of my life as quickly as I possibly can. So, as a result, I take the responsibility as the friend who doesn't say that shit, and I call people out on that shit. Don't fucking, don't fucking say like, "Oh yeah, women belong in the kitchen. Oh, look at these bitches. They ain't loyal, bro." Like, no, stop. Don't do that.
That's cringe. That's so
The
cringe.
problem
Can we
with
move
this,
Tinkerbell in here
reason
possibly?
why I brought this up
Oh yeah,
is
bring
because
Tinkerbell in.
Specifically,
the unfortunate thing is like
here, can I?
if we keep consent talks to like what Nicotine said like a while ago, which I just wanted to like talk about, is you said like we need to be careful when we talk about women assaulting men in our consent talks, because consent talks is to talk about men assaulting women. I don't think that consent talks need to be an exclusive place to talk about men assaulting women. I think consent talks could be talked about in both genders. And I think that the representation of both genders in consent talks is incredibly important. And And that was my point, that if you don't have representation of both genders in this, then you're almost regressing in a way, because I think that's going to discourage a lot of women from actually being the pursuers and being the aggressors in these situations. Because as we all know, like, if you've got role models through society and you have these things popping up normally in pop culture, etc., then you're more likely to do things. And when we can't even have consent talks where we can talk about women assaulting men, I do see that just being a net harm to the
Which
amount
is what
of women
feminists
who
have
will
been
be
talking about
pursuers.
forever. I mean,
Yeah,
agreed. Yes, exactly.
this was my response to
Let's
nicotine.
let's
be
go
clear,
to
can I
let's
just
go to
respond super fast?
okay,
Please?
and then Dr. K.
So yeah, just to clarify, I wasn't saying that consent talks are about women being assaulted or whatever. What I was saying is that often when we bring up that men get assaulted too, it's on the coattails of women talking about being assaulted, and that seems out of pocket. That's all I
It
was
is
saying.
out of pocket.
Yeah, maybe there needs to be some sort of equal time, but that almost seems bad because the representation isn't there for equal time. But I do think it's an interesting discussion to bring up, like, how we implement this into consent talks, because I think it is an issue, and that
Yeah.
was my point.
I don't think
Yes,
it's out of pocket.
there's a
but
difference
Dr. K.
from there's a difference from it being a response to negate and it being a response to say, hey, we're talking about this type of abuse that goes on. Hey, I go through it too. Like, oh no, we don't want to hear about that because we're only worried about the women right now. Like, I think that happens a
Like
lot.
majority, yeah, but like I feel like a lot of the time, whenever men do try to talk about, actually, you know what, Dr. K was gonna go. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Dr. K.
K's
Yeah,
been waiting.
I'm so sorry. I was just about to hand it over to him too.
Dr.
Yeah,
K.
my bad.
Just start nodding along.
I'm so. What can I say? I'm rude. I'm sorry.
No, it's good, bro. I specifically wanted to talk to you because I respect you, you respect me, so there's no poison when I come to say this. But there was one sort of misstep you sort of put out there that I really want to shut down hard, where it's like, if there is a dude in your life who's being misogynistic and a bit of a creep, absolutely do not cut him out of your life. Because here's the thing, right? Is if I, the transgender, or if a woman calls him out on that, he's not going to
You know what?
listen because we're
You know what? Yeah,
specifically
you're right.
from the group that he doesn't
Yeah.
have respect for.
Yeah,
So
100%
it is
right. Yeah.
so imperative that it is
Yeah.
if someone is essentially being bigoted, right? The best person to call them out is someone within their own in-group that they sort of believe is already better than them, or not better, but like amongst their peers. And so, like, absolutely do not cut toxic men out of your life. Call them out on it repeatedly and aggressively until the behavior stops.
100%. Yeah,
And capitalists too. Do the same to capitalists.
That one's a bit hotter, but I would agree.
So what you're saying is taking like just beating men over the hammer, say down, bad doggy.
Well, here's the thing, right? Is if you want to actually convince people out of position.
Well, yeah, when men are being bad doggies, I guess.
Like when we want to convince people out of
bottle. Whenever you said something misogynistic, you spray them with a spray bottle.
Erudite.
When we want to convince people out of bad ideas, I think engaging in Socratic method is one of the most effective methods, right? I'm all for throwing the book at certain individuals. I literally have worked in jails, so like literally work in places where books are thrown at people. Not literally. I mean, probably sometimes. There's some aggressive clients, but in general, like, I think engaging in Socratic methods, right? When you're hearing somebody saying something that's kind of maybe toxic towards women, there's ways to approach it. You can lead in a tone of basically being like, hey, let's actually explore that idea. Like, let's talk about this. Is that actually true about all women? When they're saying like kind of nasty things like, oh, all women are just like manipulators and stuff like that, right? Those are concerning things that they're saying. All women are manipulators. All women are just trying to get your money and run away with the kids, right? It's not true. Not all women are like that, obviously. Anyone who makes an extreme claim you can dismantle. And I think engaging in a Socratic method is going to be the more effective method, because I think a really bad thing, Prime is going to get mad at me for saying this because we had a big debate about it before, but in general, when you like...
Big date.
A big date, that too. No, I wish. He's like, no fucking thank you.
Prime owes me one.
Liberal scum.
I'm the face of the enemy,
date.
remember? But in general, I think like if you want to like bring people towards ideas that are healthier, you have to engage with them at a human level. And I think like telling people you're a dirty scumbag dirt squirrel, fuck you, and you're a fucking piece of trash, it's very unlikely to get them to want to actually listen to you, which I know is something very maybe liberal of me to say. But in general, if we want to like convince men to not have toxic
It makes
spaces,
sense,
we actually
yeah.
need to bring them into spaces like what do they want to do? How do they want to engage with you? Right? This is a question I'm asking all the time as somebody who like wants to actually work in a forensic setting with like younger teen boys. How do I reach out to these kids who don't give a fuck about what I have to say, and I'm a woman, and make a space where they're going to be engaged, they're going to feel humanized, and they're going to maybe be open to listening to what we have to say, to be like, maybe don't talk about women like that.
Well, I mean, I'm someone who
that is
likes
true.
to
That is
throw a
true.
good "fuck you" quite often.
Yes,
and
you do.
Usually, I
Yes.
do it specifically when I'm trying to get someone away from me, or I want them to feel specifically bad, or like not like they can be open here. Because like I've had situations where there have men being in my face openly misogynistic to me, and you know what, in situations like that, for instance, that's one instance where the Socratic method will not work, and I do liberally apply the fuck yous and the pushes, because luckily enough, I'm a trans woman who didn't lose a lot of her muscle mass when she transitioned, so I'm still like, tall enough and sort of wide enough that I can at least push a little bit back.
Take a spray bottle and be like, bad man.
Yeah, anytime he comes out with a sexist take, just spray him with the spray bottle. It works.
Men are like dogs. We can be taught.
So I feel like there's a
listen.
That
There ain't enough water in the
That was self-deprecation.
Pacific Ocean to be spraying men whenever they say something misogynistic.
And I feel like there's a little bit of this that has to happen on the opposite side too, because like we were talking about how we need to create spaces for men to talk about their feelings, to talk about their issues, to talk about their problems, and it's like I know in like 2016, 2017, some of that was happening. And there was bad elements of it too, right? When like MRAs started to become a thing and MGTOW started to become a thing,
Oh my god!
and there were
God.
there was a lot of really gross, nasty elements to it. But in some cases, in some few cases, there were decent elements to it as well. And I think that feminists really shut down a lot of opportunities for men to engage in these things because they lumped it all together. And I think that a lot of the time,
which is
can I
a
just
little
finish
odd
one
because
super quick. It seems like women, not women, feminists, some feminists often will shut down men. Well, here, let's see what everybody thinks after I'm done. It seems like sure. So it seems to be the case that sometimes some feminists, whether it's ill-meaning or not, shut down men when they try to congregate. In some situations where it's not good. Sometimes I think it is good. Sometimes I think it's not good. That's all I was
Most
going
of
to say.
the time, if it's men going their own way in MRA shit, usually it's a pretty good idea to shut those down.
A lot of the
because the
time. But
problem is-
I was around these spaces a little bit in this time, and I was really critical of them. But some of them had some validity, and they got lumped in. The good got lumped in with the bad, and then everyone in all of those communities that was left was the worst.
Yeah, my advice would then be don't use that. If you're a good one, then don't use that title for what you're doing. Because
But it happens. It happens anytime we make a new group. It seems like
I was in college when the whole like Me Too movements kind of started, and a lot of them. I was a lot of men that actually that I know of that actually sided with the women. Were called like virtue signaling and stuff like that. They're just like I'm like
I get that all the time.
and
I
it
get that
sucks.
shit all the fucking time. It's so annoying. I don't let it bother me though, because usually it's like, I mean, people virtue signal all the time. Like when
of course.
Yeah, when you wave up, when you
women.
put a Black Lives Matter sign. No offense to anybody who's got a sign like that. When you put a Black Lives Matter sign outside your house, you're virtue signaling. When you're not gay and you have an
I disagree with
LGBTQ, when you have like an LGBTQ flag, like you're virtue signaling. But like the thing is, virtue signaling isn't necessarily bad. It's
okay
just
to be
that
virtuous, yeah.
it's only bad if that's where you stop. When you make such a big deal, like like one of the things that really was prevalent on TikTok when I first got into it was the whole black square thing, like, and people thought that was like that was like revolutionary, that was changing. It's like, no, the fuck it isn't. Like, it's not
I agree.
changing anything.
When I was in college, like we had like a seminar on campus, and it was like talking about abuse from women and like the rape culture and stuff. And I joined in on that and said I agree with the women. I got made fun of, and all the frat boys were like the frat boys made fun of me. And I'm like, I don't care what you think. I'm standing by what I believe in.
Exactly. And that's all really you can do is just stand by your convictions.
I'm standing by my convictions, and I don't care what anyone says.
All right.
This is laughing at me.
But yeah, no. I think to solve the issues, you have to have both sides in on the conversation. But the thing is, like the toxic men are just like, don't want to. They always have to ruin it. They have to ruin it.
And then you know what we do? We shut those toxic men down, and we say, you know what? This isn't gonna get you laid, Chad. That's what you say, and then Chad will stop because Chad cares about getting laid.
A lot of the good stuff from MRA is actually just encompassed in feminism. But the reason why those people don't want to call themselves feminists
I disagree with that.
of the bad side of feminism.
Here's the problem with feminism, right? As somebody who's like I've identified as a feminist for a long time, and I basically had to step away from it because I found that the label essentially became indicative of something about me that I wasn't comfortable identifying with. And I think you can absolutely redeem labels. It's just not an ideology I care enough about to try to redeem. And the issue is that there absolutely is a space within feminism that veils feminism as a way to just engage in active misandry. There's also serious issues. I run into this all the time on my TikTok where I advocate for men's mental health a lot. I get called a pick-me, get called all sorts of things, which is ridiculous because I've worked with women in addiction and women with substance abuse and women who've been abused by men a lot. So there's no way that I don't care about women's issues. I just actually think that we specifically need to be paying attention to men's mental health and men's issues because there isn't the spaces for them. And I think the idea that like men's spaces absolutely get shut down. And yeah, there's a lot of toxic ones, right? And there's a lot of them like the MRA. It started, I don't know how it started. I don't know enough about MRAs to know.
All the Gamergate stuff.
But it started in a good spot. I actually know the guy who started it, and it started in a pretty legitimate space, but the problem is that it got exploded, and there was a lot of vitriolic incel kind of men, and they took over. And here's the thing. The same thing that my critique for feminist movements would be a critique for MRA, which is that if you have people within your group that are making it toxic and gross, you absolutely need to out those people from your group. And I don't think feminism has done a good enough job of doing that.
I don't think that feminism has necessarily done because I consider myself to be a feminist because I believe I
do too.
It encompasses both men and women. I think that there are a lot of people. You're gonna have snakes in your movement, like with the left we have tankies. Like, oh good lord, you're gonna have snakes in your movement that are gonna weasel their way in and that are gonna use it as a label to be misandrous, and they're gonna use it as a way to be to
gain enough size.
Yeah, but and also I don't mean to be that guy, but even though I am on TikTok, that's where I got my start with this whole shindig. I think that, no offense to you, but I forget your name. Erendite, was that it?
Yeah.
Erendite, sorry. The problem with, I think a large part of it is TikTok is just an inherently reactionary platform, which is why even though I'm I have a pretty big following on there, or a decent sized following on there, I always try to move away from it, and then it never lets me. Whenever I try to advertise my other channel stuff, it never lets me, and I want to move away from it because because of the way in which the app is set up in and of itself. It's very reactionary, and it leads to a lot of toxicity, and I don't like it. I really just don't like it anymore. That's why I rarely ever make content on there anymore, even though, my YouTube channel does not, I'm only I'm not even at 300 on my YouTube channel yet, but I would prefer, I've been making a lot of content for that channel, a lot more, and I've been streaming on Twitch, even though I have only one viewer right now, because it's the space is less toxic. So
I'd say though that the pick me shit seems to happen everywhere though, not even distinctly on TikTok. Almost
Really?
any woman I've seen that goes out of her way to express advocacy for men's issues more than women's issues, they do get called a pick me. They do get called this. They do get called that. And the same thing with any of these anti-left identity movements. So it's a black conservative gets called Uncle Tom all the time on every platform.
Hold on. It depends on it. Like you can. It depends on like what that black conservative is saying. If they're saying things that are just they're inherently anti-black. I mean, you reap what
So
you
you
sow.
can be an Uncle
Well,
Tom. I
no,
agree
no,
that
no.
Uncle Tom exists, but like I don't know of any black conservatives that are public that don't get called Uncle Tom regularly.
Yeah, but there's a difference between like a
Because they're
content
fucking
creator or
Uncle
something
Toms.
calling
That's
them an
why.
Uncle Tom.
Started at Pick
Okay,
Me.
dude.
I'm not
Sorry,
gonna
which
disagree
one
with
of
that
those
There
is
be
an
here.
sharks
Uncle
in this
Tom?
water.
No, explain which one of those is not the ones that we would know of.
Thomas Sowell.
I
Oh
don't
my
know who
God,
that is.
no! Oh my God, no!
Do you know
You
him?
don't. Okay, so Thomas Sowell basically, do you know what Thomas Sowell believed? Thomas Sowell is one of those idiots who believes that minimum wage is wrong. Thomas Sowell is one of those idiots who believes that minimum wage ruined the black community because before it was passed, the black unemployment rate was lower than the white unemployment rate, which
Well,
completely
now we're getting into a whole bunch of
disregards.
different things about like political views,
Well, but anyways, like
Yeah,
Uncle Tom,
that's what it's about. What?
yeah, Uncle Tom, like not Uncle Tom, Thomas Sowell literally believed shit that was like harmful to the black community, would actually help the black community, and disregarded nuance, and he's like revered as like this really great economist by a lot of econ bros and economists, especially the ones that are racist and that don't want to acknowledge systemic racism.
well, so
Like,
I
yeah,
definitely agree that he gets
Thomas Sowell is
used by
horrible.
racists. I won't
Because
disagree with that at all.
yeah, because he's horrible, and he's horrible. His ideas are horrible for the black
I
community.
don't disagree with you. I mean, I as someone that I had a conversation with my sister-in-law. She's black, and I getting her perspective is great. Because my brother's married to a black woman, so.
Okay.
Okay, what about Abba and Preach? I've seen them be called Uncle Toms as well.
I haven't heard of him.
You don't know Abba and Preach? They're pretty big on YouTube, but fair
I've
enough.
never heard of him.
Okay, well, if you,
Regardless,
maybe if you're just tossing out names, it's not going to.
I mean, I agree, right? But it's just
I know these people.
I'll say this: it does seem problematic to me that it seems like you guys are basically saying that like black conservatives are Uncle Toms, if unless I'm misunderstanding.
No,
what are they conserving?
I can't speak for him, but I'm not saying that.
Conservative gays.
I think it's pretty hard to be a Republican.
Yeah, true.
Well, Abba and Preach are Canadian, so they can't really be Republican.
In America, but a conservative in general? No, you could be a conservative in lots of places.
I agree, but like this is my original point, is that it seems to happen, especially on the left, that people that are even just helping people outside of who they generally like tolerate or agree with, it seems to become a problem. So as I was saying, a black person who is conservative, a gay person who is conservative, a trans person who is conservative gets really, really shit talk. A woman who's
a trans person who is conservative deserves like.
Okay, maybe I didn't really want to get into this conversation, but I guess I got to get into it.
Just to be clear, what I'm talking about originally, these are all adjacent. The main one I'm talking about was specifically women who talk about men's issues predominantly seem to be called pick-me's and such constantly on every platform.
That does happen. Yeah.
Yeah, because
I don't know. Some of them are, but I don't believe all of them
like the thing is when you have a movement and you use an insult against people who are like anti that movement, that insult will be overused and overprescribed against.
That is also
everybody.
true.
That's just
That is also
what
true.
happens with movements. That's why everybody in Halo Live lobbies is a certain insult
those
and all
Halo
these
Live
other things,
lobbies,
right?
those Halo lobbies.
It's exactly the same on the left. Like everybody is X or Y thing, and on the right, you're all like liberals, you're all socialists, you're all communists. Like it's just these labels just get overprescribed, and there's not much you can do about it. You can try and
sorry, hold on. I think you're missing my point a little bit. I'm not just talking about labels, labeling people. I'm talking about people in a group who go against the standard orthodox. So especially on the left, maybe this happens on the right too, but I don't see it as much.
It happens. It just happens from the perspective I see. It happens a lot from white people who from the right who deviate from the right. It happens it's just that it happens in the home instead of like in public, so you don't see it as much. But I talked to a lot of people.
Like 50 years, like go and see like how many people would call a white person like a race traitor for advocating for black rights.
yeah.
But I don't
Oh,
want
yeah,
to go back
100%.
50 years. I want to talk
Well,
about
no,
what's
I'm
happening right
just
now.
saying that like
It's
That's
still
fair.
happening.
No,
these things happen all the time, and
When-
like it comes in and out of fashion depending upon what insults are being used in the group at the time. And
Yeah, but it's not
Did
a
you see
neutral
what?
thing,
Did
right?
any
It's
of
like
you?
it's a key to the nature of like something that's deeply problematic about human, which is like in group out group thinking, right? Like all of this is saying like it happens historically, like it does, and it's still an issue, right? The fact that like right, a pick me is a valid label in situations where women are actively throwing other women under the bus for the benefit of male attention. That's an actual pretty accurate
Right, yeah.
situation, right? And we know what those women look like. The problem is that if I say, hey, we probably need to talk about men's suicide rates, addiction rates, and incarceration rates, and people go, well, you're a fucking pick me. It's slimy. It's gross.
It
it's
doesn't
not
help
good
anything. It
because
doesn't
it's saying
help.
the reason they're
Yeah.
calling me that, the reason why they're calling me that, it's basically a slur, right? They're saying you're a female with a differing opinion, so now you're just getting a slur, right? It's not as serious as a slur as other ones, obviously, but it's essentially dismissing me entirely based on an inherent characteristic and my position, which is I'm a female with a certain position.
Like,
Yeah, because
also,
they're putting you
going-
into a box.
if I can go back to the race trader thing for a second, did anybody see what happened on Twitter when Kyle Rittenhouse said that he supported Black Lives Matter? They were like, they literally all the people that were like backing him were like, "Oh, he's a race trader. Oh, he's." But one guy was like, "I repeat, Kyle is not one of us."
Manufactured. If that's true, then good on him.
It turns out he's actually okay. It was crazy.
They were like, one guy was like, "I repeat, Kyle is not one of us. I repeat, Kyle is not one of us. He's not white." I was like, "What?"
He's not white. What is he then?
So
Do you guys think Kanye is an Uncle Tom? This is just totally off topic. I'm just curious.
I think Kanye's a capitalist.
I think
That's
Kanye
this
is
is
mentally
true.
ill.
I think Kanye.
I think
Kanye is a fucking
I think
capitalist. That's what I
Kanye
think.
gone to
That's super fair.
Uncle
What
Tom
if
just because
would
of
you
his.
agree? Prime, same idea. Kanye's a capitalist.
I don't think Kanye knows
no,
what he
I-
is.
He's a Republican.
That's why I said he's a
He
capitalist.
endorsed Trump. That's not fucking.
I only care what the black people think about it.
I was saying, I was agreeing with Erudite, saying that he's mentally unstable. This guy.
That too, yeah. Kanye
it's-
is mentally unstable.
It's hard. I don't know. So
Kanye.
this is a very difficult conversation because a friend of mine at the time was trying to give me advice on like how to deal with people who are mentally unbalanced. And I think we can safely say that about Kanye. But like not be ableist, right? Because there's like we start taking away agency from people who are going through these things, though they can make decisions, right? But like, what part of this, the things that we've seen from him, are like his decisions, his rational decisions? Is there ever a difference, even when you're emotionally like just like off the wall? I don't know. It's actually quite difficult and something I like to explore sometime. But yeah, it's not clear to me. It's difficult to judge him the way I would judge someone else because he's clearly unwell.
I would just say I don't even know if he's necessarily unwell. I think he's just a rich guy who buys his own bullshit. He's a capitalist. He's gonna do whatever is gonna make him more money.
He has
and if that
bipolar
means
type
he's gotta
1.
side with. What do you say?
Come on.
He has
come on, this is the guy
bipolar
that
type.
jumped-
He has bipolar type
Oh, he
1.
is bipolar.
Yeah, and so when he says a lot of
never mind.
crazy
I guess I
shit,
gotta
he's
retract
manic.
my statements.
Yeah,
Okay. I
like
guess
when
I
he was
gotta
starting to
retract
run
my
for
statements.
office, he was in a
Yeah.
manic state. Yeah. So
Well,
he, like,
okay,
here's the
alright.
thing, though.
I guess I
Here's the
gotta take
thing.
it back.
This is actually a really important point, and it's something that I've struggled with a lot on both sides, but more so recently, like with the left, which is that there's a lot of times where we're really quick to throw out these like labels that are really
That
damning
is true.
towards
That is
people.
true.
And a lot of times
Yeah.
the people who are most victimized by these labels are oftentimes homeless, mentally ill people, right? I'm going to tell you, as
Yeah.
somebody who has worked in homeless shelters, some of the most racist and like inappropriate language that I've ever heard has come from like the serving lines. And the thing is I'm not going to run around and be like, you're a racist, you're a racist, you're a racist, because like this person has severe schizophrenia. They're addicted to
Yeah,
like
that is true.
methamphetamine, and the level of behavior that I'm expecting from them is very different because they are steeped in serious mental illness, and it's actually a really big problem. It's a situation that we saw with Kyle Rittenhouse where people just immediately wanted to dismiss his panic attack as a fake when it's like he's a 17-year-old child on a court case for 3 murders. Of course he's having a panic attack. Like it's completely reasonable.
I mean,
also going off the homeless people, like a good portion of them have phones and are on Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah.
and are leaving the
I don't-
comments.
That's
I don't think this
hilarious.
really applies to
Another
Kanye
thing-
West, though. Like, I think he can kind of just like not be so much in the open. I think it's a perfect description of him because even if he is manic and stuff like this, which he definitely is, and he's definitely not in his right sound of mind. But if people like Candace Owens and Trump are using him as a mouthpiece, then what other word are you going to use, right? Like, you've got the perfect definition right here. It's
Well, I
kind
would
of
say
sad
in that
that,
I would say
like,
in that case, if it's someone with like a severe mental illness and they're being used and they don't really understand they're being used and they're just being manipulated, that's what I
you
would
can
say.
call them
But I
an
think
Uncle Tom
too,
puppet or like
but
a mouthpiece,
I think the problem with Kanye West is that he does have a mental disorder, a mental disability, but like how far does that go? Like some of that shit, like when he's not like when he's not like having a manic episode or what have you. Dare I say that? I hope I didn't sound insensitive when I said that. But when he's not under
When he's not
That's what
psychotic,
it's called.
yeah.
That's what
When
it's
he's not in a
called.
manic state, yeah.
Okay. When he's not in a manic state, like there are a lot of times where he does shit and he says shit where it's like he's not in a manic state, he's completely calm, and it's like, bro, what are you doing? You are sane in this moment. Please stop. Like what? Please just stop. Also, now I kind of feel bad about like laughing at South Park's depiction of him as like a gay fish. Like, now I want to punch him.
And-
now I
and
want to
here-
go and punch them in the face. Like,
Here's
you
the
guys
thing.
are just-
You
guys
bring
are
up
fucking dicks.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, which is that just because you have a mental illness, it doesn't mean that you're immediately excusable for all the things that you do that are
Right,
super
exactly.
harmful.
Oh, I
But
agree,
when
I
when
agree,
when
I-
when when
I
wait, wait,
agree.
wait, when we're getting to psychotic disorders, though, that's where the bar changes. Because yes, you're right. When he's not in a manic state, he's probably either stable or in a deep depressive state. Because that's how bipolar works: is you
Right,
oscillate
yeah.
between the two. So somebody in a deep depressive state is also probably not saying things that are sound because it's usually a very treatment-resistant form of depression. So it's not like mild or it's severe
I agree.
depression. And if you've had multiple episodes of mania in your life, some of those delusional thoughts stick. And so the idea to think like they're just always going to be sound for the rest of your life is like maybe, but with the moment you have somebody who's diagnosed with any disorder that like can actually infringe on their ability to be in touch with reality, I think it's imperative that we extend them as much grace as possible. It doesn't mean that we excuse racist things. We say, yeah, he's saying something that's racist. That's really problematic. However, we're not going to throw the book at him. He's super mentally ill, right? We try to make that space for them.
Yeah, you gotta it's give and take. You gotta like
I myself have a disorder. I'm actually autistic. I'm high functioning, but I am autistic, and I will say, as someone that is mentally disabled, I get what you're saying, and I do appreciate. I don't know, not so erudite. I appreciate you for standing up for people like me.
Yeah,
I really do. I really do.
Absolutely.
No, thank you. Hey, don't attack the autistic
Wait, what's
person.
wrong, Dr. K?
Wait,
Don't attack the autistic. Don't. No, I am autistic.
Bitch, we both fucking got it. So like, don't fucking use
I'm just
that
saying.
shield with
No.
me.
I'm just saying thank you. I'm saying thank you.
Wait, we
Thank you
both
for that.
got it?
No, I said thank you for that. No, that means a lot. Like, as someone that has dealt with an illness my whole life, that I've had my issues. I've said things I'm not proud of, and I'm not. I actually started going to therapy recently, and it's helped me a lot.
I do not view what Erudite said as like defense.
Hey, that's okay for you to disagree, but I'm not gonna go further this. So.
Wait, what did Erudite say that's wrong?
No, she didn't like that. Like, I think the difference is here. Dr.
I think
K
Dr.
views,
K
like,
should say what
autism
he-
is like a.
Thank you.
I'm just saying.
I'm
I'm actually mentally disabled.
I want to hear what Spoon has to say. Go ahead, please.
Like, I think, if I'm correct, Dr. K views autism as like a facet of her personality and not necessarily an illness, and that's like, it feels
I mean,
like
it's
demeaning.
both. Like, it demonstrably makes my life harder. Like, unquestionably. But it's if I started acting shitty, and even if it was caused by something related to a mental disorder I have, I'm not gonna be like, I guess I didn't do nothing wrong, or like or like the bar of like dealing
agree
with
with
me
you.
has to be lowered. No, like if I started saying racist shit, it doesn't matter that I'm autistic. Fucking go full force on me and let me know what I did was a shitty thing.
I think that that's
I don't
really
disagree.
dangerous territory. As somebody
That's
who's worked with a lot of
dangerous.
homeless people, what about people with Tourette's, right? I've seen people coming after people with Tourette's who
here's the
tick out
thing.
really problematic words.
So let me add a little bit of
Let her
nuance
finish.
to
Let her
that.
finish. I want to hear. What were you going to say about Tourette's?
I was going to say, if people say they have tics where in Tourette's where they tick out certain words, oftentimes the words that they tick out are words that they don't want to say, and the more they don't want to say it, the more likely they are to tick it. Not always, but for a lot of individuals. And so imagine if they think that the N-word is a really fucking bad word, and maybe they're at a BLM movement where a bunch of people are talking about Black Lives Matter and things that, what if they start ticking and screaming the N-word, right? What do we do? And I've heard people legitimately kind of using that line of logic being like, it's not excusable. It shouldn't even be in your vernacular. How fucking dare you even tick that? And it's like, what?
There's a Twitch streamer who actually does exactly that. What you're talking about? There's a white female Twitch
What's her
streamer.
name? I know her.
Her name is Sweet Anita.
Yeah,
Sweet Anita.
who does exactly that. She ticks and she says the N-word. She's talked about how she's done it in like supermarkets and like how they do. So,
fucking horrible too.
Hey, you do you, girl, but it
Guess
sucks.
what? If you do shit like that, you say, once you're done with your
I'm
episode,
sorry.
you say, "Oh fuck, sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that. This is why I did that. Gonna try and not do that again. Let's go about our day."
Do you throw the book at them? Like you were implying, like with somebody with autism, if somebody with autism says
Depends on the situation, huh?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
If they aren't repentant about it, and if they're like, "Oops," but like they don't fucking care that they did it, and they just keep doing it, and they ain't trying to do any control in their behavior.
With
actually, you can't be like, that's kind of shithead.
myself a
Erudite was just saying to extend some limit of grace for these people, for
Yeah, I
them
will
to
extend
have
some
the
grace.
opportunity to say, "Hey, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to say that." I think that's all Erudite was saying, is just, okay, well, we need a space for them to be able to take ownership of that and apologize, or if they don't understand and they need an explanation of why the thing that they said was bad, there needs to be enough grace for there to be a period of explanation.
Exactly.
And if I
but
can
if
add
someone
to
is
that,
unrepentant about it, they do not get grace.
Okay, but I'm going to add to that.
Like Dr. K is saying, hey, I've got a mental illness, and if you don't deal with your mental illness in the exact way that I deal with my mental illness, then that is not excusable. Because I can deal with my mental illness in this very specific way, and if you don't repent in the same way that I can with my specific mental illness, then I believe your behavior is inexcusable.
Right,
It seems like a little bit survivor bias. I have to agree that it does kind of feel that way a little bit.
And this is what I come back to. If we make the standard of what is good enough almost fucking perfect and the most ideal situation, then everything that comes before that that is deeply human isn't okay. And that's where I'm saying nobody fucking exists in this realm. And it's not fair to have those standards because then no one can do anything that's good, right? What I'm saying is if you're somebody who's like, I was able to totally take my autism under control, totally challenge that. Yes, but here's the thing. If you're in the middle of dealing with maybe you have autism, right? And you're dealing with other symptoms, like maybe you're dealing with rigid behavior patterns. Maybe the most important thing for you to deal with right now isn't the fact that maybe you have some problematic beliefs or you say things in a really terrible way. Maybe the fact that the rigid behaviors are fucking up your entire life, you should focus on that shit first, and then afterwards you can definitely deal with that shit. And I encourage people to. And I'm not saying that it's excusable to just never try to deal with being a racist, right? What I'm saying is sometimes people have different priorities. If you're deeply mentally ill on substance use disorders, guess what? I'm not telling them not to fucking swear. I'm telling them, how do we get you off of meth, right? There's just different priorities. I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't valid, that they shouldn't do these things. I'm saying there are different things that matter.
Depends on the situation.
I don't think that she said that it doesn't depend on the situation.
Right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and head out of here because it's 3 a.m. and I'm tired. But this was a great talk, y'all. I really enjoyed it. My TikTok is not Eli Monty. Some of you might not like it. My Twitch is EJ All Sunday, and my YouTube is not Eli
Put
Monty.
links in the chat. Put links in the chat. Don't just tell people. Links in the chat. I'm gonna
Okay.
get this guy to market himself one way or other. Like I'll have to drag it out of him, but one day.
Okay. I will.
Yeah.
Y'all
Sorry,
take
so you
care.
said it's not Eli Monty, same as your
Yes.
sweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking, man.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
thanks for
having me
coming
on.
out.
Y'all have a good
Um,
one.
but yeah, I really do appreciate your comments, Erudite, on this because it's something I've struggled with too. And look, okay, but like, what are the ultimate consequences if it's true that Donald Trump is mentally handicapped or has some sort of mental disease, right? That's going on. Well, then what are we to do as citizens, right? If he is the president, like, are we to say that, well, we can't blame him for like the outrageous things that he does, right? That have actual consequences. Like, I guess this is where like the ableist thing comes in, because at some point we start infantilizing these people and saying that they can't accomplish like or the things that they do, they have no agency over, like, completely, right? But they do, right? They make decisions, obviously, right? And then it complicates things when you realize that there's some huge percentage of the United States is dealing with mental health issues, like it's like some outrageous number, like 40%, but don't quote me on that one, right? Like, it's like, that some level of mental health
You're pretty close on the
trauma, right?
number. I
That
think
people
it's like 40% is pretty
yeah,
close.
it might, it's somewhere around there, some outrageous number of individuals who are dealing with that. So it's like, well, then which one of these mental behaviors can we say like affect them enough that we should start questioning the agency behind each of their decisions? And then at that point, then what do we do? I mean, I guess in the justice system, we say that. This is kind of what we do, right? We say that at some point you're too mentally incompetent to stand trial, or that you have to go to a hospital. We're not going to send you to jail. We're going to send you to a hospital because clearly you're having some sort of episode, right? Some violent episode. But when it comes to everything beyond that, beyond like actually like physically assaulting someone, then are we as a society supposed to assign blame, or is that the wrong question to be asking
It's,
altogether? I'm not
it's a
sure.
complex. It's a complex issue, and I don't think I have the capacity right now to even go into it.
Yeah, and
This is
like
why I hate. This is why I hate determinism.
yeah, and like Dr. K, I think it's really cool that in your own like mental health journey, you've been able to prioritize those things. Like I'm
Don't
glad for that.
don't be like, oh, you're just making it about you.
I'm
Don't do
I'm
that to
not
me,
saying I'm
man.
making it about you. I'm essentially extending you an olive branch right now. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to like bridge the gap a little bit. Here's the thing though, right? Coming to Prime K's question of when is it okay to ask somebody? It's always okay to ask somebody. And that's why if you don't approach every single situation with somebody that you disagree with vitriol and labels, then you don't have to shove your foot in your mouth if it turns out that they're like super mentally ill, right? If you approach the situation with being like, hey, that's a really intense take on something, right? Say they say something super racist, right? Be like, wow, that's not something I'm really comfortable with you saying. What's going on? You just ask them a question. That's why I love the Socratic method, because questions, as long as you ask them genuinely, most people just don't really get defensive, and they might answer, and they might start saying, and they're probably not going to come out and be like, oh, the reason I'm racist is because I have schizophrenia, right? They're not going to say that, and it's not like because you have schizophrenia you're necessarily racist,
Yeah, I
right?
don't want to be rude, but that's a little privilege, mate.
What?
What?
Asking people questions?
That you can just like yeah, exactly. You can come at every situation kind of peacefully. Like I've had dudes sort of come at me ready to fucking sock me in the face. Like I
Well,
ain't gonna
that's
fucking ask
different. That's
questions like
different.
that.
Of course, they're acting violently towards you.
I
I
think
want to
we're
hear.
talking.
Hi, Katie.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Nick, get you. You want to say something?
Oh,
And after
yeah,
that,
I
I
was
do
just
want
going
to
to
hear
say,
from
I,
Katie.
I I think one of the situations we're talking about more, obviously there's a spectrum, there's a wide variety of situations where this happens, but like one of the key situations we're talking about is that a lot of internet conservatives that say really nasty, horrible, awful things online are in that camp of extremely mentally ill people that don't have tons of agency over like the insane, deranged shit that they say. Um, some, I know a lot actually. And yeah, obviously someone in your face, calling you like transphobic slurs or this, that, or the other thing is totally different. But yeah, I think there's a lot of situations where we do need to be careful Yes.
Yeah, and I'm not
questions.
advocating, Dr. K, that like in situations where people want to physically harm you, especially like you're a trans woman, you have a very unique experience of particularly like shitty stuff happening to you, I imagine. I'm not telling you that when people want to fucking assault you, that you should be like, excuse me, sir, it's like, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Obviously not. I'm never going to advocate for that. But just give me the benefit of the doubt that I'm never going to be advocating for people to put their safety at risk or to like do dumb shit for like other people's feelings when it literally could harm them or traumatize them. I'm not advocating for that. What I'm saying is like before you call somebody a racist bigot on Twitter, it might be worth pausing and being like, is this the right language that I want to use? Is there something else going on? It's just like talking about this like necessary human experience of like sometimes there's more than just what appears on Twitter going on, and extending people grace oftentimes is just rewarded. Not when people want to be violent to you, but generally when you approach things from kind of that Socratic method, things go well. And if they don't go well, fuck them. Doesn't matter what they say.
Block them. You block them. Here you walk away.
I
really
don't
want.
spend.
Oh,
I,
good.
I do a
After
lot of
Jake, finish up.
in life interactions. So when you're talking about this kind of stuff, generally I'm assuming that this is a face-to-face interaction, and that can vary. And so I
So,
would.
oh, I'm sorry. You were pausing.
No,
I
it's
thought you were
okay.
done.
There's situations where we cannot be kumbaya, and people will only change their mind when faced with the real consequences of their actions.
Agree.
Certain
Okay.
people.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you the third time. Okay.
Yeah, no, and like racist people on Twitter, like listen, they don't. If someone is being actively belligerent and like bigoted, they like, then they apologize about it later. Then that's one thing. But like a lot of these folks, right? They'll have their episode and they'll just be completely unrepentant about it, and that's when you be like, "Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit! Get the fuck out of my house."
But not for everyone is it just an episode, right? It's like my uncle's got like schizoaffective, and he thinks that uh, black people are like a species that crawled out of like the core of the earth and like all this like really insane shit. He's not in his right
Mhm.
mind like at all, right? It's not because he's like I mean, he is racist, I guess, but it's not like he's like this bigot that has agency over his decisions. Like he's crazy.
Some
And crazy
dude
is a
comes,
spectrum.
That is crazy. That is
some
really
dude
crazy.
comes up to me, right, and says trans women are the fucking like vile spawn of the earth, like they want to rape women and shit like that.
Fuck that.
Right? My response isn't gonna be like, oh, why do you think that? My response is gonna be, go fuck yourself, eat a fucking cock, and go fucking like jump in a lake, you piece of shit. Like
More power
But
to you.
but that's not what
Yep.
I'm talking about, right? When people come up to you and they're like, "Hey, you piece of shit for being a trans," like that shit, that's very different than saying like some political opinion. Because when I'm talking about this, I'm broadly like concerned about when people are like voicing certain political beliefs, certain statements that people find problematic. And usually it's on like Twitter, TikTok, social media space. Obviously, if people come up to you and like they intentionally misgender you, they just like make your life a living hell. That's different. That's different. But we
I mean,
have
I'm
to
gonna
like
be real. Transphobia is a bit of a political stance at this point in the country, but
I'm not going to disagree with you.
That's true, but when we're on Twitter, particularly on Twitter, right? Again, when they come up to you in your face and they scream things like that to you, I would say that that is a safety risk. Absolutely. And so in that point, yeah, do whatever you can to get yourself safe. Online, it's not a safety hazard, right? And that's where we can extend this space of being like, rather than just like madly tweeting back like you racist bigot piece of shit, just posing questions. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah,
just pose
that is
questions.
how I do it. I will. And then what if they're just like unrepentant and they're just like, no, I genuinely believe this and I think it's cool.
Block them. But don't just be like,
Nah.
you're a terrible piece of shit and fuck you and you're garbage.
Nah, that's when you tear in.
Okay, I guess I have a different view because again, I don't like to be vindictive and vitriolic because I never know where people are at. How do I know that the reason that this person has this view is because maybe they were like have some terrible fucking trauma and it doesn't justify the view. But
yeah, no, I like being mean and vindictive to bigots.
Okay.
I think it's funny.
All right.
Yeah, it can be great actually. But I really want to hear from Katie. Katie, I think, has a really unique perspective.
on all this. And so we were talking about um, like figuring out the line between like a person having a mental health and not being able to control themselves, and a person or a mental health deficiency, right? Or
Disorder.
disorder. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you so much. A mental health disorder, and not being able to control themselves, and the line between having a mental health disorder and actually having agency, right? And then like how as a society should we deal with like consequences, right, for bad behavior. So what are your thoughts on that?
So I'm gonna say it like this. I'm coming off with very little context of what you've been talking about. I came in and the thing I landed on was the question that you posed, Prime, and I had an answer, so I wanted to answer. Um, I think that generally we have systems in place to decide when people are mentally ill to the point where they can no longer have agency. It's true that we don't preemptively assess that. It's like usually revoked if there's an episode strong enough. Like Erudite, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. But generally speaking, people who are mentally ill or have mental disorders, obviously they have agencies, they have the ability to operate in the world. Like I'm sure many of us have like mental diagnosis. Like depression is a mental disorder, and a lot of people are depressed. Okay, and we don't like now say let's not let depressed people make decisions. I think when you ask your question, and I don't know how much you remember of it, I think the way to treat things is with more empathy. And again, I'm coming out with very little context. So, Dr. K, I'm not fully aware of what transpired before I'm strongly with Erudite about I'm not saying that people should tolerate when people are being hateful towards them. So when people say a lot of really mean,
On this,
horrible.
come in with empathy, and then like the second round, if they won't back down from being a dipshit, that's when you're allowed to bring out the
Okay.
fire and the
No,
brimstone.
no. So what I'm saying is, first of all, I don't expect victims to like tolerate stuff that is triggering to them. Okay. So if there's I always give the race example, but if there's an African American person in the VC with me, and then someone is giving their political opinion, which is basically like racial segregation or something crazy like that, I don't expect the African American person to go like, "Oh, why do you feel like that? Oh, that's so interesting." That's not what I'm never going to ask that of someone that has personal stakes in the issue. I would want someone like me in the room who has less stakes and is able to and have more of a reason to keep a cooler head to intervene and try to like turn things around. But I wouldn't ask you to not call a transphobe that is bullying you like a fucking asshole. But when we're speaking generally of like society and how people should behave in the world, we need to understand that people are sometimes mentally compromised in some capacity. That doesn't mean that their actions don't have real harm, but it also means that if you extend empathy, whether someone is a racist or mentally compromised in some way, and sometimes you don't know the fucking difference, if you just choose to treat people with goodwill and you understand that's like, okay, they hurt my feelings. I don't know what the fuck is going on there, but like I'm capable of keeping collected and treat people well, then that would lead to the best general good in society. It's just like people are very, very quick to get angry and to demand repentance, demand change your mind, say that you don't think that thing, do something else. And I think we need to be less entitled in terms of what people deserve us. I think people shouldn't be racist. I don't think anyone owes me that they won't be a racist, which makes it a lot easier not to get mad at them when they disagree with me.
I think that's a really good approach.
Well, can I just ask, because I'm going to be heading out here soon, Katie, from what Prime said specifically, though, where he was saying consequences, and when he gave an example about like Trump, if it came out like, hey, Trump, when he was in office, he had a pretty bad mental illness that he couldn't really control that much. Do you think
Which
there's
one
ever
was
a
that?
didn't Prime give an example of like Trump? It's like things that he did when he was president. If it came out like, hey, when he was president, he had a mental illness. Should there be? Do you think that we should lower consequences? Because I'm more of the stance where I think after a certain point, depending on how much impact you had, how bad it was, then maybe we can't really take the chance of lowering those consequences because maybe you weren't in the right state of mind.
So the thing with Trump is, I actually thought it was a very bad example. There's a lot of speculation about what mental illness Trump might have. I don't understand why the potential president of the United States can't have a psychological evaluation. And then we can even decide and regulate that certain disorders the American people just don't accept that their president would have. Think about it this way. If they were diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, maybe you don't want that type of person that has that mental illness to be your president. Not that you should treat them like crap, not that you should take their rights away or anything, but maybe some people with certain mental illnesses that we deem as a society to be really counterproductive to being a good president shouldn't be president. But to speculate on Trump's mental health and then to go, well, what if he's actually a narcissist? It's like, that is ableist bullshit that I don't.
Well, then
not
just
to
as an
speculate.
example.
No, not to speculate. Yeah, to say that if it actually came out that he had some severe disorder, right? That maybe we were previously unaware of, or while he was still in office. Let's say he gets back in office, anyways, right? And it comes out that he has this some sort of severe disorder.
What accountability? American presidents don't have accountability for anything either way. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, he already had a psych eval, and they decided he was a very stable genius or whatever.
Do you just think there's a limit? Do you just think there's a limit where someone could do something so bad, where the backlash is so bad that even if they have a mental illness, they still should suffer the consequences?
Of
That's
course.
kind of what we're
Look, yes. First of all, the law is very clear on that. And there are laws to state when, like, most people are not mentally, even people who are mentally compromised or have a mental disorder, they're not always full blown crazy. I like talking about Kanye West. He is diagnosed to have bipolar. And a lot of the times when he goes on these things that get covered in the media a lot and people give a lot of attention to it, it gets covered and it's pretty disgusting because we know he's off his medication, is having a manic episode, and it's used as disgusting entertainment. I do think there are consequences. I don't think Kanye West can go on a manic episode and like break someone else's car and not suffer the consequence. But law already has that. Do I think there should be like social consequences? Do I think someone that is having a manic episode and did something really bad to someone, should they be like socially ostracized for it? No, I think the person that had their car trashed can be upset. Fine, whatever. Victims of abuse have the right to be upset at their abusers. But I don't think society needs to weirdly shame people who are mentally ill when they're clearly in a state. Like, the thing that's happening with Anna right now, a lot of people are diagnosing her with a lot of mental disorders, labeling her behavior, diagnosing her with a bunch of shit. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. It's disgusting to me that people who say that they unironically think that woman is mentally ill and having a mental breakdown, that they could use that for entertainment. If you think this lady genuinely has borderline, which you don't understand and nobody does, and then you watch that for funsies and you take your popcorn and you laugh about how this woman is having a mental breakdown. I'm not saying that she is. I'm saying that people who believe in that and engage with that is exactly the type of disgusting behavior that society is very bad at treating people who have mental disorders. I don't know what she has. I don't know if she has anything. I think it's disgusting that she's being diagnosed for anything. I think she's being wrongly diagnosed. I think it's bad for people with narcissistic personality disorder and bipolar personality disorder and borderline. I don't think Destiny fucking diagnosing her on his stream and fucking going over the DSM is a very good way to promote good mental health and good mental health understanding. And this is why I came on and was talking about empathy. If you think this person is genuinely mentally compromised, the way to help that person is not socially chastise them into fucking proving to them that they're fucking dysfunctional and mentally ill. That has never helped any mentally ill person ever. So we don't want to help them. We just want to shame them and prove to them how fucked up they are and how wrong and dysfunctional they are. And that doesn't help society.
Completely
I agree. I really
but
do
didn't you
agree.
just say, you also said that you wouldn't hold the person that's being, like, in the car example with Kanye, the person Kanye's car gets destroyed, the person whose car got destroyed, you're not going to hold them like at the same standard. So Would you say the same thing about Destiny? The person is getting like.
I think Destiny has every right to be upset about the infringes that Anna does upon him. I don't think that if he genuinely believes that she has BPD, for example, and he sits on his stream with 2,000 people watching and diagnosing her, it's like, don't do that. You can be upset. He has legitimate claims against her. Don't make this a mental health issue. People who are mentally ill don't deserve this. And his audience watches that and they think they understand borderline. They fucking don't. He doesn't. She might be doesn't. It's absurd. And I do think I understand. See, this is also a problem with mental health. I would respect Destiny if he came out and said, look, what Anna is doing has been very traumatizing to me for a very long time. It's been triggering. It's been distressing. I don't like it. But he says, I don't care. This is just fun for me. I like bullying her now. And maybe that's just coping because he's under a lot of stress and he's been going through this a lot. But Destiny is a huge, huge person online. And a lot of people are looking at what's happening with Anna and they're learning very bad things about mental health. And I think he does have a certain responsibility in that. So I think he can say she does a lot of bad things to me. I don't think he can come and then diagnose her on his fucking stream with borderline, go over the DSM like he's a psychologist. He's not.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
but that. Oh, sorry, you can go. I was
no,
just gonna bring back.
go ahead.
Well, so I just want to say this kind of comes back to what I was trying to understand. Where like, is there ever a level where someone crosses the line so much towards someone where like at that point it is just fuck that person. Like I don't care how I mistreat this person at this point because they fully crossed the line. Where it's like I don't care if you have a mental illness. I don't care about any of this. You've done so much harm to me where I'm like I don't care what happens to you at all. You don't think that line can ever be crossed?
I think if you fall into that line, you really need to be evaluating yourself because I genuinely think that like people don't think enough about like what would it take to make me become like the worst possible person. Like thinking about like the rape of John King, where you had a whole bunch of people within 30 days go from like brothers, fathers, friends, just like normal citizens, to fucking like shooting civilians, women and children on the street, no problem, and tossing them into a hole, right? Within 30 days. And there's interviews with these individuals that being like, it was fucking crazy. I've never even killed a person before. And within 2 weeks, I was cold blooded shooting women, didn't even give a fuck. And so when we like go into this territory of like, when do I get to say gloves are off and fuck it? I say probably is the point when you need to be evaluating yourself because I think that genuinely leads to like that mindset is the breeding ground for some of the greatest atrocities of human civilization. Right?
I agree. This is the rape of Nanking, but
Nanking, sorry.
Can I comment?
Yeah.
Also, I resent the equivocation of gloves are off. I have no problem if Destiny wants to scream out of the top of his lungs how much of a bitch Anna is. Okay, I think he's entitled to whatever it is that he thinks is entitled. Even if she has done nothing to him, I still wouldn't tell a person not to do that. That is not the same as diagnosing someone with mental illness. The amount of like pop culture psychology that goes on Twitch, online, on YouTube, the amount of stupid, uninformed, ignorant bullshit. I understand people have conflict with other people. I understand someone hurt you. I understand someone cheated on you. I understand that maybe even someone abused you. We can just say, my girlfriend was really horrible to me without saying she was a malignant narcissist who gaslighted me. Those are psychological terms. Like I will believe anyone that tells me my relationship with my brother is really bad. I feel abused. I feel hurt. He intimidates me physically and emotionally, and I would be like, that sounds like you're being like hurt. That's not the same as going around like assessing every situation, thinking that's manipulation. I wonder if you're being gaslit. I wonder what type of mental illness this person has. Like, that is so toxic. There are mental health professionals, erudite, that their job is to do that. If we want as a society to make generally better mentally ill people and people with mental disorders are around us. They are us. We need to stop pretending like we just know what normal and good is and what bad and like abnormal. Okay.
I mean, how do we equate what is normal though?
You can't. It's very subjective.
We don't. I know.
So I'm super
It's very
curious.
subjective.
Like,
Just very quickly, I
Yes,
just
yes.
want to. I think people, and this is why I said empathy. We are very quick to judge when we see something and we think it's wrong, and when somebody hurts us. But I think if anyone had a second of introspection, they could come up with a scenario when they have seriously wronged someone else, when they have manipulated or were intimidating or were a little bit too forceful or just misunderstood a situation, really hurt someone. And I think to not understand that all of us are capable of that and all of us do that all the time, but then look at another person do that and just be like, that person is evil, is the most like childish, undifferentiated. I
No,
don't
no
have to explain
nuance.
it.
Needs nuance.
It's just, it's not helpful. I will believe Destiny if he's sad about the Anna thing, but I think Destiny doing what he does is, it's just awful, especially because he seems to genuinely think that this woman is mentally ill, and he's just making fun of a mentally ill person making money off of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm super curious. Like, I completely agree with you that the taking of pop psychology and weaponizing it in a million different angles is super toxic. It's really pervasive on Twitch. It's bleeding into real life. It's really terrible. But I'm wondering, like, the reason that's happening is because it works for a cause, right? There's an incentive, which is that if you tell someone, like, look, my boyfriend is a gaslighting fucking narcissistic personality disorder motherfucker. He's been isolating me from my friends for 7 years, blah blah blah, go on and go on, go on, go on, go on. Right? Everyone's like, oh my god. You know what I mean?
That'd be
And you
messed
get
up.
and you get all of these people on your side so quickly, right? Because everyone knows someone who's been party to abuse. And so what do we do with this situation where it's like everyone's incentive is to do this thing rather than being like, you're a fucking asshole, I hate you, you're a stupid bitch. Like, imagine if Destiny's response was this, like, Anna, not crazy, you're
I
such a
don't
fucking asshole, you're a
remember.
terrible person, blah 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 blah. I feel like
I
people are
don't
just like,
remember
Destiny, you're the abuser
who
here.
it
Go ahead.
was that that said we need to just, whatever happened to the word being, like, to calling someone an asshole.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying, that those words are very convincing, but they're not convincing for me at all, because at this point, just think about the amount of people just in your social sphere on Discord that you heard are malignant narcissists who are manipulative, and they are basically sociopaths in the shadows running this Twitch political sphere, whatever. And we understand that either everyone has always been like this, so everyone are crazy manipulator, narcissists, borderline pieces of trash, or people don't understand these terms. So now every time I have an issue with anyone and I don't want to face the fact that maybe I have 50% of the blame, I'm like, they're gaslighting me.
Yeah.
And it's like, I get it.
Wait.
I get it's a coping mechanism that people use. I'm just not very respectful towards it. It's like, it's fine if people have their narratives, okay? And like, this happened on the panel like earlier today. I said, I will always respect when somebody comes and says, I have been abused, okay? I will respect their narrative. I will believe them. I will not question it, because I have no right to. But if they then tell me this person abused me, and you have no right of evaluating my account of it or talking to them about it, you just need to have to accept my version and accuse that person of being an abuser, then that's a different situation. I think people can abuse you without being abusers.
Absolutely.
I think that's a thing. And I think a lot of people don't understand that and don't agree with that.
So, sorry, in both cases, then, would you say both you would condemn Destiny and Anna the same amount because they are both using psych terms weaponized against one another?
So I'm going to be very honest. I haven't been exposed to Anna's content much, but from the little bit that I have, she seems to use a lot of psychological terms. And She doesn't seem to have a very like conventional understanding of them. And in her so I don't know how much she weaponizes it to justify her behavior with Destiny. I just watched like a regular stream that she has. And I know that on her Twitch thing she just says, "Hey, this is just my own opinions, you know. This is an advice for psychological things." So if you're telling me that Anna goes and tells people, look, this is as an authority, as a psych student, this is the behavior that Destiny does, and I'm diagnosing this, and she's using it to legitimize her behavior. Obviously, that's a problem. There's an issue. The reason why I brought up Destiny is, first of all, because I personally think it's disgusting that people genuinely think that this woman is mentally ill and they're enjoying their like fall into madness. I think that's disgusting. And also Destiny, even if Anna is doing those things, which is not okay, and I would condemn that, Destiny is a tiny bit bigger. And personally, as a woman, this is kind of weird to say it that way, but a lot of people who watch Destiny are like young men, and for them to learn about borderline from Destiny talking to Anna is
bad example.
That makes me very unhappy.
Yeah.
Bad example.
Yeah, I think the point you make is really, really good on the fact that if you do think this person is mentally ill, why are you relishing in their suffering? That is a really fucking weird dichotomy.
It is. I agree.
It's very sad. It's why I'm not very informed on what Anna does, because whenever there's anyone assessing like the drama between them, I turn them off because I just find it incredibly unethical to like, if this person is having a mental health crisis, I'm not gonna sit there and eat my popcorn as someone is having like a mental issue. No.
The main thing I can remember that Anna has really weaponized against Destiny, like time and time again, is she's kept calling him an abuser because he engages in stonewalling manipulatively, which is like a term that like John Gottman, who's a
I know what stonewalling.
Okay.
That's actually very weird of her,
Yes.
because they're not even a couple. But okay, I mean, you can stonewall
and it's
people
not
who
even
are-
an abusive behavior necessarily either.
No, it's bad for relationships, so I guess why she would interpret that as abusive. But and this is a good example to how she would label something as manipulative. And I would like to now just use it as theoretical, because with what's happening with Anna, I don't want to talk about her specifically. So let's say you felt like you had a falling out with someone and they were stonewalling you, and you feel abused by that behavior, and you think someone used something manipulatively. I think people need to accept that their experiences are still valid, even if the person that they have conflicted with has a different narrative. I think my ex partner would stonewall a lot. I don't think that's manipulative. I think that's just something people do. It's a coping mechanism. And I think people, especially lay people, they don't have enough psychological understanding of these issues. So they only know manipulation. Ask someone to explain to you what manipulation is. They're going to have a very shitty, uninformed take on what it actually is. Not every time that somebody gets you to do something, it's manipulation. When I ask you to make me food because I'm hungry, you could say that's manipulation, because I am like, if I say, please, then sure, that's manipulation.
It is manipulation.
I'm a manipulative
It's
bitch.
adorable. It's adorable, but it's a manipulation.
Yeah, so I think that because there's so much lack of actual understanding of the terminologies used, you can take anything and call it manipulative. You can take anything and call it gaslighting. You can take stonewalling and say that's abusive. Now, if someone felt hurt by something, I think that's valid. That's okay. But there's a strong need for people to put a blame on someone, to say this person wronged me and they did it on purpose. Because if they didn't do it on purpose, they don't have culpability, or so it feels like. It's like, how, if they didn't really want to hurt me, then how come they hurt me? and that's going to be a lot harder to contend with. So this person who loved me hurt me just because we're both damaged people. But it would be so much easier if they're just like a psychopath who wanted to hurt me because they never loved me. So
and the victim capital
it's
is so much
copium.
greater if
Sorry,
they're a psychopath instead of just a messy person.
It's copium, as far as I'm concerned.
So I have watched a fair bit. That is almost the exact narrative that Anna has given. Just by the way.
What is? In what way?
Psychopath who wants to hurt me.
Yeah, that is almost the exact narrative that she has given.
I mean, I think from the little bit that I've saw, it seems very clear, and it makes sense. Anyone would do that. People just want easy answers to cope with what they're going through. So it wouldn't surprise me when things get messy. We need simpler answers. So it's not like I have issues and I'm kind of defective in XY way, which triggered their issues in a TM way. And there was just like not a good mix. And it seems like we're just not very good for each other. That's not as fun and as easy and as forgiving to the self as saying that person hurt me.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask one more question, then I'm going to head off. But so do you think that Destiny's behavior in doing the weird kind of like speculative diagnosis and weaponizing of psychology is any more acceptable as a result of the fact that Anna has been doing those exact behaviors beforehand to him? Or do you think it's like two wrongs doesn't make a right? They're both.
So the reason why I haven't been talking about this because nobody cares what I think about this, but I also honestly, but I conceptualize. I would definitely understand if Destiny has been in the past or is now distressed. I do see his behavior as just a coping way of dealing with what he feels he's suffered from Anna. And I understand that. And again, I have empathy for that. But the problem with this other element of mental health is that people are not very capable of admitting. We're not trained to go like, this person hurt me and I'm triggered. So if Destiny came on right now, he would go, no, I don't care about Anna. I'm not hurt. I don't give a fuck. It just makes me laugh. And maybe, and I don't believe him. Okay. And maybe that's infantilizing on my behalf that I don't believe him. I think it sounds pretty rough what he went through with Anna. So on the one hand, I can infantilizing and be like, no, it's definitely trauma. You're obviously just having a triggered reaction. Or I can respect what he's saying. And in Prime, you talked about balance. So I'm saying, okay, I can understand that there's probably some trauma response here, and I respect that. But if you're going to maintain the position as a capable of making decision adult,
someone just said, "Do not summon Destiny."
If you're going to maintain the position as a capable adult that you're not having a traumatic reaction, then I have to respect your narrative. And if I respect that narrative, then what you're doing is fucking awful. I would have a very different reaction if Destiny just said, I'm fucking exasperated by this. I don't know how to make this stop. I'm sad. I don't want this. I wouldn't say the
like
things
Voldemort.
I am.
Say his word 3 times, his name 3 times, he'll show up.
I don't think Destiny cares enough about me to come here and argue about this.
Okay. So I think we've got it. I think we've crushed it. Hey guys, one, if you've been enjoying this content, support this content. First, hit that follow button. You haven't done so yet. How about the channel? Right? How about the channel by subbing like Satya Vatara just did. Thank you for your Prime Gaming sub. Thank you. That helps us out a ton. Yeah. But yeah, sub to the channel. Support this content. If you like this, we just gave you a lot of content, varied subjects, right? Well, then sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs, right? All that helps us out a ton. Thank you, Katie on Katie, for gifting. Katie, not Katie. I always look at it as a one. Anyway, whatever. 100 bits.
Projecting.
More bits than I have.
Okay. But yeah, support the channel by subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. It's how I keep this whole thing going. Right, it's through your kind support. So thank you for the 2 who've helped us out so far. Yeah, it means a ton. We can start a hype train. That'd be amazing. But does anyone have a final thing to say? See if we can start a hype train. Sub, gift bits or gift subs.
Be awesome to each other. Be kind. Let's be kind to each other.
No, be terrible to each other. Be mean.
No.
Yeah.
This is super off topic. This is super off topic. I just want to say, Prime, I have like mad respect for you, man. I don't know how you do this every single night type shit. This shit's insane. You have some intestinal fortitude. You're a very impressive.
He has a lot of mental issues. He's a workaholic that is overly obsessive.
Damn! Getting called out.
If that's the case, I'm sorry for enabling your workaholic.
I'm just a Sigma male, okay? He's on the grind set. That's what's going on.
Stop abusing us, Prime, by asking us to come and then like do stuff.
Wait, who's Prime asking to come?
You know you do.
As a final thought, I'd like to say, Katie, more or less, I think it is definitely concerning to see like BPD specifically getting demonized, because I think BPD people in particular, for chat, BPD means borderline personality disorder.
Not bipolar.
Not bipolar. It's really tragic because BPD people already have a lot of relational difficulties, and they can get treatment. And when they get treatment, they can oftentimes fully manage their condition, and you wouldn't even tell. Having a stable relationship is really important for that. I would also encourage you with the Anna stuff specifically. I would check out more of the details of like what Anna's done, because with Anna, I literally don't know what to make of the situation anymore. I'm basically stuck between either she's literally like faking everything and it's all like a lie and she isn't even mentally ill, she's just like doing something for some purpose, or she's like deeply mentally ill. And I do think Destiny is at this point of like he's exhausted most of his options, and like
I understand, but the panels, everyone's panels, Destiny, Dylan, anyone who talks about this, they all tell her, can't you just go away? Just stop talking about this. And if they truly believe that, and they truly believe that she's mentally disturbed, all they have to do is not have her on.
Yeah.
Like, that's all they have to do.
I mean, they're making it worse by having her on and keeping.
Yeah, they're like, why are you engaging with this crazy lady? I don't know, maybe because you think this lady is crazy and you're like waving this red flag in front of her face and you're like, be normal, crazy lady. It doesn't work both ways. If you think this person has a hard time disengaging, then don't fucking invite her on to engage.
And I feel perfectly okay with saying that to outsized people. I do draw a little bit more of empathy towards someone who is directly affecting, like you did. You said you feel empathy towards Destiny for everything he's gone through, and
I'm sure it's awful for him. I have no doubt about that. My issue is only that he's doing, I believe, material harm in terms of like advocacy for mental health.
That's
with this type of rhetoric.
Yeah,
it's just so destructive.
I still would encourage you to probably spend a bit more time in like the Anna stuff, because I'd be curious what your thoughts are on it more. Just because I think to get full context.
No, I'm curious. I haven't looked into it much. I'm curious. I have to look into this myself.
But I'm just worried that like looking into this ourselves, it's kind of like if people do go and they look into this themselves, what does that really invite them? It invites them to be like, well, try to assess this. Do you think this person is mentally ill? Do you think they're not? You know? So I'm kind of like, I'm wondering what would be the point of like delving into this world. I understand that she hurt him in many ways, according to his account, but like, I'm not going to diagnose her or think that she's mentally ill or not mentally ill.
More to look at like, has he exhausted all options, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. And like, to be honest, like I'm fine with you having any opinion you want on it. I just like, yeah, I think that situation specifically is really dicey. Yeah,
that's fair.
Hey everyone, everyone, do me a favor.
I think that was the point.
Do me a favor and become a follower of Erudite. I put the link in the chat, but do it again. All right, so if you're out here, Erudite's that wonderful woman right down there. Everyone, seriously, go over and follow. I'll put the link in there. I need to advertise this person more. She's amazing. We love her. All right.
I am the face of the enemy, though.
I'm giving you a follow right now.
The enemy, all right, which is incredible that I'm like platforming a fucking liberal.
I'm not a liberal. Fuck.
She's such a pretty enemy.
She's great, and I actually really do appreciate her. Just like I appreciate Katie, just like I appreciate everyone, especially my man. All right. My brother from across the pond, Sneaky Debate Man over here.
That's right.
He's black. You can't see him, so that I can just make see his race.
He's invisible.
But yeah, please, everyone, the link is in chat. Go follow her. She's great.
Thanks,
check her out. She's an amazing human being. I am going to raid someone, and I'm going to go to bed.
You deserved it. You deserved it.
That's what I was going to say.
You compulsively
Thanks.
workaholic manipulative.
You insane man. Go to bed.
You know what?
Sick,
It's
sick,
it's
sicko.
literally so weird that you guys call me that because like
was a
if you
joke. It's a
met
joke,
anyone
obviously.
from my past life, they would absolutely never describe me like that. Ever, 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 ever. But okay.
Gaslighter. You're just changing the narrative.
Maybe you're just a drifter.
It must be, right?
Yeah,
but I'm going to raid my amazing friend Fawn because I just hold on, wait a second.
Fawn
Hey, not sir, you're gonna keep streaming or not?
I'll probably stream for like, yeah, if you want to toss them in, I'll entertain them for like 10 minutes, maybe with like the decompression after chat.
Okay, I'll do that. Not so erudite.
Come
All
to
right,
the
so
liberal
I-
dark side, right? I
Less
shouldn't even
stressful
joke like that because
conversation.
then you're gonna clip that and be like, see, that's proof that you're a liberal, and I'm not a liberal.
You're a fucking liberal.
I'm
I'll
not a
die on that
fucking
hill.
liberal. I'm not. I'm gonna take a test. I got one.
Everyone, like you're coming in for the raid now. Please follow our good friend. I give you an opportunity. You don't even have to do anything else. Follow her. I actually haven't followed her myself. I need to take my advice.
Whoa.
Whoa! I'm
Big
gonna do it now.
That is out of pocket. Wow.
Good night, Erudite. You did well.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
you
great.
too, Katie. Thanks for coming on.
Appreciate you. Oh, everyone's leaving now. He's gone. That was great. I do appreciate you. What you said meant a lot. I recently have had a lot of
Just so you know, I'm still streaming. Just so you know.
I know you are. I know you are. I know you are. I actually clicked over to you. I had a lot of mental health issues. I also have a history of abuse on towards me. So for what you said, that means a lot to someone that has struggled with mental health and has struggled with their mental health. I was actually mute until the age of like 5 or 6. I didn't speak.
Oh wow.
And then I all of a sudden became like hyper intelligent. By 5th grade, I was reading at a college level, and I don't know. Don't ask me how. I don't know.
Crazy.
So, yeah, I was labeled like a genius, and I'm just like, don't call me that. You're gonna give me an ego, please. Don't.
I forget when
I'm
in the
afraid of
panel.
myself.
I forget when in the panel, like you and Dr. K were talking about autism. I was like, I have it, but I don't want to bring it up.
Yeah.
You didn't want to get the book thrown at you and told that it's not addressed.
I think we're still live on Prime's channel. He disconnected, but
he hosted onto me.
That's
so
fine.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm stupid. I'm stupid. We're on yours. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't mind talking about it because I already talked about it publicly. I at the age of 17, my girlfriend at the time, first girlfriend, she got me drunk and she abused me. I was raped by a female, so yeah. But I don't want to go there. I don't want. Yeah, I was raped. Men can be raped too. I told her no multiple times, and no means no, and she would take no for an answer. And one night I went over to her place. We were watching. I think it was. God, I forgot what it was. It was in the early 2000s. I think it was like Twilight or something. And she went to Daddy's liquor cabinet, and I was like, "Oh, this will be fun." And then I felt violated, and I broke up with her, and she wasn't too happy about that. Put it that way.
Well.
Because I told her, I said, I told you no, and you violated me, and I've been angry for a long time.
Yeah.
You know what I wanted to bring up like 3 hours ago that I just didn't. I don't know. I was either like I feel like a lot of these issues with like boundaries and consent can be solved by like including them in sexual ed at an earlier age. Like
I wouldn't
instead
disagree
of
with that.
I don't know when you guys learned about sex ed. Like I learned about it in probably like 5th grade. So
I was in 6th grade, and I remember seeing a woman give birth, and I was traumatized. I was like, I don't want to. I was like, no, I wasn't traumatized. I was just like, that's really painful looking.
Honestly, like I think they should include ideas of like consent and boundaries along with how babies are made, etc.
Yeah.
Because I feel like maybe like it depends on the person, but like for me it was probably like a couple years after that I started having attraction towards women, and then I didn't know anything about like verbal like asking your partner verbal consent. I didn't know any of that till I was probably like honestly 2 years ago. 2 years
I'm
ago.
so wait,
And I started learning
was
about it online.
I was very sheltered as a okay, so it's really weird. Okay, so my parents are divorced, and it's really interesting. My dad's family is conservative, my mom's family is liberal. So that was great for holiday parties when I was a kid. Don't talk about politics; it gets bad. But I kind of align with my mom's family, so yes, I would say I'm definitely. I actually used to be a Republican when I was younger, and now I became a Democrat. And I would say I'm definitely liberal. Yeah, well,
Ew.
peer pressure, peer pressure, okay? Peer pressure. I'm
Face with
not
the
gonna lie,
enemy.
no.
Face with the enemy.
He left.
The enemy.
He's like, ew. I was. I hate the GOP now. I think that, but
No, liberalism is the thing I'm mad about. Not the fucking...
Oh well, I don't know. Like I'm definitely a liberal mind. I do know
the libs.
I do know one member of the House of Representatives, and I will not say who. You could probably they're female, so you mean take your get pick, but but I'm not going there. So yeah, I know I am liberal, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, you know.
The libs.
So,
yeah.
Hey, someone's got to love. Someone's got to be liberal.
Support of capitalism.
No,
is what
actually,
I don't like.
we don't.
Oh no, I would say I'm actually not opposed to socialistic a lot of socialist policies. I would say I'm more of a democratic, socialistic, liberal type person. So
I'll let you off.
I'm claiming progressive centrist right now. That's the label
I'm pretty
I'm going
close.
with.
I'm pretty close to you actually.
That's terrible.
Terrible label.
Dirty
Hey,
centrist.
Time for my nightly activity of like showing off my card.
Oh, just
and
so you
being
know,
like, no, I'm just a
I'm
communist.
streaming. Just
Hey,
so you know, I'm
if you're a
streaming.
communist,
There's nothing revealing.
No, I
on
just
this.
since
My
you just
info's on the
joined,
back.
I don't like to stream people without their consent. So I'm just like
Yeah,
letting
no,
you know.
good. You good, boss.
If you're a communist, more power to you.
I'm just straight
Yeah,
communist.
I worked in I work locally where I live in theater, and I worked with a group that they were communists. I was like, yo, I got no problem with you. You gonna pay me money? Thanks for paying me.
That's wild.
No, right out of college, I worked with a pro-communist theater group, and I was like, yo, I got no problem. I got no beef with you. I'm not opposed to hearing different political views. I think we all should be heard, and except unless you're, well, never mind. I'm not going to go there. I think
as it should be, because there's some people out there, they hear the fucking C word and they're like, oh, I want you dead. I want you to be banned from speaking. It's like, I literally just love unions. Like, chill.
I'm very pro-union. By the way, one of my friends, it was in the national news. One of my friends, she was the one that organized.
I'm just gonna hop out. Just letting you guys know, I'm gonna hop out of this discussion. But thanks for the debate, everyone. It was super fun.
Yeah.
Hope you guys all have a
good
night.
It was nice talking with you.
Yep. Sneaky. I heard that you and I are maybe gonna chat in the future. So
yeah.
Looking.
I would love to talk with you too, but I'll send you a message.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Tinkerbell. I'm sad I didn't get to see the most attractive face on the entire planet of human existence. So it's fine. I'm just,
Next time I will be sure that I before hopping on panel, I'll get ready. I was literally snuggled down into bed and I was like, let's see what's going on. And I saw y'all on panel and I was like,
I was gonna say you've been on before, and I'm like, you wanted the cam on, so that explains it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first time I was on a Prime K debate, I literally had like no makeup. I was in like sweats, and I had been like sick all day, so I looked like absolute dirt trash. But it was fine, it was a good time. Anyways, have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Okay. Alrighty. You guys are just seeing all of the people in the worst generation. Let's pull you guys back to my beautiful face instead. Yay! Oh, it's frozen. I forgot that my camera's frozen. This is very cringe. Hold on. Oh my gosh, what do I do? I know. Here's my Discord. If you want to join my Discord, you should join it. Anyways, I'm going to go in here, and then I'm going to click like this, and then I'm going to go like this so you can see my beautiful face. There you go. There I am. Sorry that my, oh, it's still frozen on my stream. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, guys. Teehee. LOL. I noob. Transition. Got it. Boom! Winner. Got it. We did it, guys. Did I do it? Barely. I don't even know. I don't even know why you guys are still here watching me when you just. Although I've heard that people find new streamers very entertaining to watch because they're basically like boomers trying to like fight with UI. That is particularly the case for me. I should host a debate on stream. You should host a follower debate. Yes, a lot of times. Where's the Discord link? A wizard never shares her secrets. Just kidding. Probably one of my. I know I don't have chat commands. I'm the worst. But one of my lovely moderators, Taken, just posted it for you. So hop in there. I'm in a private lounge, so you can't hop in with me because I'm better than everyone and you can't join me. I'm just kidding, and that's going to get clipped again. I'm going to have all of the worst clips just all put together into one. It's going to be a really fun time.
Join.
Oh, you can join. Oh yeah, my admins can join this channel. This is one of my admins. Say hi. Oh,
hi.
He's still here. So yeah, thanks so much for everyone joining me. Oh, look at that. Everyone's here. Thank you guys so much for watching tonight and popping over and staying. I don't know if my viewer count is accurate or if it's just not refreshing. Yeah, all of the admins. Take down their names. Take them down and then message them and then send them cute pictures of cats. Specifically, if you send cute pictures of dogs, you'll be immediately banned from our Discord. I'm just kidding. I'm actually a dog person. I'm holding out to see if you can pull this off. Pull what off? Pull off my glasses? Is that what you mean? Do you mean my I'm just kidding. That's not Twitch friendly. Actually, I have another shirt underneath. It's just like a tank top, so I really could take off my shirt and it wouldn't be that exciting for anyone because there's just another shirt underneath. You're allergic to cats. Rat Dog Nation wants to know how you side in the Rat Dog versus Mr. K upcoming war. So, fun stuff for all of you that are here now. As of Thursday, the 3rd, I am talking to Mr. Girl personally about Dr. K. Not Dr. K from tonight. Dr. K, the big healthy gamer.
Healthy
streamer.
gamer, GG.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking to them. Not to them, to Mr. Girl. And we're going to be talking about it. And it's going to be... I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be stressful. He's not very happy with some of my positions on it already that he's heard. And I'm sure if you guys are following the... What time? 6 p.m. Hold on. Agenda. 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 8 p.m. EST. Yes, Mr. Girl, very exciting. I really like Mr. Girl. I'm hoping that we can be friends by the end, but I don't know. Hard to say. He's really mad about my positions on Dr. K. So, yeah. Are there 2 Dr. Ks here on Twitch? No, I think the other Dr. K that was in today's debate panel is actually just a debater. I don't know if they...
Yeah, I don't think they stream. What did you think of the open panel?
What did I think of the open panel?
Yeah.
Okay, well, when Dr. K got into, like, basically, like, vengeance and being, like, if somebody's mean to you, like, once, you basically, like go all out and, like, no holds bar, that was really scary to me. I think that's really cringe. I think, like, in general, like, promoting ideas of being, like, let's just fucking attack people. If we don't like their ideas, I think is just like a really bad idea. And I think anyone who's like so hateful towards things that they're like willing to basically like potentially like completely destroy another person, you should really evaluate that, because like there's a lot of research in psychology on like how like humans can easily fall into dehumanizing other people.
I mean, I'm kind of torn on it now. Like after thinking about it, like I feel like Dr. K phrased it really poorly for like her position. But, like, here's my thing, right? If Dr. K is essentially framing it from a perspective of self-defense, so if, like, someone engages in some form of, like, verbal rhetoric or violence to you, is it okay for you to engage in a similar level of aggression towards them, regardless of whether or not they're mentally ill? And I think the answer is yes, that as a victim of some kind of, like, attack, you can defend yourself and attack the person in kind, right?
Yeah.
I think, but I don't know if that's what she was saying or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Okay, apparently Discord's quiet. I don't know if it's Discord or just Nick that's quiet.
You might just turn me down because I'm a loudmouth.
You are a loudmouth.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so if it gets so weird because those guys are so fast and loose with kind of like their phrasing of things. Like, if it's a serious, like the way they were putting it, like I don't think that like an African American has to respond with any amount of like sympathy to someone being racist to them. It's like, so does that mean if someone calls you the N-word, you can call them the C-word? Or does that mean if they call you the N-word, you can line their teeth up on the curb? Like,
Exactly.
what are we
like,
saying?
Yeah, like what does it mean? And so like this idea of like if someone hurts me, can I hurt them back? And it's like potentially, right? It really depends on like the situation. Obviously, as Dr. K is like a trans woman, I'm incredibly sympathetic to like I don't understand the plight of trans individuals at all. I'm not pretending to, but I am like friends with many trans people, and I am deeply, deeply sympathetic because I think they absolutely get treated like shit, and I think society is broadly like not handling them at all. However, I just in general can't justify or like stand behind somebody saying, especially when it's like verbal stuff, like it is okay to harm somebody. Obviously, it's okay to like charge them with things. I'm not a problem with legality. I think there are certain lines that maybe you like have to potentially like step in some way. But I don't know what the line is, and I'm not really comfortable with saying like, you know, we should encourage like violence, go in on him, strip him down, fucking cut them to pieces, because it's like what if there's something going on. Like the main thing that came to mind the whole time that the conversation was going on is thinking about somebody that I know who had like a really, really racial bend against specifically like African immigrants and refugees. And then when I finally like was able to explore it, the reason why they like had this bent is because like when they had first started working as a police officer, one of their like first jobs that they were called out to, they went out to a house where there was a little 3-year-old girl on the lawn bleeding from her genitals, and there was a man inside beating his wife, and this individual had to like separate them, and he like still has a vivid memory of that 3-year-old little girl, right? And so when I think about that, like it's so fucking horrific that when they like say these racist things, obviously I think it's bad, obviously I disagree, but like coming at them with just like spite and anger when you have like no idea where it's coming from, I think is like really, really dangerous. And this isn't to say that like people being super transphobic isn't okay. Like obviously I think that's fucking terrible. But I think like we have to be careful about like trying to like understand where people come from, not because it excuses their behavior. Like his racism was still racism, and it was wrong, and I was open with that individual about the fact that their racism was wrong. But I certainly didn't like view them as just like this wholly horrible piece of shit exclusively because how do you do that when they like have such an intense trauma, right? You go like, hey, I can understand why you're at that position, but it's not excusable. Like it's not okay. Like that's kind of my favorite line is like it's understandable, but that doesn't always make it excusable, right? And how do you have that conversation of like holding them accountable for their behavior while also like maintaining grace for the mental health? Like it's not an easy answer, and honestly I don't think there's like a general rule of thumb I can give you. I think it's like very much case by case, which is why I like my general rule of thumb is like approach
that
things.
My phrase?
No, that's my phrase.
No.
No, it definitely is. You're right. He's not a piece of shit because he's racist. He's a piece of shit because he's a cop. Maybe, but I mean, I'm hoping you're just like me. Maybe you're not. I mean, fair enough, whatever. But yeah, I just like.
Only one type of eel.
Thanks for the subscription.
Hey, a sub.
Hey, we're in the process of I just got affiliate, so I don't have my emotes yet. So if you join, I sound like a liberal. I'm not a liberal. Okay?
So do you not think it's okay though to essentially have like proportional escalation of force? So racist person says derogatory words to you, you can defend yourself with derogatory words towards them.
Yeah, broadly, I'm definitely okay with that.
It's
because
just not.
I don't
racist
expect.
Person says derogatory words to you, you attack their career, try to out it to their entire family, blah blah blah.
Yeah. It's especially like with Twitter and stuff like that. I think like it's really careful about like people just like wanting to go and destroy other people's lives. I think that like that's really cringe. And I always think about the situation, Nick, that you and I had where like there was a bunch of people railing on this person for like making a pretty like I don't know if it's a racist comment. I think it was maybe a racist comment, and they were all like going in on him, and then I like had to pipe up and be like, hey, just a reminder, this person's like seriously mentally ill, and I think they were also homeless at the time, right? It's like, it's those situations that I'm like, there's nothing worse than that, and we have to be careful. I'm not saying like don't escalate force. I'm not saying like don't like if people are mean to you, yeah, of course you're allowed to be mean back, but I'm asking the question of like, is there a better alternative that like, especially if we're in a good space, that we can strive for? I don't.
There's something more helpful.
Yeah, something more helpful. Yeah. It's completely fine to bite back when bitten. Yeah, it's like it's completely human to bite back when bitten, right? I'm not gonna like get mad at you for that, but I'm saying like, if you're in a space
proportionally, right?
And proportionally, right? If they bite you, I don't expect you to like literally like fillet them alive, like deglove them, like not proportional. I'm not even opposed to people being mean. I just like in general, I have like a big heart for people with like serious mental illness who like really get like the short end of the stick in like these like social political spheres, where they're like they get their entire like lives turned like upside down because of like stuff that might actually just be like mental health. That like scares me. So yeah. There's no easy answer, because I'm definitely not opposed to like self-defense and keeping yourself safe and stuff like that. Like there's no perfect answer here. I wish I had a better answer. Maybe I should just like keep working out this idea so it's more consistent. But
well, what was kind of interesting about Dr. K's take is she was saying, you know, I'm like lucky or privileged in the sense that, you know, I retain the musculature that I can be aggressive and fight back if someone's fucking
like
with
fuck
me,
them
right?
up.
Which I think that's super valid, but like being aggressive doesn't necessarily make the situation better. It doesn't necessarily keep you safe. And if you don't have the musculature to fight back, that maybe gets you killed. So
yeah. Yeah. Who's purple person on Discord? That is Nick. Nick, who are you?
I'm Nick.
Nothing else you want to tell anyone?
Nope.
About yourself? Okay.
Nope. I'm a personal trainer. So if you want
Are you an
training,
empath though?
Let me
That's
know.
the real question. Are you an empath?
An empath?
Yeah. You know when people say like, I'm an empath.
Yeah, I'm definitely an empath. I just really feel when people are going through things. I just really understand when stuff's happening. Hi, everyone.
Hi. Nick is based in Charlotte. Okay, people are. Tinkerbell asked a great question. Since you were in the panel as well, did you feel like at any point in the conversation there were any important points that were made and lost when you were talking past each other on the topics tonight? Could you try and steelman those opinions that were of what was lost?
Well, I mean, one where I think a lot was lost was on the fucking Uncle Tom thing. Holy shit, I think those perspectives were vitriolic and like downright sick. Like almost unironically, every single one of them was like, yeah, I mean, black conservatives, especially Republicans, are basically just shit stains. Like, holy fuck, how demeaning.
Yeah.
That made me a little bit sick, actually.
Yeah. I'm an empath. I'm good at assuming how other people feel. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Is there anything that I felt like got lost? I don't know. I feel like we got really stuck on the crossing the street for a long time shit. That was really annoying. Just, you know, Chad is wondering if you are as shredded as Tinkerbell has suggested. So if you want to cam up and prove that you're as buff as I am. Look at that. Look at that line.
Wait, I'm supposed
look at that
to
line of
show
muscle.
if I'm shredded?
That's all I got.
Okay, I mean, I guess. I guess if it's for chat, ooh woo.
Ooh woo. Black conservatives are all in line for the dumbest people on the planet, in my opinion. I mean, I think that's part of the problem, though, is just being like, oh, if you're black and have this position, you're just dumb. I mean, I don't know. I think that's dangerous. Are you not allowed to cam up? Oh.
Oh, wait, no, you just have to click on me. Oh, I just finished flexing.
He's definitely letting cam up. He's got admin perms.
There you guys know. I see you fap with your left hand.
Other arm?
I haven't allowed that yet, but I'm laughing.
I don't know.
What was the street crossing
hypothetical? My lighting's bad.
I think everyone thinks you. I see you fap with your left hand. Wait. This one? Are you saying because I'm weak? Because this one is going to be worse. Look at this is much worse. don't know why I'm flexing for camera. This is so cringe. Sorry, guys. This is not the highly intellectual content that you were asking for. Repeating the question, Nick, answer it.
Wait, sorry.
Somebody is asking a question that they have had to repeat. If he's a personal trainer, can you declare once and for all that you can't get a fat ass from squats and it's about your genetic fat distribution, please? Oh, I know you love this question.
Well, this is dicey. I mean, you can unquestionably add a substantial amount of mass to your ass, not by squatting, because the squat is really bad for biasing the glutes in general. But definitely direct targeted ass work, like exercise that is, can definitely grow your butt. Fat distribution is super important, especially for the overall shape of your butt. Like there's certain shapes that just no one can acquire without genetics. So yeah, there's a lot of variability, but you can for sure grow your ass. No question.
Hip thrusts, that's right.
We know it's you, Dan. We know it's you, Sneaky Debate Man. I saw your name on Discord. You can't fucking fool me.
Yes. Hip thrust.
Dancing Spoon, yeah, nice try. And you want us to answer how we felt about you, Spoon? Well, chat, how did we feel about Spoon now that we've...
Which one was Spoon?
Spoon was Sneaky Debate Bro. Sneaky Debate Man.
Spoon was awesome. Spoon was fantastic. I mean, he talked about his height a little bit much. That was kind of strange.
That's true. He was flexing
just
pretty hard.
Flexing. Hey, guys.
I'm 6'3".
I'm 6'3".
I'm 6'3" all night. It's all we heard, but there was no fucking camera, so I'm not sure what I believe.
No, Spoon was awesome. I thought he was great. Good, very good faith. Very. I like when people are willing to agree when something is obvious and everyone knows it, and not be contrarian.
For the point
just
of
because
being
it's online
contrarian.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Which was good. I like that.
Yeah. It's true. He is
like
a
lot of the no cam people, it seems, they like fly in with the most ridiculous takes, claim to understand nothing, and that they don't live in reality. Like, it's so weird to me.
Yes, he was the guy that kept trying to tie back and redirect the convo and also just be like, that's not what I'm saying. But I feel like he contributed to getting us stuck on the street for a long time, and that was a really annoying fucking conversation.
By biting bullets.
Oh, can we just like move past the damn street? Like, who cares? Like, of course
I'm not 6'3". I'm not 6'3". That's Spoon. Spoon is 6'3".
He's definitely not 6'3".
Nick is a short king.
I'm short. I'm a short king.
I'm
on a good day, I'm 5'6.5".
Yeah. The street is the dead end for any combo. It is, especially. It feels like okay. One thing, Tinkerbell, that I feel like we didn't get to enough was like talking a little bit more about like what men probably need to do to address like domestic violence and like the amount of like that most violence done to women is done by intimate partners specifically, right? Like, I don't think it's all on men, right? Because the reality is that it's likely that if you're an individual who's never going to engage in that behavior, it's pretty unlikely that you're going to have friends like that. Not completely impossible, but they're probably not the people that are going to be like your closest social circle. So I don't know what the solution is.
None of my friends are cops, so it's really unlikely.
That's true. There's like a 70% domestic abuse rate with cops, so scary. I think that's just American cops. I don't know if that's Canadian cops, because Canadian cops are very different.
It says 5'7" on my driver's license.
Imagine being shorter than 5'7". Mean. But yeah,
making fun of short kings is red pilled. Otherwise, our egos we'd take over the world.
True.
There's got to be something to hold us back.
Napoleon was short, right? Although I hear that Napoleon wasn't actually that short. That's just like
I think it was like average for the time, yeah.
Oh, okay. People accept the middle ground of crossing the street, but won't accept any extreme hypothetical once it comes to hot topic. No one engages. So the trick is to just move the topic somewhere better. Yeah, totally. Wow, Spoon's calling you a manlet. We have a lot of are you body shaming right now?
Manlet.
You're body
short
shaming.
King. My pronouns are short/king. Thank you, Spoon.
Phantom, welcome. I'm glad to hear that your dad got therapy. My dad was also a cop. He also got therapy. He also had autism. Yes, a cop with autism was a very fun childhood growing up in. Lots of rigid rules. I wonder
if they liked me sitting there saying nothing.
Whose takes?
Your guys' is in the prime panel.
I like both your takes. Thanks.
Problem is both these guys were saying everything I would say otherwise.
True.
Only we talked about prison less.
Actually, I actually just get fed script lines from.
That's good. That's a good angle.
From Jacobus, so I don't
That's
actually
true.
have
I actually
opinions
do
of my
everything.
because I'm a true liberal who has no actual real opinions.
I'm responsible for this entire stream's functioning.
I want to ask a little bit from chat. Do you guys think I was out of line on the black conservatives being Uncle Tom's thing? I felt like that was pretty bad. I didn't appreciate that. Am I crazy? Am I
Your
sensitive?
dog is stalking you. I can't focus on your question.
Yeah, that shit was weird, man. That shit was really weird.
Now we know what kind of... Nick, are you a liberal? That's the most lib take.
Am I a liberal? No.
You're not a liberal.
I'm a conservative.
Yeah, somebody thinks that black conservatives are the dumbest people in the world.
I'm a oh fuck, what am I? What's the label? I'm not a conservative. I'm a progressive populist radical centrist. A pooperk. As we're called in the streets.
I don't care what you tell me, you're a lib. You know what? I'm willing to joke about it. I genuinely don't think that that's like an accurate label to my political position, but like I don't care that much. To a leftist, any black conservative is misled and misinformed.
Isn't that so infantilizing though? Like, it just seems so weird that there's no other identity or group or philosophy or politics where we would say anyone who disagrees with me here, not only stupid, not only wrong, also a bad person, especially a fucking skin color. That shit seems so fucking weird.
Door Wizard, I'm slightly left from center. What would that make me?
Spoon
wrong.
Wants in.
I was gonna say the same thing.
He's just gonna come and talk to us about his height again.
He's just gonna come in.
Explain me.
Join the channel.
You can join, but you have to go on camera. That's my rule.
Oh god.
Based. I'm just kidding.
You can wear a mask though.
To be honest, I'm not gonna believe that you're tall until you go on camera and prove it. It's like the classic.
Join any channel, I'll drag you.
It's out of touch with reality because many black people know that their family members have very socially conservative values to begin with. Absolutely. Especially like talk to like anyone who's an immigrant. Immigrants often have incredibly conservative positions. So to just say like anyone who's black and a conservative is dumb is being like, what if they're like an immigrant? They're just like culturally from a very different background. As a black person, I tend to see a lot of people who aren't black. As a black person, I tend to see a lot of people who aren't black respectfully give passes to black conservatives without knowing exactly what they have done or said about the black community to reach a fan base they have earned. Okay, so black conservatives who are super popular can definitely be different because they often are actually throwing other black people under the bus for particularly white, what's
Spoon had to join the most difficult channel for me to drag him from.
For white supremacy, but like they want like the approval of white people, right? So
yeah, I mean that's
the only channel you could see.
That's an interesting point too, right? Because I think that a lot of black political pundits on the right side are white supremacists in the same way that most people living in like a cis hetero white society are white supremacists. But like that doesn't make them less valuable or more evil because they're black, or more wrong-headed because they're black.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you here?
I'm here. Yeah, no, I disagree, right? It's like the turkeys voting for Christmas, right? Like when you have people of oppression, you have to rally around like a certain objective, and if you're gonna vote against the other turkeys,
I fucking knew you're just gonna come in here and meme the whole time.
That's not a meme. It's not a genuine take. Okay.
Okay. So this is what's this about?
Like this is about like the Uncle Tom's like black conservatives thing, right?
Yeah.
Like it is like I said, the analogy is like turkeys voting for Christmas. Like you can't. Like it obviously it only functions when you're like an oppressed class, like in the systems of like white supremacy and blah blah blah, right? But like if you're gonna sort of like actively work against the interests of people who are oppressed, who are in the same like bracket as you, then yeah, I do think you are like being a traitor.
Okay,
I do think that is like a bad thing.
So if this is all based on consequence, it's really hard to talk about interest, right? Because like on an economic level, a lot of things have ramifications that we're not at all aware of. So like, what if black people think that voting for the Republicans in some way does stand to benefit them? They're just stupid?
I think they're just like wrong and stupid, yeah.
Okay, what if they're not voting for the Republicans, they're just fiscally conservative?
Yeah, I still think that's like wrong.
So you think being fiscally conservative is just bad for black people, period?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
What about socially conservative?
Yeah, well, I think it's bad for everybody, but yeah, I think both of these things are bad for everyone. But like, it's specifically worse for them because of the way society's set up.
So then, are all fiscally conservative economists like really awful people?
Not necessarily awful people, because like there are people as well who like the fact that this like this system benefits them, right? So if you're like a billionaire and you're like fiscally conservative, you're not really voting against your own interests there, are you?
Well, I'm not talking about billionaires, but even then, it's like if you're anyway. Let's not talk about the billionaires. I'm talking about economists, right? There's a lot of debate about what economically advantages different people from multiple perspectives in the finance.
I think if you're like really poor and you're an economist and you're fiscally conservative, I think you're like just a bad economist at that point.
Wait, you're saying economists have to be billionaires, or they're like stupid?
No, I think like economists that aren't rich are very unlikely to hold fiscally conservative views.
This is a weird take.
And I think if they are, I think they're just bad economists.
This is a really weird take.
That's interesting. So do you not believe? Because like, here's the thing about like having liberals and conservatives, is I see them as like a necessary yin and yang at the political system. Like, there's genuine concern in academia, for example, where like typically left-leaning people tend to pursue higher education, and so academia always has an issue where it like broadly like leans left, which actually becomes a problem because then you don't have balanced takes. Like, there's things that conservatives offer and liberals offer that are like both valuable to the conversation. Like, they're a necessary yin and yang to balance out like a democratic system.
I'm not sure I completely agree with that, and I probably just make the point that I think facts have a left-wing bias. I think just like the left-wing position is the correct one, and that's why all the data seems to show that's the case. Not that like institutions are just like filled with leftists.
Okay. Well, then how come in the case of like, you'll probably have a justification for this, but how come in the United States, like the worst districts that haven't had a good like track record of advantaging black people and minorities and stuff are broadly Democrats?
Because black people tend to live in cities, cities tend to vote left-wing, and obviously cities have like the hardest time resolving issues because they've got the most people.
But if they're so right-headed, why are they making so little progress over such a long period of time?
Oh, it's like broader systemic issues. I mean, like, even if you've got like left-leaning, for example, like it may not necessarily be like the correct left-leaning, right? It may be headed in the right direction, but it may not be fully all the way there.
So you don't think there's any credit to the notion that it's actually just like really hard to improve things regardless of your leaning, and that there's tons and tons of like ramifications to every decision that like take place when trying to advantage groups?
I do think it is like really hard to improve things, generally speaking.
But it's obviously that the left wing knows how and the right wing doesn't.
Yeah, I think like if you look at any of the data, I think it's very clear that like right wing positions are just wrong.
Data on what? Like, what data are you?
Why is everyone so goddamn stupid?
Well, I think people are stupid. I think people like they don't look into this. Like, the average person is not like very politically engaged. They don't understand the economy. They don't understand like what's actually in their own interest, right? They just think they have very like basic views.
This is almost absurd, though. That like you're saying that like economists, so essentially that people who don't buy into left-wing economic practice are just stupid and not in their right mind, or not looking into it, or voting in their own interest or whatever. But there's massive divide amongst economists who are like, by definition, the people who have looked into this. And there's huge differences in opinion on how this all works, how these things are being
I know. Like I said, I think the economists that come to the conclusion that like being fiscally conservative is a good thing are wrong. I think the are wrong and bad, and either bad economists or voting in their own interests.
Why? Like, what's your evidence for that claim? Like, what makes them wrong?
But I mean, like if it's like wealth redistribution, for example, right? We use that, right? People who advocate against wealth redistribution, be it via one means or another, like they claim that this is going to somehow like boost the economy. We've been doing this for like years. It's never worked. It's just not. It's not like a viable model, right? Like, we know that like velocity of money is like crucial with like Keynesian economics. And we know that money stagnates at the top. It's not like debatable. So I don't understand how you can come to the conclusion that like actually no, not redistributing the wealth and having all the money set at the top is a good thing. I think you're either a crap economist or you're specifically just acting in the interests of people who are.
Can I
people who want the money to stay at the top.
Can I offer you a question? It comes from chat, and I think it's a good question. What do you think conservative economists would actually advocate for?
They advocate for this like ridiculous bootstraps mentality. That's generally what I see from them.
Like pick yourself up by a bootstrap? Is that what you're saying? Because that's not an economic policy.
Like, you know, well,
that's a social policy. It's a social norm,
but like,
more so.
Their economic policy is obviously informed by their stance on social issues.
That's
right?
not an economic policy. So what's the economic policy that you believe in?
Well, that I believe, or I think.
No, that you think that they believe in. Sorry, yeah.
Like for example, they're for sort of like allowing tax holes and allowing businesses to generate revenue rather than like making it so that like focusing on profits of businesses rather than like the income of the workers, that kind of thing.
Well, this is just trickle down in Reaganomics. This is like a tiny sliver of something that exists on the conservative side of the economics.
Exactly,
theory.
right? That's what I mean.
But it's a tiny sliver that like it doesn't even get talked about that much.
I know. I mean, you asked me for an example of like what I.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
I asked
fair.
him for a specific economic policy because he said pull up by the bootstraps, and I said that's not an economic policy.
So yeah, Reaganomics, trickle down economics, fair. Definitely wrong-headed. Agreed.
Yeah, there we go.
But there's lots of other like conservative economic policies and ideas that are absolutely not that.
I know that there are varying degrees to which they're wrong, but like generally speaking, I think there is like the best position for these things, right? And I think the ones that aren't like on the left have, they're wrong. Maybe they're varying degrees of wrong, but they're still wrong.
I mean, I think the problem is that the like economics are just so complicated. Like everything that we do has so many like tendrils of effects that we can't predict, and so it's like there is no obvious answer on how to just like advantage people.
You know, our models are pretty. Our models are fairly like accurate at these things nowadays. Like we can actually come up with like pretty good ideas of how these things are gonna pan out in at least like a macro sense.
If this was the case, the stock market would be solved.
Well, not to be too conspiratorial, but like you say solved, but like the stock market is working perfectly for the people who want the stock market to work that way.
I don't know about perfectly. Like, yeah, people manage to make money progressively over time, leveraging a massive amounts of wealth. Not only doing that, but also taking out loans on that wealth, and then engaging in the least risky behaviors with that wealth that they possibly can, right? Utilizing stop loss and these sorts of things.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, like that's how they want it to work, right? Like,
and yet hedge funds are still going bankrupt.
You can afford you can afford to gamble when you've got the money to gamble, and you can't when you can't. And like that's how the system's meant to function. That's like a facet of the system.
Well, my point is that the stock market is a lot simpler than like economic ramifications, trying to advantage groups, disadvantage groups, move money around, this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, to me, to say that it's like we have the latter solved when the former is nowhere near solved, it seems crazy to me. Like one example, right, is that like in the 60s we had the highest marginal tax rate in the United States of like almost all history or something like that, right? And the idea of that was that the rich would pay more taxes, but what happened is they instead just paid more accountants. So during the 60s, when the marginal tax rate was the highest on the highest earners, the rich actually paid the least portion of taxes. So we got like what we call an X-curve graph, whereas like so the tax rate went up and the amount of total taxes paid by the rich went down, because it became more profitable to hire more accountants to find more tax loopholes, right? And so it's like nobody would have expected that, and people constantly talk about how the tax rate was higher in the past, and as if that's something that we should like re-emulate.
But I think like the principle was good, it's just the execution was wrong, right? Like higher taxes for rich people is a good thing. The problem there was not the higher taxes. The problem there was the fact that people could evade those higher taxes.
Well, it's not evasion. It's not evasion. It's tax breaks.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like they could figure out a way not to pay their fair share.
So type of eel? Okay.
Not necessarily, but like I said, it's all about like gaming the system.
Thanks, Speaker.
Well, not really. Tax breaks aren't just about gaming the system. They exist for a reason.
Yeah, sometimes, of course, but like it's not a coincidence that everybody just decided they were going to do that when more tax, like they were asked to pay higher taxes.
Well, no, it's incentivized, right? So if the taxes are higher, you're more willing to spend money on people to find more things to do with your taxes. It's not like tax breaks aren't just like you just magically make like money disappear, right? It's like you do things like investing in infrastructure, you invest in research for your firms and that sort of thing. Like that's how Amazon pays so low taxes, right? Is they make deals with the government and they engage in tax breaks that allow them to put money into local economies, to build factories, to build warehouses, to do peer research on different things that tertiarily benefits them, but also benefits the community, and they save on taxes that way, right? So it's a matter of incentive.
I guess.
Yeah. I fully understand that, but even then, I would make the claim that it shouldn't be up to a private institution to do this, right? If that's actually truly in the benefit of the people, it should be up to the institutions of the people to do so.
So I might try to
invest
steer
in
the
infrastructure. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I kind of want to steer the conversation away because I think anytime we get into economics, the reality is like economics is incredibly complex. I am for sure not an expert in it. I know enough to know that like to be super like reductive and simplistic about economics is bad. I want to steer it more into the conversation of like, in general, I think it's a really three-head take to try to argue that they're like just all of conservatives are wrong and it's just a bad position overall, because I think like fundamentally like balance is essential. And so I guess my question would be like, if you think all of conservatives are wrong, how does the left prevent from engaging in dangerous groupthink and extremist thinking if there isn't kind of the oppositional side existing to
there are still different like factions within the left.
Yeah, but they're not really countering. They're not like a true counter, right?
I definitely think they are. There's plenty of leftist infighting.
So you just want pure leftist infighting with no conservatives to counterbalance positions.
Well, give me a conservative position that you think is correct.
On like policy?
Well, yeah, on anything.
See, this is where I get stuck because I'm not a
social or
economic
economic.
Like I'm not a politics streamer at all.
On anything.
I'm definitely taking this from a meta stance of like the psychological element of balance. And so like when you're asking for specific policies, I'm gonna get stuck because I'm not a political streamer.
Just anything that you consider conservative, and you think yes, that's right.
There is value in the nuclear family.
And why do you say that?
Because it's a system that has worked. In many cases, and predicts to like reduction of crime.
It's kind of fallacious to say that it's worked unless there's no better system that could be implemented, isn't it?
Well, I'm not saying there's not a better system. I mean, you just ask for something that's like not wrong, basically.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
like, well, the nuclear family's not wrong.
Yeah. No, I would say that the left, like, it doesn't really advocate for like the abolition of the nuclear family, but more so that other family structures should also be acceptable.
I mean, there's definitely elements that do advocate for the abolition of the nuclear family, but that's fair. I guess this is where it gets weird.
That's me being a leftist. I'm against all the leftists. There we go.
Well, no, I get that, right? But so these aren't like these aren't mutually exclusive things, right? You can have abolition of the family structure and new families, whereas conservatives are saying we want to keep the nuclear family, and some leftists are saying let's abolish the nuclear family, right? So the left doesn't keep itself in check. It just argues, right? The left don't police their own; they just eat their own sometimes.
I definitely think we like the left does police its own. I think again the conservative position, like conservatives generally, much more homogenous in their beliefs, and the conservative belief on the nuclear family is not let's keep the nuclear family. It's the nuclear family is the correct type of family, right? Whereas the left is more like I guess there are some people on the left who are like, no, we should completely abolish the nuclear family. But I think, like, my position as somebody on the left is, well, no, the nuclear family is not the correct way to be. However, it is an acceptable way to be.
I'd say they'd say it's a preferable way to be, which there might be alternatives that are more preferable or are less preferable. Like, I wouldn't say conservatives are being like, no, all women must have a man in the house. There cannot be a single mother.
I think that is, like, more or less the
What?
More or less the position, actually.
Okay, this is the issue. You don't know what right-winging people think at all. Like, it doesn't seem like you engage with them. The fact that you think most conservatives probably do just want to slam women in the kitchen. That's not fucking true at all. Except for like maybe some fringe fundamentalists or maybe some like severe alt-rights. But that's not actually broadly what right-thinking people view it as at all.
I know it's not like every one of them is like a rampant misogynist or anything like that, but like the conclusion of their arguments is like basically that position.
How is the nuclear family a conclusion that women should just be in the kitchen?
Well, that's like the principle behind it, though, right? If you're encouraging the nuclear family, encouraging the man being the breadwinner, and like the two
That's
children,
not a
white picket
nuclear
fence,
family. That's gender roles. That's different. We're not talking about gender roles. We're talking about nuclear families. We're talking about families with parents and children.
Yeah, I think like it entails a little more than that, to be completely honest.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? When you start like adding on and tacking all these things, then you're not addressing each point individually, and I think that's my concern. I like genuinely think it's probably like, not to be rude, but I think it is the stupidest take in the world to just basically disregard all of conservative thinking and saying they're just fucking wrong. Even if you think they're wrong, their necessary resistance to groupthink is fundamental to the democratic process and a healthy society.
I don't think that like there's any kind of like risk of entirely homogenous thought should we not have conservatives around, right? Like we could make this argument for like even more fringe positions, right? Should we have like Nazis around because like they resist the groupthink? Their positions are bad, right? We don't want their positions.
Well, we have the right, so we don't need Nazis.
Yeah, like I'm not arguing for alt-righters.
Yeah, but the point is, you're arguing that we do need i.e. Groups of positions that may be considered like wrong, right? Because they resist groupthink, right? So why can I not take this to a more fringe position?
Okay, well let's go with this, right? Say, you're Thanos, you snap the Infinity Gauntlet, all the conservatives are gone, right? You're now the most right-wing person that exists. If people thought like you, now you need to be gone.
Oh no, I don't want to get rid of them. I just think they're wrong.
Okay, so you do think they're useful then? You do think they're valuable? You just think they're wrong?
Well, no, I think they're like people. Like Jesus Christ, I'm not like a genocidal maniac.
No,
right?
no, nobody's saying like genociding them. But if your preference was that everyone could just suddenly be left leaning, that would be your preference, right?
Oh, absolutely, right. If you could press a button and everybody's like, do you know what? I like this conservative stuff is like terrible. Yeah, I'd press that button.
But you'd just be the new conservative.
Well, yeah, definitely. There would always be a right wing, right? But I want that right wing to be as left as it possibly can be.
But do you realize where that goes? If it just there has to be a limiting factor. It can't just go forever.
It gets to the point of everything becomes more and more left wing, which is like that's ultimately my position. I want things to be very left wing.
To no end at all, basically.
Well, I don't think there is like a like an unnecessary end to being left wing. I mean, like if you can get like Star Trek communism, like that sounds great.
So what is left wing to you?
Well, I mean, like the ultimate left wing position, as far as I can conceive it at the moment, is like some sort of form of like anarcho-communism or syndicalism or that kind of thing. Which I mean, I'm not completely like a communist, but like it's the principle at least sounds nice.
So communist utopia, like Marx's true idea of true communism.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So
I don't think there's
so no democracy.
In that. No, there would be democracy. That's the whole point of like communism. It's like democratic.
What?
That's the whole point of communism, like to introduce democracy in like the workplace and like every factor of life.
Democratic socialism.
Well, again, it varies on your interpretation.
Hold on. This is getting weird because like if we're talking about like the Marxist view of like communist utopia, there isn't democracy anymore, right? Social or democratic socialism is a necessary step, preceding the tyranny of the proletariat, and then eventually we arrive at like utopian communism where there ought not be any democracy anymore because we've figured out who can lead benevolently.
No, I don't think it's about benevolent leadership. It's about like representation. I mean, it's my interpretation of it. I mean, regardless of what Marx thought about it, right? That's what I want.
Oh, okay. So you more or less want democratic socialism.
Oh yeah, I am a socialist. Yeah, I mean, like again, I'm sympathetic to a lot of like communist ideals, but like depending on like what your interpretation of communism is, that may obviously be different.
Well, I was just assuming we were using like you're like a Marxist communist.
No, not Marxist. Marx
is
right about a few things.
Maoist, Stalinist?
No, not that.
What are you?
I'm just a socialist, right? A modern day.
Not a communist.
No, I'm not a communist. Like I said, I'm sympathetic to a lot of communist ideals. I can understand like the principles of syndicalism can be seen as like quite quite utopian in a lot of senses. But no, I'm not a communist. I find it to be like, well, just that, utopian.
So you're okay. So you think the end goal is like a utopian democratic socialism?
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
Okay,
Or
gotcha.
like, you know, like some sort of form of like.
So Marx would
hybrid
hate you,
communism or whatever.
basically.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe,
That's
yeah.
super fair. That's super fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again,
I mean,
I don't think that's like bad, right? Like, I think that's like fine. And I think if it gets to that, and that's like the leftmost position, then like good, yeah, that's what I'm aiming. That's where I'm headed.
I mean, it just definitely wouldn't be though, right? It wouldn't be the leftmost position. It's somewhere on the spectrum. I'm actually like I don't want to consider myself a conservative, but like I'd say that most people would probably call me such. Again, you know, if I'm gonna give the big fucking logo, I'm a progressive populist radical centrist. But I am desperate for democratic socialism. I just don't think it's realistic that in the current like collective consciousness that we've developed as a society, that it's possible to have that productively.
Oh yeah, of course we can. We can have society as it is like currently, but the work is only means production. Like, it's that simple.
I guess my concern in all
or
of
at least
this
have like
is
a
like
large
there's a
socialist,
well-established history of like major countries going left, 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 and then having a reactionary right snap back. And so my concern with a lot of like left-leaning people is that like it seems to be the case that like having left and right thinking is somewhat inevitable within society. I think there are always going, I think like personality psych in some way dictates that there are going to be people that are broadly going to value more safetyism, more certain kind of moral values that will predilect you towards more conservative views, right? More about like safety and protection and stuff like that. Whereas if you have certain personality traits like high openness to experience, which is why I'm struggling, because I'm super high in openness to experience. I tend to fall pretty left, which it's not like your personality is everything in your political opinion, but in general I am concerned about like this standard history where we saw it with the Greeks, we saw it like we've seen it everywhere. We have a country that goes left, 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 and there's a reactionary snap right, and it's oftentimes really violent and really dangerous. And like, I'm concerned when you're like talking about this, basically being like, conservatives are all just wrong and useless. I'm like, this is like the exact type of rhetoric that could build the sentiment necessary for a snap right. And snap rights are often really bad for some of the people I am, as a progressive, most concerned about, which is like vulnerable populations, like women, mentally ill people, mentally disabled people, right? That's my concern, is that it feels extremely out of like touch with reality, to be honest.
We can do this, like we can do this slowly, right? Like I'm an incrementalist. I don't want to like I said, I don't want to like just delete all the conservatives, right? Like the way I would have conservatives come around to my point of view is through them like realizing, well, actually no, this is like a better system, right? Like I think you're actually right, like genuinely, right? I'm not trying to force anyone to do this. I'm not trying to sort of like bring about this movement for any kind of force. I think necessarily for the point that you made, this does have to come about like incrementally, otherwise we do get these hot snaps, right?
Those historical changes were absolutely so, because what we're seeing right now is our culture moves faster than any historical culture we've ever had. And even in these more slower moving historical, like the Greeks, they're much slower than us. Their like trend towards like left and progressivism was like much, like hundreds of years. Our society is sped up and like microcosms. I mean, it's taken us like 60 years by some arguments to like get us to where we are today. So to say like we can go slowly, it's like how do you suggest that we do that with technology, with advocacy, with the fact that it seems like everything is speeding up?
Well, I mean the difference here is like relative speed, right? So yes, the world does move faster nowadays, but we can accommodate for that much better as well, right? So like just look at like generational gaps in political opinions now, right? Like if you look at like who's a communist, it's either people who are in their 80s or people who are in their 20s, right? There's like like that the generational gap is quite stark, right? Like your average sort of like 30 to 50-year-old is probably like a moderate liberal. Then 50 plus, you've got like the conservatives basically, and that's where we land. And anyone below like 20 is absolutely in large swaths voting for the leftmost party they possibly can.
Well, they don't vote.
Well, not the leftmost party they possibly can, but Most of them aren't voting.
Yeah, most of them
That is
don't
part
vote.
of the problem.
And as people age, they naturally fall to be more and more conservative. As people begin to make more money, as they become more like private business owners and stuff like that, they fall towards conservatism. So we're just say like it's just the old fogies who are conservatives. Like that's not true. That's not true at all.
Well, that is true, but it's one because they get entrenched in a system which is like, in my opinion, fundamentally broken unless they start advocating in their own interests, and two, because society generally speaking is moving leftwards, right? So their positions may not necessarily move as much as it seems, but as the Overton window moves towards the left and they move slightly towards the right, it looks as if they've made a much bigger jump than they actually have.
Yeah.
So,
wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm confused. So you're saying the Overton window moves left, and but people get more conservative, so it looks like they're making a smaller jump. Wouldn't that make it?
No, a larger jump. It looks like they're making a larger jump.
But wouldn't it do? Sorry, wouldn't it do the opposite?
No. So the Overton window moves left, and they're moving rightwards, right?
Yes.
So if one
larger jump.
Yes, yeah, that's the point. So it looks like they've moved like very far rightwards, but in reality they've only moved like a little bit.
Oh, you're saying across the course of their life, the natural progression in their brain is slower. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So like their
it's
positions
a drag
aren't
instead of a leap. I see.
Exactly. Yeah, like their positions aren't like actually much more like rightwards than they were when they were like in their 20s, but like society itself is much more leftwards than when they were in their 20s. So it looks as if they're much more conservative than they actually are comparative to the modern day, right? And anyway, going back to like
But wait, hold on. This is kind of an
change.
odd one though, because you wouldn't say that like in some areas people like you wouldn't say people move with society at all.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, some people go like leftwards, some people go more rightwards, but it does tend to be the trend that people tend to get more conservative as they age, and it's for a variety of factors.
But like also people like across time have been getting more like pro-gay and that sort of thing.
Like
progressive and left.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But
yeah, I don't know how I feel about
the Everton window is moving leftwards. That's what I mean. Like, and like you see these pro-gay movements, or like progressive movements in general. They come from young people. And they come from young people because that's like where progressivism is at. Like BLM is like
I don't know what to do because like literally
maybe in their 30s
your position to me is so wacky that I don't know where to start. Like to me it seems like self-evident that groupthink is dangerous and not having some counterbalancing force in any society is probably not a good idea. And I don't believe that the left is enough to counter itself because they're all left, right? That's not countering. That's laying the weight on one side of the scale.
Varying degrees of
I
left,
understand that there are varying degrees of left, but that just means if even say you like not delete but like suddenly converted, so the conservatives didn't matter anymore for whatever reason, right? And you just had left. Now, just the people who are the closest to center are just the new conservatives, right?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
But then there would be like a new universe that would be like these fucking
conservatives got to get rid of them.
Uncle Tom sick.
Yeah. That's my aim. Yeah, that's my aim. Like, by the time I'm old, I want people to be going like, I can't believe you're a conservative. But like my positions actually won't have changed. Like I won't actually be very much more conservative than I am now. But like consider like the Everton window will have shifted to the point where I look like a conservative, right? Today we're arguing about whether trans women are women. In 60 years, I want to be arguing about whether trans humans are human, right?
But you want to be on the side of transhumans aren't human.
Yeah, I don't believe that like AIs can ever be like sentient, but the point is like that's like the progression of society, right?
I feel like I'm talking to somebody who's trying to convince me that like politicians are lizard people, and I don't know where to start because I'm just like, you're not really based in reality. Like I don't know, touch grass. I don't know what to tell you. Like, like obviously, we need both sides. If you get rid of one side, it's
I already said that the nuclear family is good.
The nuclear family. Certain foreign policy about like keeping your.
Well, there you go. There's a conservative policy that's good.
Because again,
middle class people should have more kids.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, what about lower class people should have less kids?
I don't agree with that either.
Do you think lower class people should have more kids and middle class people should have?
I think everybody should have equal opportunity to have children. I don't think it should be based on class. In fact, I don't even like the concept of class very much.
I mean, nobody likes the concept of class. Nobody likes it.
I'm not even. I guess I'm not even talking about like restricting people's access or giving or anything like that.
I know you're just
Well,
talking like general incentives. Like we think this group should do this and that group should do that.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I don't know. I don't think we should have to think like that based on like
Okay.
wealth.
So you just don't want to engage with that question. That's super fair. I'm not. That's not a like a whatever. Yeah, that's super fair if you don't want to think about that. Okay. There's value to free industry.
Yeah, I don't think that's specifically a conservative position there. I think like free markets can definitely be a left-leaning position.
Yeah, no, that's for sure true. But also, some lefties would say that you're not a lefty if you say that.
Well, there you go. There's counterbalance right there.
Maybe. I would say this is more of an adjacent thing than a one-way thing.
Okay, it's valuable to limit government. You don't want government to get so involved in everybody's life that they basically take over any capacity for freedom. It is absolutely valuable to limit government. That is a conservative value.
No,
it's a conservative policy. No, it's not.
I disagree. I think
no.
that's a left-wing position.
No.
Okay, so let's define. So we have a couple parameters. So we have conservative, liberal, and progressive. What do these things mean?
I think that specific argument is a left-wing position. The whole point of like communism or like socialism, when I see it, is like so that people have proper representation, and that means economically as well. Like that's why I'm economically progressive.
So it seems like by your definition, conservatism is just the stupid shit that's left over.
Yeah, that like it's just like everything I like is a liberal position and left, and everything I don't like is dumb conservative shit, and we should just toss it out. And it's like, but that's not true. But that's not true.
The people who identify as conservative have all the shit positions. I mean, it's like I can't help that.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying. Is that like that's not
But here's
necessarily...
the thing that's weird though, is that like there's lots of beliefs that are like dominantly held by conservatives that are being protected by the conservatives that you say like, well, there's crossover. Like this is a liberal value. This is a left wing. Like, this is a left wing value.
What is a left wing position that the left want to abolish that would like be good actually?
Well, markets.
No, the left. I'm a market socialist. I absolutely don't want to get rid of markets.
Yeah, I know, but lots of them do, and lots of them would call you a conservative just for valuing markets.
You keep saying there's no counterbalance, and there it is, right there.
That's not a left counterbalance.
Hold on. Now you're pivoting. though. Markets are more fundamentally a right wing value than they are a left.
Well, I may be more right wing than some leftists, but we've already discussed that I would be the conservative, and like when the society moves more left wing.
Elements of laissez-faire capitalism are more right wing than they are left wing, right? There's left wing proponents that advocate for certain levels of laissez-faire capitalism, right? But that doesn't change the fact that it's more intrinsically a right wing value. Because hold on. There's like super progressive. There's conservatives that agree with progressivism, right? There's conservative people who are fiscally conservative but are like socially progressive, right? We don't say like, well, no. I mean, look at all these progressives on the conservative side of the avenue. Progressivism is a right wing value.
I mean, I guess you do have to separate like the economic and social aspects of these things, but again, I don't see any of these things as like specifically right wing, and even if they are like right wing in some facets, like I believe there's certainly like a left wing opinion on these things. Like for example, like a lot of people who are part of like unions, for example, old style unionists, like they hate gay people, right? That kind of thing, right? They're like 80 years old, and they're like working like the coal mines when they're like 12 years old or something, and they're like homophobic or racist, but they're like as left wing as they come. They'd never vote for a right wing government. They hate the right wing. So like there's much more nuance here than just like left and right. It's like in the case
of the people that you're talking about here, they're not really even like. So it seems like there's different camps here, right? Most people vote on social issues for the most part, right? If you identify as a lefty, it's because you're left wing socially, and if you're a right winger, because you're right wing socially, right? But fuck, what was I gonna say?
How do you feel about borders? Do you like borders?
I think they're necessary currently, but ideally I wouldn't like them.
No borders at all?
No, I'd get rid of borders eventually.
Okay.
I mean,
what about
in a utopian communist society, no borders, right?
But you like free markets?
I do like markets. Yeah.
Okay, well that's a right-wing policy.
I think markets are a good mode of production.
I don't think he wants free markets. I think he wants intervened markets.
Oh, I don't want completely free markets.
Yeah. Well, it's a spectrum, obviously, right?
What about the rule of law? Like, how do you feel about like police? The fact that we have laws, the fact that like if people are like psychopaths who want to like serially rape people, we like try to find them, put them away. How do you
The
feel
police are
about the
fine.
rule of law?
Like,
Okay,
they're
that
not communists, but, like, we
again
should abolish the police. This is
is
ridiculous. Like, come on.
a more traditionally conservative value, right? You can be
No,
left and value it, but that doesn't make it a left like policy.
No, I think even then, like any kind of like communist or socialist ideal still has like law enforcement in it.
What about
It's
private
not
property?
like... No, oh no, I'm against private property. Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. I can't engage. I can't engage. It's like 3 in the fucking morning. I don't know what to tell you. You should probably actually talk to conservatives. And just because you like an idea, it doesn't make it immediately.
Online.
Online?
Yeah,
no, those are the worst ones to talk to.
I talked to loads of them. I talked to people in real life as well, and they're like, their opinions just tend to be bad. I can't help it. They're just bad opinions.
So here's my thing, right? I kind of agree with you. I think the right wing is like really, really out to lunch on a lot of topics, but I think that their counterbalancing is fundamentally like super, super important because like across time, even with the left wing being reined in by a whole bunch of things, it's gone way too far in certain directions. Not too far. It's gone too far in the wrong direction in a whole bunch of angles, right? So as an example, like I know a lot. This is one that's super contentious for people, but I'm going to go into it anyway, right? So I'm obviously pro civil rights for blacks, right? I'm obviously pro social programs for blacks, but I want social programs that work. And so one example of a social program that has been like pretty destructive has been affirmative action. And so what it's created is a divide in the black community. It's essentially been a brain drain, except instead of from without of the country to within the country, it's been from without of black communities to within white communities. So like basically it's created a class divide within blacks where all of the talent has been sucked out of black communities. No one ever would have expected this to be a product of what's the word, of affirmative action, and yet it was.
I kind of agree with your analysis of the situation, but I don't necessarily agree with your analysis of the results, right? So like, you're being like a little class reductionist here, I think, right? So yes, I do agree that like people move class when they do that, right? And thus it takes talent out of like lower class neighborhoods. Lower class neighborhoods tend to be what? Black, right? But the point is, in this case, you are giving black people wealth, right? Generational wealth, and that's the point of it, right? To put black people on like on the property ladder, to put black people into a position in society where they can actually sort of like meaningfully contribute, like economic mobility.
Yeah.
So like I mean you say it's like failed or it's been like harmful.
So here's the
sure
issue though, right? Is when you provide this boost to certain individuals who are in many cases like biologically advantaged, it creates a really, really bad imperative because these are the movers and shakers that generate wealth in a community that raises the socioeconomic status of the community. Like we see this happen generally in most communities. Most communities make money over time. Some don't because of like various reasons. But we generated one in black communities in America by brain draining all of the most intelligent people out of them. Those that would have gone to become innovators.
Perhaps so, but like any kind of person who gains a foothold on the socioeconomic ladder is not going to stay in like a bad community, are they? Right? Like, that's the point.
Well, no, they would generate money in their community.
Yeah, but the point. Well, yeah, but the point is they progress socioeconomically, right? They move upper class, and that means moving out of like a bad neighborhood. That means moving out of a poor community. Like that's the whole point of it, to lift people up out of these communities.
Yeah, but it doesn't generally. A natural evolution of this doesn't go like this. Fill out form, go to Harvard. Move to like Stanford Community Center or whatever, right? It's I'm upwardly mobile. I'm highly intelligent. I engage in industry. I open a corner store. I do really well with my corner store. I buy 2 corner stores. I lease out a corner store. I become a franchiser of a Walmart. Right, so that's generating wealth within the community, which means that the schools get more funding. The schools get more funding means the kids get more educated. All the kids make more money, right? Rather than one black kid goes to Stanford, goes to Yale, goes to Harvard, becomes a brain surgeon, makes more money than the entire community put together.
Yeah, but I think it's dealt with via sort of like other avenues. I think like you can address both these issues and they're both good.
Fair, but we didn't.
That's true, yeah, but that doesn't make affirmative action necessarily bad, right? Like, just because it didn't address all the issues, like lifting black people out of like poverty is like, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, but not when it's at the cost of other black people.
Well, I don't think it is necessarily at the cost of the black
I
people.
agree,
It's just
but it
more
has
than
been.
anything. I think it's just a function of like the economic mode of production that we have at the moment.
I mean, I guess if we want to get to the point where we're completely dismantling the value-driven economy of our society, where we overvalue people with like higher IQs that engage in more gross production, sure. If we can completely dismantle that, absolutely, I 100% disagree with you. But right now, like that's more fantasy land than our ideal world where everyone completely understands consent, right?
I don't think it's necessarily about like the sorry, how did you put it? Like the like inherent value of people's IQ. It's like I said, it's more about like this. It's may not be like a solution for everything, right? But it is like a solution that is working for some people, and that's like it's not bad, right? It might not be good, but it's not bad. I don't think it's detrimental to other people if other people are being lifted out of poverty, right? Like the alternative is everybody gets left in poverty. Like,
No, it's not, right? Because there's a natural evolution of communities, especially within America, towards more wealth, right? Like, would you say that the brain drain globally has been like a good thing for other countries, like for Mexico?
Yes and no. So again, I think this is like an inherent flaw of capitalism more so than like this like social program, right? Like capitalism requires an underclass. I'm sure you've heard that talking point before, and I think this is just an example of that more than like affirmative action specifically being the problem in this case.
Well, it's all about proportions, right? Like capitalism does require an underclass, but it doesn't require an underclass that's like stays at the same size or that isn't transient, right? So like the ideal is that in a capitalist society we have a small underclass of people which is transient, where we have people constantly climbing out of that, some people falling back into it, climbing out, and it changing like on a year-to-year basis, kind of like how homelessness works right now. The problem is that we're making a bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger underclass, a smaller and smaller and smaller middle class, and a more wealthy but similarly small upper class, right?
Yes, but like the point of this is like it does require an underclass, right? And that, like obviously who's going to be in that underclass? Well, the people who are disadvantaged from the beginning,
or young people.
Well, yeah, exactly, right.
That
so like
that get older and then aren't in the underclass anymore.
Well, I mean, some people like generally speaking, social mobility is not very good, especially in America. If any, actually, I read an interesting statistic that America is like one of the only countries that's actually gotten worse social mobility over the last 10 years.
Well, I mean, that's the natural evolution of an exponential curve, right?
No, like every other country has improved like by like multiple times America.
Yeah, but no one had anywhere near the economic growth of America post World War II. Like no one was even close. No one's ever even approached close in like almost all of human history.
Yeah, but like economic growth is not a very good measure of like a functional society. And like you know, I can have like a slave state with like a bonkers economic growth because I've got all these like slaves working for me, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a good country.
What you're measuring is good countries?
What social mobility tends to be a better measure of like how good the country is, or like how good a policy is, or like how well.
Okay, well, I'll say that I imagine that social mobility probably reached like a ridiculous all-time high post World War II for America, but not so much for everywhere else.
Maybe post World War II.
Well, that's why America's the world power it is, right? It is damn near irrelevant before World War II.
Okay, I'm going to jump in. It is 3 a.m., to be honest. This is going round and round. We're not going to convince you. I honestly, genuinely think that you're, like, out to lunch. I don't know what to say. It's fine. I still actually like you a fair bit. I just think you got a lot of stupid ideas. But it's fine. I probably have lots of stupid ideas, too. I don't know if we're going to find common ground. Everything that's conservative that you like, you just call left. I don't know what to do about that. There's basically nothing I can do, right? At that point, it's just like, okay, and the government's full of lizard people. Like, next conversation. Unfortunately, I have to end it here. It's 3 a.m. I'm fucking tired. Okay. You're in the UK, so it's actually probably a decent time for you. So you're like, hey, ready to go. It's 2 a.m. for you?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm just going to say to everyone, thank you so much. If you want to watch me fight with Mr. Girl, not actually fight. I mean, it might be a fight. I'm going to be talking to Mr. Girl about Dr. K. Not the Dr. K that was on tonight, but the guy, Healthy Gamer GG. I'm going to be talking Thursday, 6 p.m. EM Mountain Standard Time, 8 p.m. MST. That's this Thursday. It's gonna be real spicy. And so if you want a real dramatic conversation, you should tune in for that. I'm going to be sad and scared. Hopefully not. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. You should check out my TikTok if you're interested in other spicy takes. Talk a lot about mental health and issues that I have with certain positions on dating and relationships. And you should also listen tomorrow. I'm going to be talking to a follower about mental health, mostly sharing stories of like crazy stuff that has happened. Shout out for Nick. Nick, you are in our channel. He's a personal trainer. If you come in our Discord, he's in it all the fucking time, and you can chat to him and even ask him to flex for you. Or potentially, he's a nice guy. Sometimes he'll give you some training tips too. So, thank you all for tuning in. I am going. I don't even know if anyone's fucking on at this time.
Before you rate somebody, I'm the beast. She's not saying he's out of his he's wacky or out of his mind for his political takes. She's saying he's out of his mind for saying that conservatives are just dumb and wrong in all ways and serve no purpose.
I'm gonna hand you over to Waffles. Don't know. Heard nice things about her. Enjoy. And good night. And everyone screams trash goblins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Alright. So now that the stream is gone, do you actually believe that all conservatives are just stupid and wrong?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. 100%
Yeah,
genuine
that's
belief
wild.
of mine. I think